Do you know what we're here for?
The equal parts. Oh my gosh.
Illegal.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
Too much, Dad!
Come on. What?
Not gonna do it. Wouldn't be prudent at this juncture.
It's a bold strategy, Cotton. Let's see if it pays off for them.
In the Ice Age, how much taxes did people pay?
Follow the which way, man.
I'm staying in the race.
Who'd you Jumbo?
Oh, girl, baby girl.
Don't even play.
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
There's no point in you betraying your future self to gratify your present self. It's a stupid game.
There's no point in you betraying your future self to gratify your present self. It's a stupid game.
When I go into the dry cleaner, that dry cleaning place becomes holy.
A what now?
Jesus, I say that.
So I just want to address something. I was wrong.
Well, first of all, some of the things that I say will be incorrect.
I cannot believe how people come for you already. I don't know if you know this.
Phrasing.
There's an old saying in Tennessee, I know it's in Texas, probably in Tennessee, that says, fool me once, shame on you. You fool me, we can't get fooled again.
You are not funny. You are fat. You are a joke. You are stupid. You are not funny. You are not funny.
It's just crazy enough to work.
This is from 12 Rules for Life.
I don't want reality. It's science.
Break now.
I see that you know your judo.
Facebook, Zuckerbucks.
China. I have to have my China.
Donald Trump spent a lot of quality time with my wife.
I mean, this woman is dangerous, ladies and gentlemen.
Close it up, just like my wife's vagina.
Winter is coming. Cyclone Cheeto.
Don't worry about it, little Marco.
Gentlemen.
How rude.
Awful, awful, awful. Weak.
This is ridiculous.
Welcome to the Resistance.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pill.
He looks good, and he looks good, and he looks hard.
Here we are once again. Floating somewhere between Earth and space, just trying to figure it all out. Got a hell of a lot for us to talk about here tonight, Space Fam, so I suppose we gotta get right to it. Don't forget to buckle up those seatbelts, otherwise you might go floating off into that deep, dark void of space. That would be bad. You wouldn't want that. I wouldn't want that for you either. But good to see all of you Space Fams here on this Wednesday evening. Do some shout outs before we get to the rest of it. Hermit Horologist and Mike Tool, Joe 47771, 123 in the YouTube chat. Moanoip, a close fourth. Leftist Bastard also here. Sisyphean Task, Mish, Styx Dragon Sharon, Narwhal by Nature, PB Lou, Blue Tomato, and that might be everyone in the chat. Wow, okay, got through it very quickly there. Good to see all of you people here today. Like I mentioned, we have a hell of a lot to talk about today. Of course, the National Guard is still in D.C. Have they solved crime in D.C.? We'll investigate. We'll also talk about Donald Trump's push to end mail-in voting. Democrats' response to Donald Trump's desire to put National Guard troops in their cities. Continued efforts by ICE to lock up all brown people in the country. News on Cracker Barrel's logo change. PBD doing an interview with Benjamin Netanyahu, and much, much more. But let's start in the United States. Where we always start these streams. And we're going to go back in time, do something of a retrospective in the last 2 weeks of occupation of the U.S. Capitol. This was the moment when Donald Trump announced to the world.
I've been up here a lot. I've never seen a crowd like this. I think we need a ballroom, and that's happening. It's going to be a beautiful ballroom. This is really a lot of people, most I've ever seen in this room. And we're here for a very serious purpose, Something's out of control, but we're going to put it in control very quickly like we did on the southern border.
It's out of control, and then it's going to be in control. It's going to be in control very, very quickly, immediately.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Right now, it's out of control, but immediately after the words I say, right now, it's going to be in control. Let me just hear that one more time, Mr. President.
We're going to put it in control very quickly like we did on the southern border. I'm announcing a historic action to rescue our nation's capital from crime, bloodshed, bedlam, and squalor, and worse.
And squalor. And worse than
This
that.
is Liberation Day in D.C., and
people have never heard of it, but it's actually much worse than squalor or bedlam.
we're going to take our capital back. We're taking it back. Under the authorities vested in me as the President of the United States, I'm officially invoking Section 740 of the District of Columbia Home Rule Act. You know what that is? And placing the D.C. Metropolitan Police Department under direct federal control, and you'll be meeting the people that will be directly involved with that. Very good people, but they're tough.
Very good, tough.
And they know what's happening.
And they're going to solve it. We're going to solve it immediately, actually. Right now, it's terrible. Worse than squalor. But we're going to solve it.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Now, I just want to remind everybody that we still have a galactic deficit. And if you want to make sure that we are able to keep the lights on in September, which is only days away, do consider contributing on Cash App or PayPal or starting up a Galactic Patron membership, as we get all of those funds immediately, if not sooner.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Unfortunately, with YouTube funds, we get all the previous month, all the money you paid from a previous month, all lumped together, paid in the last week of the next month. So, unfortunately, that's just the way it works. But thankfully, we're only $35 away with 6 days left. Wait, 5 days? Hold on, let me look at the calendar. How many days we got left? Because I did the math earlier. Yeah, with 5 days left, that means we only need to raise $7 a day on Cash App or PayPal or on Patreon. Really, that's like 2 new patrons a day. It's practically nothing. Patron membership's only $3 a day. I mean, $3 a month. 10 cents a day. Think about that. 10 cents a day. Basically free. All right. Well, there you go. That was the president, the orange dictator, announcing the federal takeover of Washington, where he said he was going to solve the crime, which was worse than squalor or bedlam, immediately.
Immediately, if not sooner.
To be very quick, just like the border. Now, on the same day, this actually got no coverage. I didn't hear about this, but because of what I was trying to do with the show today, I was searching DC crimes. Did you know that there was, in fact, a murder? Literally within the 24-hour period after Donald Trump took control of Washington, D.C.
What?
Here is Fox 5 Washington, D.C. from 2 weeks ago. Can't be.
Tamari Stone is live in Northwest tonight, where police responded to a shooting tonight. Hi, Show.
Hey, I tell you, this shooting coming on the same day that President Trump made this announcement. And right now you can see I'm here at the intersection of 12th and N Street Northwest. D.C. police have this area roped off. You can see this vehicle right here to make sure that people do not drive and contaminate this crime scene. The entire block is roped off. You can see I'm at 12th and N Street in front of the Mount Zion Pentecostal Church, which opened up around the late 1800s. People still come to this church, and this shooting happening right on down there in the middle of this block. Behind this tape, you see these officers here making sure that people do not go down there, because there are homicide detectives that are gathering evidence, talking to people, and one woman told me they asked her about her doorbell camera video. Let's roll some video. Tonight, police telling us the call came in around 7 p.m. for the shooting here on the 1200 block of 12th Street Northwest. Someone opening fire, shooting the man several times. Police sources telling me right now he was unconscious but breathing, and we're waiting for an update from the hospital on his condition.
There you go. A shooting happened on the day that Donald Trump took over, which would make it his responsibility. And I'm shocked that they didn't tell us about this. I mean, it was under their watch, with the army, the National Guard in the streets of D.C., acting as the police force. You would think that we would have gotten a direct update from Pete Hegseth or something like that. Let's go down to the streets, see how the people are taking this military takeover of their city.
Yo, Channel 5, what the fuck? Holy shit!
What up, man?
Hey, man!
How's it going? So, what do you think about the relationship between Donald Trump and Jeffrey Epstein? What do you think's going on there?
I mean, they were best friends.
throughout the 90s. You know, I think he did some dirty stuff with Epstein. I mean, I think it's pretty common sense. I think I'm concerned about the thousands of FBI agents that were tasked to flag and then redact his names in the 100,000 pages of files. I think I'm concerned about that.
And what do you think Trump's motivation would be to suppress that information from getting out there?
Because he's a pedophile. I'm not saying for sure, but this whole DC National Guard thing, it might be a ploy to distract from the files. It really could be.
800 more National Guard members deployed to DC as part of the federal takeover.
I mean, he's pretending our city has a high crime rate when actually the crime rate has decreased. And this is a really cool, wonderful city that's safe to be in. And he's just using us as a distraction against his low poll numbers, against the Epstein case, where he's obviously, there's something he's really concerned about in there. I don't know who he's protecting, himself or other rich pedophiles, or what he's doing, but he's obviously very concerned about that, wants to change the subject.
I don't think we know for sure, but I mean, just release the files. Like, where's the files, Don? That's what my sign says, so.
Yo, what up, people? You know what time it is. We're at the White House in Washington, D.C. in the direct aftermath of Trump's announcement that he was deploying the National Guard to deal with the skyrocketing crime rate here in the District of Columbia. I know what you're thinking. Hasn't D.C. had the lowest crime rate in the past 6 years as a result of progressive policy? Shut up, homie. Big Balls almost got his life taken by a couple delinquents who wanted his car.
Cops say two 15-year-olds beat up Big Balls.
He was with his girl, and they tried to take his shit. He hopped out, got busy, got bloodied.
Edward ran to defend her and was severely beaten to the point of concussion.
Posted the picture online, and Donald was not fucking with that.
Somebody from Doge was very badly hurt last night. You saw that. And placing the D.C. Metropolitan Police Department under direct federal control. In addition, deploying the National Guard to help reestablish law, order, and public safety.
They supposedly were going to clear all the homeless people. Don't know if you can tell, that's a blue tarp. It's the international flag of homelessness. And yeah, it looks just about the same as it always is. Washington, D.C., man, nation's capital. We're gonna go talk to some people and figure out what the hell's going on.
Welcome to the most absurd place maybe on the planet. We're in front of the White House right now.
What you doing out here, player?
Dude, I'm protesting. Look at my sign. Look at my sign.
That's why I'm tripping out, because I read online the National Guard was being deployed to deal with the D.C. crime problem, and we're here at the White House, and there's nobody here. There's no crime, but also no National Guardsmen.
No, and I took the metro.
It's like jumping out in unmarked vehicles. Like, they might be like, this is a regular car with like regular local tags. You know what I'm saying? They're hopping out of like regular random Honda Accords and Honda Civics and Hondas and Fords and all. Not even police type of cars.
Yeah. Where have you read that at?
I've seen it.
Okay.
I've seen it. Yeah, it's happening. Like, on the main roads in D.C., the main avenues,
I just noticed we're lagging a little bit right now. I don't know if it's bothering anybody. I hope it wasn't going on for very long.
in high crime areas, the federal agents are literally pulling up, and their presence is there.
So they're pulling up, like, what are some high crime areas where we might be able to find them?
Georgia Avenue, anywhere from Howard University on up to like New Hampshire. Benning Road, anywhere from Minnesota all the way down to like Ames.
Are they arresting people, or are they just like making their presence known?
They're arresting. It's more so like they're taking probable cause to be able to harass you. It's kind of like marketing or like vending, you know what I'm saying? Like the amount of people, it's a numbers game. So the more people I pull over or mess with, I'm gonna find something eventually. The more customers I proposition, I'm gonna sell something, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, so it's like stop and frisk.
Something like that, because I got pulled over 3 times in 3 different parts of the city since that has happened, and I don't ever get pulled over. I haven't been pulled over in years.
As far as DC goes, what do you think kind of gave him the incentive to want to do something like this or make this show of force in the media?
I mean, the fact that DC doesn't have statehood and we don't have representation is a big deal. Like, we need statehood. We need protections. This isn't the first time that DC's been misused this way. Republican presidents will often try to show dominance over DC. It has a large black and brown population, and so there's a racist element to it. And DC residents pay taxes. They don't have senators. They don't have voting House of Rep. They need those things.
It falls in the
There you go. Those are some people on the streets of Washington, D.C. Talking to that Channel 5 guy. Now, this is from 5 days ago. Fox News taking the victory lap, posting this video to their YouTube channel. DC has been murder-free for a week after Donald Trump's crime crackdown. Murder-free, says Fox News.
We're going to be rebuilding all of your parks, and it's going to happen fast. It's going to go up like a miracle. So you do the job on safety, and I'll get this place fixed up physically, and we're going to be so proud of it.
President Trump hitting the streets of D.C. for a firsthand look at his federal crime crackdown, meeting with law enforcement 2 weeks after deploying them to help secure the city. Since then, D.C. has seen a murder-free week as carjackings are down 83% and nearly 50% drop in robberies. Interior Secretary Doug Burgum was with the president last night. You saw him in the video.
Now, what I love about this like 2-week celebration is that, of course, when it comes to things like statistics, 2 weeks is not representative of anything, right? It's a tiny microcosm of an entire year. And you certainly, most statisticians wouldn't go basing anything upon 2 weeks worth of data. But Fox, oh no. Fox is going to come out here and get really excited and get Doug Burgum on to talk about it.
Department plays a big part as well. Thank you so much for joining us, Mr. Secretary.
Ainsley, great to be with you.
It was great to see you out there, and I know you have a big part of this because you oversee all the federal lands and the parks. I know you've worked with the homeless encampments, trying to clean that up in D.C. Tell us more about your role.
Well, one of the special things about being the Secretary of the Interior is you have an opportunity to work with 5 different law enforcement agencies, and the one that's got the biggest impact right here in Washington, D.C. is the U.S. Park Police. This is an organization that was founded by George Washington, none other, in 1791. But boy, they've been re-empowered by President Trump in 2025. I tell you, you just had the stats up there. Crime is way down, but morale is way up across the over a dozen federal agencies that are all deployed working on this. And you can ask any of the
yeah, and one thing about the Fox News' desire to come out and trot out 2 weeks worth of data is that while they're doing that, they are simultaneously insisting that the decades worth of data that showed that DC was already at a 30-year low in crime. It's like, yeah, well, we don't care about decades worth of data, but this 2 weeks, oh my God, can you believe it?
Leaders, Pam Bondi, Pete Hegseth, Kash Patel, Kristi Noem, any of us that are working with these law enforcement agencies, say the enthusiasm and morale is through the roof because they know that President Trump has their back. He's not just backing the blue with words, but he's backing it with actions and with support that's going to actually turn this around. And when Washington, D.C. becomes the safest capital in the world, it becomes a role model for the rest of the world, becomes a role model for every city in America.
Yes, sir. It shows that a strong police presence really works because you can look at those numbers, no murders in a week.
Just look at
Is
those
this
numbers.
The beginning of the end for D?
You just look at the numbers. Says I always forget this woman's name. It's not Ainsley. What's her name? Oh God. Okay. Now, this is going to shock you. But 2 days later, after this Fox News segment, this occurred in one of DC's upscale neighborhoods. Here's NBC4 Washington from 2 days ago.
We are following breaking news in the district. Right now, police are investigating a shooting that happened outside a home in an upscale northwest neighborhood. News 4's Jessica Albert is there with what we've learned so far about this investigation.
A neighbor tells me that he heard about 5 gunshots this morning in this neighborhood, which is very unusual for this neighborhood, he says, because it is normally very quiet. Let me show you what I can see here on the scene. This SUV has a window that has been broken out, and if you take a look over here, there appears to be what appears to be a gunshot. And if you look at the road, there's lots of glass here too. This shooting happened in the 3000 block of Chainbridge Road Northwest.
I heard a number of shots and a scream about 3 o'clock in the morning.
We spoke with people who live in the area but didn't want to be shown on camera.
A while later, I saw some flashing, and there ended up being 9 police cars here. Crime scene tape.
Investigators say a man was injured in this shooting, but they say he was not hit by a bullet. A source close to the investigation tells News 4 this shooting happened after an attempted burglary at a home on this street, leading to a confrontation between a security guard and the suspects. It is not clear.
There we go. One person injured in a robbery gone wrong in an upscale neighborhood in Washington, D.C. Multiple shots fired. Blown out car windows. My God, it is anarchy. It is anarchy in D.C. My God. I wonder how that factors into those crime numbers. All right, let's go here. This is from 2 days ago. Just some footage of those people that are supposedly keeping DC safe. Look at them, ensafening the city. Look at them. Look at how hard they are ensafening the city. I feel safer just seeing this. I'm like, oh my! I'm not even near DC. Not even close. But my gosh. I'm feeling incredibly safe right now. You should too. Look at them. 3 of them standing there. That dog, look at how suspicious that dog looks. Gotta make sure this bus stop, or whatever this is, you gotta keep that safe. You need a gun for that too. Need a gun for that. Thou doth need a gun to keep those very suspicious dogs in check. Let's see what the shadow president, Stephen Miller, Weekend Nosferatu, Vampire Man. See what he had to say about DC, the state of the city, the capital city of America.
Steve Miller, please say a few words.
Thank you, sir. So just to, first of all, follow up on what the Vice President said, no police officer working in the city can remember a time in their lives when there has been no murders. You can work at the police department for 20 years, 30 years, your whole life. We've checked the records. No one can even find a record.
I want to hear that one more time. Hold on, this is going to be relevant. I swear to God.
The President said, no police officer working in the city can remember a time in their lives when there has been no murders. You can work at the police department for 20 years, 30 years, your whole life. We've checked the records. No one can even find a record of being murder-free for as long as we've been murder-free under President Trump.
Okay, I really wanted to make sure that I heard every word of that from Steve there, Mr. Steve Miller. So Donald Trump's policies have created a murder-free environment
leadership.
in
Additionally, and the
Washington,
president spoke about this
D.C.,
before,
one which has never been seen before in history.
Covered in the process of uncovering a massive scandal in Washington, D.C. with the doctoring of crime stats. And the Department of Justice, under the Attorney General, is leading the effort to uncover this. But when we ultimately share the results, it will stun you. The extent to which, even though D.C. had the worst crime in America, honestly measured, it dramatically understated how bad it was. There's even accusations that murders and homicides were reported as accidents instead of murders. I mean, this is how severe the manipulation of the crime data has been in this city, and it will all be uncovered and it will all be brought to light. You know, I've had a chance to spend some time, as has everyone here, with the police officers in the city. Members of the public are going up to them and thanking them, just overflowing with gratitude, because for the first time in their lives, they can use the parks, they can walk on the streets. You have people who can walk freely at night without having to.
For the first time in their lives, they'll be going to the parks. It's incredible. My gosh, what an accomplishment. The first time in their lives, says Stephen Miller. Elderly people walking, honey, I just want to say thank you. I've never left the house in 79 years, and now finally I can enjoy the park. As a little girl, I have a memory of it as a little girl of seeing of the park, and now I am so thankful. Nobody's ever been to the parks in Washington, D.C., apparently. But now, thankfully, they can. Because there's no crime. And according to Stephen Miller, nobody can remember a time when there was so little crime. And a period of time when there were no murders. I just want us to remember that. Write that down for later. That's going to come up. That's going to come up later. This is Donald Trump on the same day saying some interesting things.
I think the Democrats better get smart. And, you know, politically, I hope they don't. But actually, in terms of love for the country, I hope they do, because it would be good to work together. So I'm thinking about, you know, when I have some slob like Pritzker criticizing us before we even go there, I make a statement that next should be Chicago, because as you all know, Chicago is a killing field right now. And they don't acknowledge it. And they say, we don't need him. Freedom, freedom. He's a dictator. He's a dictator. A lot of people are saying maybe we like a dictator. I don't like a dictator. I'm not a dictator. I'm a man with great confidence.
People say they maybe dictator's good. I'm not even into the idea, but people are telling me that maybe I should be. It's crazy, but dictator? I don't know. There you go, Donald Trump saying that if he's never a dictator, people want it, apparently. People like some people like it. Some people like dictators.
Washington was the most dangerous place in this country, and now, you know what? It's probably the safest place in our country. Everyone's starting to come here. The restaurants now you can't get in. Many of them closed because they couldn't open with crime. Everybody before me, what I'm doing, most of you won't say.
Oh, God. Donald Trump is incredibly safe now. D.C. is incredibly safe. People, they've left their houses, the restaurants, you can't even get in because they're closed. Not because they're busy, but because there's just no more restaurants don't exist anymore.
Safest place in our country. Everyone's starting to come here. The restaurants now you can't get in. Many of them closed because they couldn't open with crime. Everybody before me is happy what I'm doing. Most of you won't say that because you're radical left. The newspapers are so dishonest. The press is totally dishonest, but that's all right. We've gotten used to it. And we won in a landslide, so they obviously...
Most of you corrupt reporters won't even say that there's no more restaurants in Washington, D.C. because you're very nasty left-wing media.
It's their power. I mean, it's impossible to imagine that when you get 97% negative stories, purposely negative stories, even though you've done 97% positive things, that you could win an election in a landslide, winning all 7. Think of it, all 7 swing states, winning by the popular vote by millions of votes. We had a fantastic, the best is your districts. Out of 3,000 districts, I guess we won 3,500. We won 2,750, and they won 500.
There we go. Donald Trump, our president, railing against the corrupt, radical left, communist, Marxist media, which wants to pretend like there's still restaurants in Washington, D.C., even though they're all closed and nobody can go there because of the crime. Because of the crime. Everybody knows, but they corruptly cover it up. Now, at that same meeting, Donald Trump was just speaking. He signed an executive order. Now, I'm not sure if this can actually be held up in a court of law. I'm fairly certain that the thing which Donald Trump tried to make, well, at least one of the things that Donald Trump tried to make illegal in these executive orders, that being the burning of an American flag, which is, at least to my understanding, completely protected under the Constitution, First Amendment. But Donald Trump, don't let that stop Donald Trump from trying to make burning flags illegal by going immediately jail. Immediately jail. Oh, wait a second. I forgot. I threw a different... All right, before we go to immediately jail for flag burning, let's go here.
Down in D.C., Trump is maintaining his posture that it's essential that the National Guard stay in D.C. because of all of the crime. Because people are afraid, you know. People like Stephen Miller's wife. Can we put up this? Is this a still? Oh, yeah, here we go. Put up 8 if you don't mind here. Or 9, I apologize, then 8. Because I saw that I came across this excerpt. Sam Stein of The Bulwark and MSNBC reposted this anecdote about Stephen Miller, who is the most hysterical voice behind this crackdown. Be better, a stranger shouted at Stephen Miller, a senior Trump advisor and architect of his zero-tolerance immigration policy, as he walked through DuPont Circle a few months ago. Miller's visage, that's how I say it, right?
Visage.
Visage.
Yep, sure.
Subsequently appeared on the unwanted posters someone placed on lampposts ringing at his city center D.C. apartment building. One night after Miller ordered $80 of takeout sushi from a restaurant near his apartment, a bartender followed him into the street and shouted, "Stephen!" When Miller turned around, the bartender raised both middle fingers and cursed at him, according to an account Miller has shared with White House colleagues. It's good that he got that out and he didn't have to deal with that internally. Men should speak about their feelings more when they go through something so hurtful. Can you scroll to the
microaggression?
Yeah, but like any macho man, his wife is standing up for him in the replies. Katie Miller, famed podcaster, getting her start, trying really hard from the ground up with no internal help whatsoever.
It's because it's unsafe to take your family for a day to tour our nation's capital without fear of being carjacked with young kids in the car.
Help! I don't even know how relevant that is to the excerpt that he posted.
You are hysterical.
The quote above it, that it was saying, "I wonder if this DC invasion is because of the sushi thing."
Oh, yes.
And that's what she's replying to.
Oh, okay. It must have nothing to do with that. When you read about Stephen Miller, it's all vile, small, petty personal aggrievement, much like his boss. It's why Miller is Trump's longest advisor. And he is an open Nazi, Stephen Miller, also a Zionist. In the modern context, in 21st century, Nazis are Zionists, Zionists are Nazis. That's how it works. He Trump's longest advisor. When you read into his background, he was like angry that his family had to move from one wealthier part of California to a different school where there were Hispanic students speaking Spanish. And there are anecdotes in this Guerrero book of him going up to young Latina women, girls, I should say, in school and saying, speak English, and harassing them.
Don't be creepy.
He had a resentment about, in his view, losing a status in class to have to go to this kind of school. And he clearly has a resentment, and this is just a conservative thing, but it's a really it's more of even a fascist thing. The resentment of not being accepted for his reprehensible views in spaces like this. It's why bad comedians or people who can't make it in Hollywood go into conservative media, because they still crave the attention, but they don't have the talent, so they get attention in a different way by being inflammatory. It's the way a child would react.
That's the most boring origin story I've ever heard.
I know.
It's that's the weakest childhood trauma.
It's boring because it's basically across all of these people, and it's never anything real that would engender empathy, something that he had to go through of losing his health care or something, where it's oh, maybe I've changed my perspective on what the state should provide. It's just pettiness.
I visited DC in 2000. It was the first big city I ever visited besides Minneapolis, and it seemed fine. Walking.
Okay. Now, let us move it along. Talk about Donald Trump's decision to make the burning of a flag illegal.
Illegal?
Apparently, it's un-American.
America! Fuck yeah!
You wouldn't want to desecrate a flag.
Not gonna do it. Wouldn't be prudent at this juncture.
You see somebody disrespecting the flag, what thoughts go through your brain?
Get the hell out of here then. You don't like this country? Leave. Go somewhere else. There is nowhere else to go that's going to be better than America.
All right, go. Get the hell out of here then. You don't love this country? Get out of here. Go. They respect the flag. This was just a typical American flag with a couple of with guns on it.
So tell me about the shirt you've got on here.
It's one I found on the internet.
The flag is kind of in tatters and everything, and then it's kind of over the Constitution and all that?
Yes.
Would you say you're strongly against desecrating the flag?
Extremely, yes.
Extremely, yes.
So,
not your style.
No, not at all.
I would never do.
Unfortunately, they have the right to do that, but I would never do that to a flag. So, but
if you burn a flag, you get 1 year in jail, no early exits, no nothing. What it does is incite to riot. I hope they use that language, by the way. Did they?
Yeah, incitement is
incite to riot.
Inciting. Rioters at the Capitol attacking a D.C. police officer. It shows these terrorists dragging the officer down the stairs, beating and stomping
Illegal.
and smashing him with a pole flying the American flag.
Glad he made it in office. I think he was elected in 2020. I don't know what happened there. Bunch of mumbo jumbo with the election, but.
And what did you think about the mumbo jumbo that happened on January 6th at the Capitol?
So on my truck, I had Free the Patriots on my truck when I come up here for the inauguration because I believe that they were wrongfully persecuted.
Oh.
Were you happy when Donald Trump pardoned all the people who were,
yes, very.
Even
Very
the
happy.
violent offenders?
Yes.
Yes, very happy about that.
Just keep it flying.
Keep it flying? And why do you want to keep it flying?
Why would anybody want to erase our heritage?
Well, some people would say that flag symbolizes racism, it symbolizes slavery, and they might have some valid points there.
That's their opinion, they're welcome to their opinion if they want it.
Are you pro-slavery or against slavery?
I have no.
And I've said it, and I'll say it again, but I think Confederates are the most anti-American group of people in America. You know, and while they claim that many of these people will say that we are the ones who hate America, but they're the ones who wear flags that represent a literally anti-American separatist group.
They're welcome to their opinion if they want it.
Are you pro-slavery or against slavery?
I have no comment. Thank you for the interview.
I'll give you one more chance. Pro or anti-slavery?
Come on! No comment.
Not gonna do it.
I'll give you one more
at this
opportunity
juncture.
to say if you're pro or anti-slavery.
No comment.
All right. Well, there you have it. No comment on the if you're in favor of slavery or not. Hey guys, where are you guys coming in from?
Literally the easiest question.
Hey, America first?
This is the easiest question of all time. And this white supremacist is like, I can't comment. I can't comment on whether slavery is good or not.
All right.
Land of the free, home of the brave.
It's got the Confederate flag now.
Is the Confederate flag the thing to put out there if you want to bring this nation together?
The Confederate flag is a Southern heritage, and everything that's being divided and taken away from us, our Southern heritage, no, I stand against that. But it has nothing to do with racism.
But people think of it because, it represents slavery and then anti-slavery. Do you understand why people might think that?
What about people that don't understand the swastika?
People who don't understand the swastika. Well, what about that swastika? Do you know about? Have you heard of the swastika before?
Don't understand the swastika.
Can you tell me about it?
Yeah, the swastika is a sign of peace. Hitler
He keeps saying
took it
swastika.
in 1935 when he became chancellor. He took it and turned it into evil.
But do you want people wearing a swastika around?
I don't care if they wear swastika.
That's
around.
fine.
It doesn't
They can
bother
wear
me.
as many swastikas as they
bother you.
want.
No, because it doesn't mean what everybody thinks it means.
But could you you understand understand if
people think one thing about what a swastika means, but they don't actually know what a swastika means. Of course.
But could you understand if people didn't want to see a swastika?
Thank God we have this scholar to explain it to us before this conversation. I did not know what a swastika was, and now I feel I do know more than I did before.
I can understand it.
So could you understand why the Confederate flag might make people feel the same way?
No.
Respect the flag. You know what I hate? You see people sometimes, and they'll desecrate the flag. Have you seen that? Like they don't respect the flag. They'll like put markings on the flag. They'll like put text over a flag. They'll change the colors of the flag, and I'm like, that's the American flag. You never ever do anything to desecrate the American flag ever. This is another good one. You have the text going right over the flag there, and it looks nice. And then there's like it's splattering. That's cool.
It is though, yeah.
So you were saying you did lose your job as a result of the vaccines.
Yep, because I just wasn't allowed in people's homes without a mask, or a lot of people would ask me, are you vaccinated?
And it was at a big company or no?
Small company, self-employed, just myself. And,
okay, so
and my
you
kids, yeah.
you kind of had to let yourself go. You fired yourself.
Important to always respect the American flag. We love the American flag.
I love that. I love imagining that this guy sits down at the office and then he sits across from himself. Then he looks at himself and says, "Now look, you've been making a lot of fuss about the vaccine, but people don't want us in the house unless we get the vaccine. And we're not going to be able to continue employing you unless you get that vaccine. I'm sorry." And then he says to himself, How dare you? I'm not getting that vaccine.
Allowed in people's homes without a mask, or a lot of people would ask me, are you vaccinated?
And it was at a big company or no?
Small company, self-employed, just myself. And,
okay, so
and my
you
kids, yeah.
you kind of had to let yourself go. You fired yourself.
Important to always respect the American flag. We love the American flag. You should never put something over it like a giant skull with another American flag on that skull that's disrespecting it twice, or just put a bunch of writing on it. That would be very disrespectful, and anyone that would do that would be a son of a bitch, according to Donald Trump. All right. You for or against gay marriage?
I'm against.
Is there a reason why?
Well, it's not biblical. I mean, I believe in what the Bible says.
Leviticus 20:13, if a man lays with a man as he lays with a woman, surely he should be put to death. I have a question. Have you ever eaten shrimp before?
But no, what?
Have you eaten shrimp before?
Yeah.
Do you think we should outlaw eating shrimp?
Illegal. No.
Because in Leviticus it says not to eat shrimp.
Jesus ain't say that. I didn't read that.
Okay. It's in the Bible.
I didn't read it.
Have you ever eaten pork before?
Of course.
Do you think we should outlaw eating pork?
No.
It's in the Bible that you can't eat pork, though.
I didn't read it that way.
Should we outlaw?
Do you see this? You see her reaction just now? Oh my god. I assume this is her grandfather or something. Did you see her reaction just now when he said that you can't eat pork? Oh my god.
It's in the Bible that you can't eat pork, though.
I didn't read it that
She
way.
looks back.
Should we outlaw gay marriage?
Is that right, Pa? Is that right, Pa? We're not supposed to be eating pork? Are we going to hell? Look at her. She's looking off. She's having an existential crisis. She's having an existential crisis over here, like looking off into the distance, wondering, oh my God, I've been eating pork this whole time. Is that true? That's true. I'm not supposed to be eating no pork.
The Bible should be taught in schools.
Yes.
Yeah?
Most definitely. Because children have gotten away from that. You know, because they have. And it needs to be put back.
Look at all these flag desecrators. This is illegal now.
Illegal.
Go to jail. Immediately jail. Immediately jail. Okay? You're desecrating the flag.
All the schools, Catholic schools and public schools.
So you want the Bible back in school. Do you think there are books that should be banned from schools?
Yeah, of course.
There is a book that has a story of two daughters getting their father drunk and having sex with them. Would you want that in a school?
No, absolutely. Yeah, of course no. Of course no. That's the devil's work. We don't want the devil's work in school.
All right, well, there you have it.
We don't want
Talk
the
to some
devil's work
people
in
who
schools.
want the Bible taught in school, but also want the Bible banned in school. So
Illegal.
It's about 160, and I get about 400 miles on the tank, so it's a lot.
So you got this huge.
Look at this man. Another flag desecrator.
Illegal. Illegal.
Here, and it's running right now, right?
Yeah, I'm trying to charge my phone.
So you're running the truck to charge the phone?
Jesus Christ.
But you're concerned about gas prices?
Well, I'm not really concerned. It's one of those things you gotta have it. So, but it'd be
One
nice.
of those things.
You gotta run the truck to charge the phone?
Yeah.
You gotta do it.
You would describe yourself as a Christian, is that right?
You gotta do it. You gotta do it. Look at all these flag desecrators. Everybody desecrating the flag repeatedly, over and over again. Immediately jail, 1 year. Immediately jail, 1 year. Desecrating flag. That's just the world we live in now.
Now imagine you're holding coffee.
This is outrageous. Where are the armed men who come in to take the protesters away? Where are they? This kind of behavior is never tolerated in Boracua. You shout like that, they put you in jail right away. No trial, no nothing. Journalists, we have a special jail for journalists. You're stealing, right to jail. You're playing music too loud, right to jail, right away. You're driving too fast, jail. Slow, jail. You're charging too high prices for sweaters, glasses. You right to jail.
Illegal.
You undercook fish, believe it or not, jail. You overcook chicken, also jail.
Undercook, overcook. Yeah, and that's immediately jail. And that is us right now. Okay, you burn a flag, jail, immediately jail. Too high prices on the Advil? Jail.
Illegal.
But, you know, you litter in D.C., jail.
Illegal.
In our nation's beautiful capital, jail. Immediately jail. But it's the only way to clean up the streets, okay? But we were already told, though, by Stephen Miller that finally D.C. is crime-free, living in a time of 0 murders in Washington, D.C. Fox News parading around saying, no murders here, everything, no crime, have not seen a crime, we've been checking. No crimes. No crimes here. And Donald Trump also coming out with a similar sentiment here during the cabinet meeting earlier this week. It was on Tuesday.
Mr. President, regarding crime in D.C., something that might help especially ladies is being able to carry. I know you've talked about reciprocal carry. Would you like for that to apply here in Washington, D.C.?
When you say carry, I assume you're talking about carry what we're talking about, right? In other words, carry a gun. Is that right? Would you like to carry a gun?
I would like to, yes, sir.
You'd feel a hell of a lot better, right?
I absolutely would.
I agree with you
Okay,
100%,
great.
But I'll tell you, within another couple of weeks, it's hard to believe what's been accomplished in 12 days, but within another couple of weeks, you won't have to carry. You're not going to have to carry. You're going to be safe. People are safe now. The turn has gone fast. I knew it was going to go fast, but this turn has gone really fast. And within a month or two, this is going to be one of the safest places in the country. I have no doubt.
In a couple of weeks, you won't even need a gun. Okay, it's been such a fast turn. We came in, we ensafened D.C. immediately.
Immediately, if not sooner.
We ensafened it. Everything is fantastic now. All right, we blew through the free hour of the stream. I'm going to have to start a goal now to ensure that we get all of the sweet content tonight. Okay, there we go. Content goal started in the chat. Super chat, super stickers, memberships all go to that goal. All right, there we go. Donald Trump suggesting that it's going to be very safe. It wasn't clear the timeline. He said it was already safe, incredibly safe, but in 2 weeks... 2 months, 2 weeks or 2 months, couple weeks, couple months, it's gonna be the safest city on the planet. Now, Jeanine Pirro, the attorney, I guess, is she the district attorney? The U.S. attorney, sorry, the U.S. attorney for the District of Columbia held a press briefing earlier. Let's see what old Jeanine had to say.
Thank you.
We see these violent traffickers that were taken off the street. This juxtaposed a little bit with the fact that there was a murder in D.C. in Anaheim.
What? Yeah.
Last night.
Yeah, unfortunately.
Can you weigh in on that a little bit? We saw, the president, vice president, a number of different individuals saying that the streets have never been safer. But there was a murder last night, and I just would love your thoughts on that.
You know, I have to give the president kudos for everything he's doing. No one has bothered to bring in the resources of law enforcement, federal and local. I mean, the DEA, the FBI, the marshals, the park police, the Capitol Police, the Metro Police. I'm sure I'm leaving someone out. But that is a scenario that we should all be grateful for because it puts us in a position of making us safer. Are people going to commit crimes? Of course they are. But I think every...
There you go. There's Jeanine Pirro, U.S. Attorney for the District of Columbia. When asked about the fact that there was a murder in D.C. last night, her response was, quote, "Nobody has thought to bring in all of these federal law enforcement forces to patrol the streets." And then follows it up with yeah, I mean, people are there. I mean, they're going to commit crimes. I mean, it's not like people aren't going to commit crimes, but nobody has thought to do what we've done. I'm not sure that's really an answer, but I'll take it. Let's talk about this murder. This is shocking. I mean, I was told that everything was safe now. Everything was safe. Donald Trump reassuring a hyperventilating reporter about wanting to carry a gun, saying that everything was going to be safe in days, weeks. Stephen Miller saying that we can now walk in the parks and everything. No more crimes, no more murders. Fox News telling us the same thing. And yet...
All right, let's get to a Fox 5 News alert. Overnight, a deadly shooting in the district marking the end of a streak of no homicides since the federal takeover of the district. Stephanie Ramirez following the development. She's outside the White House this morning, where the president continues to sign executive orders aimed on cracking down on crime. Steph, what happened?
And Steve, on crime numbers, we know that the federal government, the administration as well, they've been touting the federal takeover as the reason why crime has dropped in the district. Now, we just learned in our newsroom over the past hour that a man shot in Southeast D.C. has died from his injuries. The shooting happening a little bit before 12:30 this morning. This was on Anacostia Road in Southeast. And since the federal takeover now in the past 2 weeks, I want to show you a lot of what we've been seeing on social media, especially.
You're not making anything safe. We don't want you here.
And those in D.C. continuing to protest federal task force arrests and be there to record as witnesses, making sure no civil rights are being violated. Now, we are waiting for the latest figures to be released, but as of Monday, the DOJ was making sure to share that so far they've had a total of 1,007 arrests and 111 illegal guns taken off the streets before this morning's fatal shooting. The U.S. Attorney for D.C., Judge Jeanine Pirro, was also celebrating those in nearly 2 weeks of no murders in the district.
I think the most important part of all this is that today, on August 25th, we are in our 12th day of no homicides. In spite of the fact that we have 101 homicides so far this year, it has been 12 days without one homicide. And I got to tell you, folks, that's big. That's really big. The deterrent effect of all that's going on as a result of the president's move to make D.C. safe and beautiful is literally changing the safety landscape of Washington.
Wow, that's the only way to solve it, eh, Jeanine? The only way to solve the murders in D.C. Now, what is interesting about that 100 murders figure is if that's true, that means at least under Donald Trump's leadership, until he called the military in on the city, murders were up big time. Last year, there was only 150 murders, and in the first half of this year, there was 100. So I don't know what Donald Trump did specifically to lead to that, but it feels like it's his fault. Let's go here. This is ABC 7.
Police say a 31-year-old man was killed shortly after midnight this morning along Anacostia Road in Southeast. People in this part of D.C. have been calling for a heavier law enforcement presence. And tonight, our Christian Flores is pressing the White House and D.C. police about their patrol strategy.
Bright yellow police tape littering the 300 block of Anacostia Road Southeast, the scene of the first homicide in D.C. in almost 2 weeks. Top prosecutor Jeanine Pirro lamenting the broken milestone.
And I was devastated this morning when I found out there was a homicide last night, because we were counting every day, no homicide.
The White House continued.
We were
counting
counting
federal
every
officers.
day. We were coming out. I was on Instagram posting videos. This is ruining my snap streak right now with my bestie. Like, it's ridiculous. Like, they don't actually care about the murder rate. They just were. This was just a what do you call it? A line item in their PR campaign right now. Look at us right now. Day 11, we did it.
The city, but one community leader who lives near the scene of the homicide asks,
As we already have the federal agents over here. Where were they last night? Why didn't they prevent that crime?
ANC Commissioner Ashley Ruff, however, does not think federal officer patrols are the solution.
Like, there are so many other commissioners that put in the time and the effort to actually make their safe streets. It's just a tribe taking care of its own people.
But just a short drive away in the Fairlawn community, this shooting in broad daylight has residents rattled.
These are, active gun ranges in our school districts.
Well, there we go. It would seem the crimes are still happening in Washington, D.C., even though we're now spending $1 million a day to mobilize the National Guard on the city streets. Doesn't seem very effective. Doesn't even seem like a very effective strategy, if you ask me. Okay, hold on. I'll be right back. Okay, I am back. Sorry for the delay, everyone. Now, I'm not entirely sure if this was in response to the fact that there was a murder in D.C., but Donald Trump, around 18 hours ago, endorsed bringing back the death penalty to Washington, D.C.
It's a new escalation by Donald Trump in his standoff with the federal capital. The US president said he would restore the death penalty in Washington, D.C., where it has been outlawed for local crimes since 1981.
Anybody murders something in the Capitol, capital punishment, capital punishment. If somebody kills somebody in the Capitol, Washington, D.C., we're going to be seeking the death penalty.
Oh my God, he meant it literally. Capital punishment. It's capital punishment for people in the Capitol.
Washington, D.C., we're going to be seeking the death penalty.
I call it all caps. I call it all caps punishment.
Long a Democratic stronghold, Washington, D.C. does not have statehood, but as a federal enclave falls under the jurisdiction of Congress, meaning a vote there would suffice to make the change. Trump has for the past month mounted a campaign against what he calls lawlessness in the Capitol, sending in the National Guard in early August. The president says Washington has been invaded by gangs, but figures show a drop in crime after a spike in 2021. Having already deployed the National Guard in Los Angeles, Trump has also said he will tackle crime in other Democratic-run cities, including San Francisco, Baltimore and Chicago. The Democratic governor of Illinois says Trump is simply trying to intimidate his political rivals.
So in case there was any doubt as to the motivation behind Trump's military occupations, take note. 13 of the top 20 cities in homicide rate have Republican governors. None of these cities is Chicago.
Federal law allows the US president to deploy troops in the event of an insurrection or the inability of police to maintain order. A loophole that Donald Trump has previously exploited to threaten Democratic cities that refuse to cooperate with his policies of mass deportation, particularly Washington, D.C., a city where in 3 presidential elections he never managed to get more than 6.5% of the vote.
Oh, there we go. All caps punishment. If you're in the Capitol, then you get capital punishment. You do anything nasty, death. Immediately death. Skip past jail. Immediately jail. That's over now. Now it's immediate death. All right, let's see how some more Washington, D.C. residents felt about this federal takeover.
These Washington, D.C. residents are on edge after seeing unidentified federal law enforcement officers in their neighborhood. They cover their faces and carry rifles as they stand outside an apartment where local police arrested a drug offender.
In addition to, there's narcotics and a firearm that's illegal inside the apartment. So no federal assets are even here anymore. Right now it's only MPD. The ATF assisting us. The DEA folks that were here all have left earlier. The suspect has been transported off the scene. He's safe. We're safe.
Get the guns off the street. Great.
Get rid of the Second Amendment?
Why not do it at 6:30 a.m.? Why not do it at 10:30? Why do it precisely at school drop-off time and terrorize these children who are going to remember this for the rest of their lives?
It's one boil over among many that have erupted across the nation's capital as President Donald Trump brings in more federal law enforcement to crack down on crime, homelessness, and immigration.
We have literally 20 cars, now motorcycles, and God knows who else here. So it's frightening. We're very upset. We want them to go away. We want them to our neighborhood.
Well, there you go. There's a large number of D.C. residents who seem to not be pleased with the presence of federal troops walking through their streets. Some sort of federalized law enforcement agency. A Gestapo, if you will. President's own personal task force. Doesn't seem to be very welcome there in D.C. Now, I don't think they're going to be super welcome in Maryland either, where Donald Trump has suggested that they are going to go next. Let's hear what the governor of Maryland had to say.
Now, the president has long championed the death penalty. For D.C., though, I should note, it is not a simple ask, given capital punishment is not even in the city's legal code, and achieving it would likely face major obstacles here. But this all came as the president also made clear he plans to extend federal control over D.C. with help from Congress after his 30 days to do so is up and will then require their authorization.
Number one, we want to stay there for longer than 30 days. As you know, we have an absolute mandate, and I can extend it, but I'd rather not have to declare a national emergency because by that time, I mean, right now, there's not an emergency.
After the president threatened to send in the National Guard to other states and cities.
It would be weird to declare a national emergency since there's no emergency. I mean, for one city, sure, I could make up an emergency. For a whole country?
Governor invited him to come to the city that he was calling out, an invitation that the president responded to this way today.
Baltimore, Wes Moore was telling me I want to walk with the president. Well, I said, I want to walk with you too someday, but first you got to clean up your crime because I'm not walking in Baltimore right now. Baltimore is a hellhole.
My lead source tonight is the Democratic governor of Maryland that you just heard the president mention there, Wes Moore. And Governor, thank you for being here tonight. I think just first off, what is your response to the president calling Baltimore, as he put it there, a hellhole?
Well, the president seems to be obsessed with me. You know, today he called me a beauty, and when I first met him, he just talked about how I was a good-looking guy. And now he just continues to make statements that are just flat out false about our state's largest city. You know, the reality is that when I first became the governor, Baltimore in 2022 had about a homicide a day. Now, in the past 2.5 years, Baltimore and the state of Maryland have had amongst the fastest drops in violent crime anywhere in the United States. The last time the homicide rate was this low in Baltimore City, I was not born yet. And we have done it by making historic investments in law enforcement, by making historic investments in predictive technologies, and we've done it by actually working with the mayor, working with the state's attorney, working with community violence intervention groups, and working with the community to be able to ensure that people can feel safer in their neighborhoods. And the thing is that we know we have more work to do, but we're not going to be performative or cynical about the way we are doing it, and not taking the approach that the President of the United States seems to be taking about making people safe in communities.
What are you going to...
There we go, Wes Moore, governor of Maryland, talking about the crime statistics in his state, which over the last few years have indeed been dropping precipitously. But Donald Trump, of course, named Baltimore as a potential place to call the National Guard into. Ooh, I just want to mention, I just saw somebody donated on PayPal just now. Very much appreciated. I think that was PB. We're now only $20 away from solving the galactic deficit. That's quite good. That is quite good. With 5 days left in the month, that's only $4 a day. And that also gets us 3. Count that towards the goal, the chat goal. So that gets us to 3 of 10. Getting us started, breaking the ice. on the YouTube goal. Okay, let's go here now to another Democrat state with a Democratic governor. J.B. Pritzker had some things to say about Donald Trump in a press conference on Monday.
Illegal.
There we go, J.B. Pritzker claiming that what Donald Trump is attempting to do is illegal and unconstitutional.
Illegal.
Now, Donald Trump also had things to say about California's representatives.
And Lee, in Los Angeles, if you could, because of the fires, Lee was there. And as you know, we have very strict federal rules having to do with the rebuilding of those houses. And Lee was able to get the approvals done for everybody immediately. It was so fast, nobody could believe it. And the mayor
Immediately,
and the
if not
governor
sooner.
still haven't gotten their approvals. And they're going to have riots out there for that reason. These are great homeowners. They want to build their house. They can't get approved because you have the mayor, Bass, who has no idea what she's doing. And you have a governor who is just such a bad governor. And the people are unable to build their house. The toughest permit to get was the federal permit by far. And yet he got them all in a short period of time after the fire. How long did it take?
Well, Mr. President, you came in, signed an executive order, and told the EPA that we had less than 30 days to complete our hazardous material removal, which the initial response, once all of our heart rates went down a bit, was just to figure out how to get it done. We got it done in just less than 30 days. The Army Corps of Engineers then comes in for the debris removal. The federal government, in clearing over 13,000 properties that were destroyed because of these wildfires. We've got to the point today where property owners all across Los Angeles, they're grateful to the Trump administration. They're happy that we did our part, but they are desperate to rebuild. And there is not a single green light approval that they are waiting for from the Environmental Protection Agency. The EPA and the Army Corps of Engineers proudly have done our work. It's important for those local officials to let these property owners build on their land. It's their property. It doesn't belong to the mayor of Los Angeles. And they need to represent their people better. They're ready to build.
When will they have their permits from Los Angeles?
Well, here's the problem, Mr. President, is that they have been ready since the moment we were done with the federal part. I mean, well, I was visiting a week after. Actually, I thought my first trip was going to be to Los Angeles. However, the moment I got confirmed, the vice president said, "You're going to East Palestine right away." So that actually ended up being the first visit because the vice president's so passionate about that from the great state of Ohio. Then we went to Los Angeles from there. We're talking about the beginning of February, where we were meeting with property owners already. They were already all set up. They had the contractors. It was the beginning of February, and they were waiting for green lights from Los Angeles to be able to go onto their property and start rebuilding. Some of the same people who were waiting for a green light ready with the contractors at the beginning of February are still waiting now in the middle of August. Let these Californians...
You're talking about also taking away some of the properties and building low-income housing on those properties. They're going to have problems like they've never had before.
They're seizing the properties. California is stealing the properties of good white Americans and turning them into low-income housing.
People don't know what they're doing. So we have all our permit. Everything the federal government has to do was done long ago. They should have been. I went to a town hall with Lee, but we were there, and the mayor was saying it would take 2 years, maybe 3 years to get this approved. I said, no, not 2 years, 2 days. They should have it in 2 days. I toured the site, and I met.
In 2 days, why years? We should be doing it in days. There you go, Donald Trump. Look at how upset he is, incensed by all of this. Now, I don't think there's a single example of the government of California taking anyone's properties and turning them into low-income housing. I think that would be shocking. That would be shocking to find out that was going on. But there we go, Donald Trump, very upset. Look at his face. He's clearly upset about it. Oh, nasty Gavin Newsom and that terrible low IQ Karen Bass. Both terrible, horrible communists. Marxist, Leninist, communist, socialist. Okay, all right. Let's move on from California. But stay in the cabinet meeting room where Donald Trump had this to say about his decision to allow the press into the cabinet meeting room.
Okay, you know what I think? I think this. You have not had this happen for 4 years. You sat and you'd ask one question to Biden, and it was always the ice cream question, right? What flavor ice cream do you like best? I like vanilla. And that was the end of the conference. I think now we've done enough. These people are very busy. I want to just thank, this is the greatest, this has never been done before. First of all, a cabinet meeting was sacred. You'd never let the fake news media in.
Oh my God.
But the fake news media.
Oh my God, there's more gold in the cabinet meeting room now. Do you see it? Oh my God. I swear to God, this wasn't here last week. Am I losing my mind? Donald Trump is putting gold accents on literally every surface in the White House. This is insane.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills!
Jesus Christ. Why was this necessary? Why was this necessary? How am I just noticing this right now?
It's all fake. It's a lot of it is, but it's not all. I think it's a great thing. I think maybe it's going to be done in the future. I hope it's going to be done. But you really get the word out. I mean, we had, each one of these people spoke. I think each one, if I thought one of them did badly, I would call that person out. I would say, Christy, what the heck are you doing? No, but no, seriously, you have a very talented group of people. They get along, they work along together. And there's something really nice about just, the openness of what we're doing. It's government. It's an open government. That's what we are. And we haven't made too many mistakes. Maybe we'll.
No mistakes.
We haven't made too many mistakes. We've called it right. And I think you can be very proud of your country. We are a respected country again. We are really, right now, respected at the highest level, and we're doing great.
Very respected at the highest of levels. Everyone thinks we're doing great. Well, maybe not everybody. Canada seems to be concerned about Donald Trump's decision to ban mail-in voting.
Donald Trump hates mail-in ballots. He wants to get rid of them because they're responsible for massive voter fraud. The whole thing's a scam, one big hoax.
Mail-in ballots are corrupt. You can never have a real democracy with mail-in ballots.
It's worth pointing out, when Donald Trump lost the 2020 election to Joe Biden, more Americans than ever voted by mail. That's nearly 70 million Americans in 2020 who voted by the method Trump is now trying to destroy. And if he's successful by signing an executive order to that effect, it would completely overhaul what has been a mainstay of American elections since the Civil War.
If the president were and Congress were to eliminate mail-in balloting, this would be just about the first time in American history that the national government has acted to try to restrict voting rights.
So why do it? Does Trump have a point? And if he does, what can he actually do about it?
We, as a Republican Party, are going to do everything possible that we get rid of mail-in ballots.
Part of Trump's argument that mail-in voting is bad is that no other country does it.
You know that we're the only country in the world, I believe, I may be wrong, but just about the only country in the world that uses it because of what's happened. Massive fraud all over the place.
So I find it hard to believe Trump only suspects he might be wrong about this, because he is very wrong about this.
Well, there are many other countries, of course, that use mail-in voting, Canada being one of them. I mean, thousands, tens of thousands of people in our country used mail-in voting last time to cast a ballot in the federal election campaign.
And it's not just Canada. More than 30 countries around the world allow at least some voting by mail. Trump is right that most don't, but many of Europe's biggest democracies do, and have for decades. The UK, France, Germany, Spain, Austria, Switzerland, Greece. And by all accounts, these are all successful democracies without compromised elections and widespread voter fraud. So where's the scam?
It's infinitesimally small. States like Oregon
Illegal.
and Washington, for example, which have been using mail-in voting for many, many years, almost exclusively, the incidences of proven voter fraud are so astronomically small.
Astronomically small, as in, over a 20-year period, according to one law and policy think tank citing the New York Times, Oregon, the pioneer in this area, has sent out more than 100 million mail-in ballots since 2000 and has documented only about a dozen cases of proven fraud.
Wow, 12 out of 100 million. My God, that is infinitesimally small numbers there. But of course, Donald Trump's desire to get rid of mail-in voting is that he perceives as being that more Democrats vote by mail than Republicans. And he's hoping to get rid of another aspect that he views as being possibly beneficial to liberals, Democrats, in the 2026 primary, or the 2026 election. The midterm, of course, coming up closer and closer. This is just more disenfranchisement of the voters. All right, let's talk about the House Freedom Caucus. Apparently, multiple House Freedom Caucus members are on track to leaving Congress. Oh God, freedom is under threat.
Welcome back. Although we're more than a year away from the 2026 elections, it's never too early to discuss them here, and it's a virtual certainty that the House Freedom Caucus is going to look quite different in the next Congress, because three of its members, Congressman Andy Biggs of Arizona, Byron Donalds of Florida, and Ralph Norman of South Carolina, are running for governor in their respective states. And last week, Congressman Chip Roy announced that he's running for Texas Attorney General. Here to dig into what that means is Paul Kane. He is senior congressional correspondent for the Washington Post. And as I tell everyone, he is the man from whom I learned everything I know about Congress, because we used to work together in a much less spacious space up at the Capitol. So it's very good to see you.
Thank you,
And get to
Ed.
talk to you about this on camera. You pointed this out, that so many of them now are getting ambitious and thinking that the Freedom Caucus mentality and style can transcend statewide elections, writing in your article that their campaigns follow months of battles with House Speaker Mike Johnson over policy details in the process for pushing Trump's agenda. Is that what's driving them out of Washington, or do they really see a chance to take this to a bigger stage?
I think it's a combination of both, Ed. I think they have, I think they're all ambitious people, and they think, you know, being governor, you get you get more exposure, you get a chance to actually do stuff. Governors are always doing stuff. State attorneys general get to sue people. They get to prosecute bad guys. You get more attention than you do as a rank and file member of Congress. But it's no secret, they're all very frustrated because they just, you know, I made up a list of all the times they had to fold in the last 6 or 7.
Well, there you go. It's possible that a number of House Freedom Caucus members attempt to run for different office rather than staying in Congress. Incredibly sad story. All right, I think that's probably a good spot for us to take a break, because we're about to switch topics to talking immigration, among other things. Just want to remind everybody that we've got goals still. That's right, still got goals around here. Also want to say thank you to John. Just donated $10 over on Cash App. Getting us $10 away from the galactic deficit goal. I mean, that thing is almost done. I did not think we were going to get this far on the galactic deficit goal in such a short period of time. But thanks to all of you people so consistently contributing, we have essentially gotten it done. Everybody can go back to gifting memberships and sending super stickers and things. But now's, good enough time as any to take a quick break. Don't worry, though. We'll be right back after this brief galactic intermission. All right, I hope everybody's been enjoying the stream so far. If you haven't already, hit the like button and don't forget to subscribe. Hit the bell icon too so you get the latest notifications. While you're at it, do also consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are completely funded by individuals like you. YouTube, super chat, super stickers, and memberships. Those are some good ways, of course, for you to show your support for the show. Of course, if you prefer your money go directly to funding the stream rather than the bottom line of YouTube, Cash App, and PayPal are also available to you. But of course, the very best way to get the most space benefits for your Earth dollars is to go on to Patreon and become a Galactic patron for the low price of $3 a month. That's right, 10 freaking cents a day. You can get yourself access to there's an overwhelming number of space benefits unseen by the rest of the goddamn Milky Way galaxy. By the way, we're at 5 of 10 now on the goal in chat. 2 hours left to complete it. I think we can do it, everyone. All right. Enjoy the break. Grab yourselves a drink, maybe a snack, and I will be right back. All right, everyone, I am back. It's time for us to start the second half of the stream. So get back in your seat, Space Fams, otherwise you're gonna miss it. Just an update for those who haven't been here the whole time. We are halfway through the content goal on YouTube. We basically finished the galactic deficit. And unfortunately, overnight, I don't know what the cause of. I think this was because around this time last month, I think Pitchfork's Dragon gifted a ton of memberships, and I think a lot of those gifted memberships dropped off last night. People did not restart the memberships themselves, unfortunately. So we are way behind on trying to get to 19 on emotes right now. One day we'll get to 19 emotes. I was really hoping we could get to it this month. Doesn't look like that's gonna happen. We'll have to shoot for September now. But we ended all of this. I don't remember what we were talking about. What were we talking about? We were talking about the state of politics. Let's continue talking politics, specifically immigration. Ron DeSantis, governor of Florida, took aim at California's governor, Gavin Newsom, earlier, relating to sanctuary state policies. Ron, like many Republicans right now, is fixated upon a specific story relating to immigration and immigrants in this country. Let's see what Ron had to say here yesterday on Tuesday.
Why did Florida law enforcement check his immigration status at the scene of the accident? Why was he allowed to go back to California?
Well, a couple things. I think one is the witnesses were dead. So you had 3 witnesses that were dead, killed in the crash. You have Singh and then his passenger, neither of whom spoke English. So you have a crash scene. It wasn't obvious to the troopers at the time that there was a criminal offense that had been committed. And so they obviously had to clear the road to make sure everyone was in. But they understood this guy. They had his information. They did what was right. They conducted an investigation. They got the video. And then clearly it was a situation where there was probable cause that a crime had been committed. We were able to do the extradition, and it was fine. But, if you had someone that had survived, then, you may have been able to get probable cause at the scene. As it is, the witnesses were dead. And so the troopers had to rely on getting the video, which obviously wasn't apparent. Now, we did do an announcement. The Attorney General did an announcement in Bay County. They were able to nab some folks. We are looking at, with these weigh stations, to be able. Now, it's tricky because we as a state don't have access to the immigration information, right? So if DHS gave it to us, if it's California license, we don't recognize California licenses granted to illegal aliens. If you could do a spot check, we'll absolutely do that. I think what they're at least able to do, though, is ensure that the drivers coming through are able to read and understand English, because this guy couldn't speak English. And you guys have all seen these roads where you'll go, these are busy highways, and there'll be little gaps in them, for official use only or this or that. It is not meant for motorists to just do a U-turn. It is certainly not meant for a semi-truck to do an abrupt U-turn. And so I don't think he knew what was going on. It was reckless disregard for the safety of other people. And he tries to do this abrupt U-turn, and that other car didn't have a chance. That other car didn't have a chance. So, and I know the Attorney General is asking the Trump administration to consider pausing CDL programs in California and Washington State, because first of all, you're not allowed to issue a CDL to somebody who is not in this country legally. You're not allowed to issue a CDL to somebody who is not capable of understanding traffic signs and have an ability to communicate.
There we go. Ron DeSantis about 15 times reiterating that this man, this immigrant who is supposedly undocumented, who got into a traffic accident on a highway when doing a U-turn in a semi-truck, leading to the death of 3 people. Ron DeSantis, and the fact is up until now, I had actually been taking these people, these cynical, racist, xenophobic assholes at their word, that supposedly this man couldn't speak English, because they keep saying it over and over again. Oh, this guy can't even speak English. He can't even understand the signs. He can't, why he shouldn't be on the road and blah, 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 blah. As it turns out, he can speak English. I'd like to point you to Exhibit A, a video posted to the Associated Press of this truck driver at a different time. This was in July.
Going to ride it for 55 and a 45, all right? Since you said that you were starting to slow down, I'm going to help you out, okay? It's just 55 and a 45. The fine is only $25. Thank you, sir. You have 30 days to pay it. You can pay it online, by phone, or through the mail, or you can come back and see a judge. What would you like to do?
In the 5 year, in the no ticket.
No tickets?
Yeah.
I hate to be the first guy to write you a ticket, but...
Full name, sir?
Yes, sir.
Maybe in that, this my ticket, and my license, or how many years?
Don't quote me on this. I think a ticket will stay anywhere from 5 to 7 years, depending on what state you're from. Anywhere for that long, okay? Okay, all right.
There you go. He seems to understand English perfectly well. He just had a full conversation with this officer, it would seem, which lasted all the way from the truck over here to the squad car, where they're having a, like I said, just a perfectly normal conversation in English seems to understand English. I think he just made a bad decision on the road. He made a bad decision. You know, he made traffic infraction, which sure, it did lead to the deaths of people, and it's horrible. But these sorts of things happen every single day. 4,000 people died in Florida last year in traffic accidents alone. But people like Ron DeSantis want to blame it on immigrants and people who can't speak English. This guy just made a bad decision, like plenty of other people do. And that's why we have so many people die on the roads in vehicle accidents every year. 40,000 people a year die in traffic accidents. And it is tragic that these 3 people died. But turning it into this, like, this is why we're talking about this. Because the fact is, Republicans are continuing to try and turn this into a story with which that they can continue to propagate their xenophobic narrative. But it's all complete bullshit. This guy speaks English perfectly fine. He spoke to this cop. He made a bad decision. End of story. All right, let's go here to New York. We're in Rochester. They have codified their sanctuary city protections into law as of yesterday. Here's News 8 WROC.
A standing ovation tonight for City Council as members unanimously agreed to protect Rochester's sanctuary city status.
Motion carries.
The last item of business for City Council President Miguel Melendez codified Rochester's sanctuary city policy into the municipal code. Melendez says the amendment, which received unanimous support, also bolsters protections for immigrant and LGBTQ plus communities here. He maintains it does nothing to interfere with federal immigration efforts. As amended, the policy will now allow the city of Rochester to also take action against city employees, including police, who violate the ordinance. City council members also thanked advocates for helping them to make tonight's changes.
It's very, very important to for the city to come out and say we support these communities and we're going to do everything we can to fight for them.
Well, there you go. While the Trump administration continues to wage its attacks on immigrants, some places are still continuing to try and stand up and fight for those immigrants, for those communities. Meanwhile, ICE training is going on in multiple U.S. states right now as the Trump administration ramps up its efforts to recruit.
We're down here in Georgia at the Federal Law Enforcement Training Center to see how ICE trains ERO officers. These are the people that are out in the streets or making arrests of people for immigration-related reasons. And so we're trying to, here today, we are seeing what kind of training they do. We're seeing how they teach people on driving, how we teach people on how to use weapons, and teaching them about the law and how that applies to people that they're going after for immigration enforcement reasons. And the reason we're down here is because the Trump administration has got this huge boost of money from the reconciliation bill. And with that, they're going to be hiring 10,000 more deportation officers. So we were here today to see mostly what ICE is training for and how they're training. But this is the Federal Law Enforcement Training Center, which is used for training for agencies across the federal government that are in law enforcement. Just about everybody except for FBI and a few others train here at this facility.
I think
Fun. What a fun story. Becky D with a sweet, sweet super chat. Towards our goal. Thank you for being here. Thank you for being here, Becky. Thank you. I appreciate that. That gets us to 7. 7 of 10. We are making some serious progress on the goal right now. And we got at least like an hour and a half left, I think, to complete it. More than that, almost 2 full hours. And we're only through the first hour. 7 out of 10 already done. That's pretty impressive. Let's go here to Reuters. Let's go from the training to the job fairs that apparently ICE is holding across the country. That's right. Your tax dollars are going to corporate-style job fairs that ICE is putting on. They can tell people about more money of yours that they're going to give to them to do this job that you probably don't want them to be doing.
A job recruitment fair for U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement, or ICE, the agency that has become the driving force of President Donald Trump's sweeping crackdown on migrants, opened for applicants in Arlington, Texas on Tuesday. ICE officials say they hope to hire 1,000 new officers over 2 days. Part of the draw is a $50,000 signing bonus that will be funded by Trump's tax.
$50,000 signing bonus. That is insane. And they want to hire 1,000 new agents. What is that? That's like $50 million or something. Yeah, that's $50 million fucking dollars that they're just giving away to these people. Free money, everybody.
And Spending Act, according to officials, and given to those who remain at their post for a specified amount of time. Matthew Elliston, ICE Enforcement Assistant Director, was at Tuesday's event.
So it's not difficult. This is a highly desired career, especially amongst those who are currently in law enforcement. But a lot of people want to do this job.
The so-called Big Beautiful Bill Trump signed into law last month boosts U.S. immigration enforcement with an unprecedented $170 billion, according to the American Immigration Council and a Reuters review of the bill text. Besides upgrading immigration detention centers, border barriers between the U.S. and Mexico, it also devotes $30 billion for ICE's arrest and deportation operations, more than double the $10 billion appropriated for the agency this year. At the last event, held in June, officials said they were able to offer 500 people jobs. Angela La Rosa, a 45-year-old former flight attendant, was one of those who applied.
This is so disgusting. It is not shocking to me at all that this woman is wearing the Star of David. I'll bet that's an Israeli support necklace. Probably got nothing to do with Jewishness. Oh God. Such a waste of money. There we go. Perfect job for genocide lovers. All right, let's talk more about immigrants. Donald Trump had some stuff to say about farm workers earlier, asked about the H-2A farm worker visa.
Why do you use you mentioned in Iowa that you wanted to see some changes to the H-2A visa program for farm workers?
Right.
You mentioned in Iowa that you want to see changes. Do you want to see that before the fall harvest?
Well, I love both groups, and we take care of our farmers, and we also take care of the people that want bad people out of our country, and we're working on something that's going to work.
We also take care of the farm owners, and we take care of the people who want to get rid of the illegals. Okay, we don't take care of the workers. Workers don't need taking care of. Just the farm owners.
And we also take care of the people that want bad people out of our country. And we're working on something that's going to work really well. We take care of our farmers. But we also have to take care of those people that voted for me because they don't want criminals in our country. And we're working on something where we can take care of both.
Mr. President.
And no one knows what any of that's supposed to mean. Like I'm left after I watched that, I was literally left asking myself, what the fuck does any of that mean? Look, we gotta take care of our people, the people who, of course, voted for me, who do not like immigrants, but also we want to take care of the farmers. Maybe the workers will find a deal that is good for them. I don't know. It's all very disturbing, if you ask me. Just not knowing what Donald Trump means half the time really is disturbing to me. Just like feeling like I know less than I did starting it off. Like I get done listening to the president and I feel less prepared, or like for the future. Like somehow listening to the president makes you less able to like just get through just normal stuff. It's just probably just me, but it is insane. All right, let's go here. Now, a judge ruled yesterday against a mass, I guess it was an appeal, I believe it was, or a lawsuit? I think it was a lawsuit. Which the Trump administration was levying against 15 different federal judges all at once.
The Trump administration just appealed a ruling from a Trump-appointed federal judge that threw out an aggressive Justice Department lawsuit. That lawsuit had tried to sue all 15 federal trial judges in the state of Maryland. Now, the underpinning of that case, Maryland courts temporarily blocking the Trump administration from quickly deporting undocumented immigrants if they challenged their removals. Now, that ruling was on full display in the case of Kilmar Abrego Garcia this week. That's the undocumented immigrant who lived in Maryland, who is now in ICE custody as he challenges his deportation, threatened to go to Uganda. It's a country where he has absolutely zero ties. Joining us now, CNN crime and justice correspondent Caitlin Polans and CNN senior legal analyst Ellie Honig. And Caitlin, let me start with you. This judge laid out some rather fiery statements in this rebuke of the Trump administration's unusual lawsuit. And just to remind people, this is a Trump-appointed judge.
Two-time Trump appointee, Thomas Cullen, a conservative royalty in the state of Virginia, brought into this special case overseeing it in Maryland. And his opinion today was, get this out of this court, full dismissal. It doesn't belong here. And he wasn't going to let it go forward resoundingly. He writes, none of these cases that the Justice Department was arguing in this case support the executive's theory that it can sue federal judges simply because it disagrees with how they carry out their constitutional and statutory duties. To hold otherwise would run counter to overwhelming precedent, depart from longstanding constitutional tradition, and offend the rule of law. That's a pretty strong statement from Judge Cullen in this. Backing up what this was about is that it's not a normal case. This was in Maryland, where the chief judge of that district just earlier in the Trump administration said, there are a lot of detainees in immigration proceedings coming to us with emergency requests to not have them deported so that we would be able to look at those cases. And the chief judge said, okay, we're going to pump the brakes for 2 days and just put a hold on the U.S. sending any of those people out of the country to a place like potentially Uganda or another country. The Justice Department, instead of appealing that, they sued the whole lot of judges in Maryland, all 15 judges on the federal district bench. Cullen, he's at the same level. And so he's saying, I don't have the ability to stop these other judges that I'm colleagues with, also trial level district court judges. And then also he says, this is not what the country is about with 3 branches of government. We should not just be fighting against each other, the justice system versus the chief executive. Another thing he writes.
Yeah, it is pretty disturbing that the Trump administration is attempting to wage war against the judiciary. It's almost like they've been doing it the whole time. Okay. Now let's go here. We talked about how a district court federal judge in Florida ruled earlier last week that Alligator Alcatraz would have to be shut down as it was violating environmental law, among other things. And now we also talked about how it's going to most likely is going to be going to the appeals, Court of Appeals, and then who knows, perhaps the Supreme Court. But let's go here to CBS Miami for the latest update on the situation.
CBS News Miami's Yvonne Taylor joins us live from the Everglades with more. Yvonne?
Yes, Elliot, and according to that email, this place, Alligator Alcatraz, could be closed in a matter of days. Let's take you to some footage, aerial and as well as on ground. So the top official, who is the executive director of the Florida Division of Emergency Management that sent that email, is Kevin Guthrie. And that is the agency that he works for, the one in charge of running Alligator Alcatraz. Associated Press reported that he sent an email to Rabbi Mario Rossman on August 22nd saying, quote, "We are probably going to be down to 0 individuals within a few days," end quote. So Rabbi Rossman has confirmed that he received the email and told CBS News Miami on a statement, quote, "I can confirm that the original email, including a letter, was indeed sent by me as well as other South Florida interfaith clergy members." So U.S. District Judge Kathleen Williams ruled last week the facility should be shut down in 60 days. That's the result of a lawsuit which was filed by the environmental group Friends of the Everglades. They allege that Alligator Alcatraz is an environmental threat to the Florida Everglades. Today,
well, there we go. Could be a matter of days, less than 2 months. Alligator Alcatraz could be a thing of the past. Something I would certainly welcome. Now, while we're in Florida and talking about Alligator Alcatraz, let's go back to Ron DeSantis, who had a bunch more stuff to say. This was him at that same press conference on Monday.
I just want to
actually, this was Monday. This was Wednesday.
Say, there's stuff about, they're going after Alligator Alcatraz. The deportations are continuing. DHS is taking people out of there, and they're moving them out.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Our role is to provide more space for processing, detention, leading into the deportation. DHS determines who goes into those facilities and who goes out of those facilities based on theirs. Although we'd be willing to do it, but we are not the ones actually removing them from those facilities and sending them back to their home country. That's being done by DHS, and sometimes there's a pit stop along the way. We have Sheriff Grady Judd from Polk County was at our most recent immigration board hearing, said, we have way more illegal aliens that we're apprehending than DHS is able to house, process, and deport in an orderly fashion. That's why we did Alligator Alcatraz. That's why we're doing the deportation depot up in Northeast Florida in Baker County, right next to
the deportation depot. What is their deal?
Jacksonville, and that is going to be, so we have thousands that can go to Alligator Alcatraz, another 1,300 in Baker County for the deportation depot, and then we're even working on, I'm working on more. So, but the reality is there's a demand, there's a need for many, many more thousands.
It is a manufactured fucking need, Ron. You know this, you idiot. It's a manufactured need. This is being created by the Trump administration. But there's Ron responding to allegations in the media that alligator Alcatraz is closing. He says it's not closing, and the deportations are still happening. Also talking about something called the Deportation Depot. I'd never heard of that one before. All right, let's go to this fucked up story. I mean, I guess it's not shocking, or I mean, it's really not the most fucked up story, but I found this to be pathetic. Truly pathetic. But Cracker Barrel, who has been in the news recently for having changed their logo from one which featured a man and a barrel to just having the words Cracker Barrel instead. They're back in the news again, and I mean, this is pretty recent news, but I'm sure all of the people will be rejoicing. People like Charlie Kirk and Ben Shapiro and whomever else. They will be, in fact, as of 23 hours ago, reversing their decision to change the logo.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
Tonight, the backlash over Cracker Barrel's new logo forced the company to change its mind. It's going with the old one. The beloved old-timer image is staying on. The restaurant's modern, cleaner signage is going away. Cracker Barrel took a lot of hate for this change, even from President Trump. Fans feared that the chain was straying away from its down-home roots. But tonight, Cracker Barrel...
Oh, it was straying away from its down-home roots. What's Cracker Barrel without the cracker in the barrel?
In national headlines tonight, Cracker Barrel says it's bringing back its old logo less than a week after its new design was met with backlash. The new image featured a simpler look, ditching the barrel as well as the man leaning on it. It was met with criticism, including from President Trump, who urged the company to return to its previous logo in a post on Truth Social. In a statement, the restaurant chain thanked its guests for sharing their voices, saying, quote, "We said we would listen, and we have. Our new logo is going."
Thank you so much for hyperventilating over us changing our logo. We will capitulate now to your demands. Sincerely, Cracker Barrel leadership.
Awful, awful, awful. Weak, weak, weak.
Now there we go. The white nationalists have won again in 2025. Let's now go here, where across the Atlantic Ocean in France, they seem worried about us and are questioning whether or not we are slipping into a white nationalist-fueled authoritarian dystopia. Here's France 24 English from 8 hours ago. White nationalist agenda? Minorities in front line of Trump policy targets.
How's the United States' 249-year-old experiment in democracy going?
The letter hack and their viewers just tuned into the show. Good to see you, letter hackers. Welcome to the Galactic Stream. Hope your day is going well.
On this show, we've discussed how the long-vaunted systems of checks and balances is being tested by a president who's made a grab for more power than any U.S. leader since the Second World War. Does that executive power extend to firing the first ever black woman appointed to the U.S. Federal Reserve's Board of Governors? Now, ostensibly, it's because Donald Trump wants his way on a malleable central bank that would lower interest rates at his command. But why single out Lisa
immediately,
Cook?
if
Similarly,
not sooner?
It's in the name of lowering the crime rate that the U.S. president's bent on deploying federal troops to major cities. But is it also because the likes of Chicago, Washington, Baltimore are opposition strongholds whose mayors just happen to be African Americans? More broadly, when Donald Trump signs executive orders that reverse affirmative action measures, feels the need to make English the official language of the land, enables manhunts for foreigners who follow the legal path to residency and citizenship. It's simply just another nativist swing, the kind Americans have seen before, or in a nation of immigrants that prides itself on its melting pot antecedents, is this a whole new direction? Today in the France 24 debate, we're asking if the Trump administration is pushing a white nationalist agenda. And joining us from Albany, New York, Andrew Weissman, professor at New York University School of Law, former general counsel to the FBI. Thanks for being with us.
Nice to be here.
Curtis Young is professor of comparative literature and philosophy at the Essex Business School, historian. Good to see you.
Good to see you. Thanks, Russia.
From Washington, correspondent David Smith of The Guardian. Never a dull moment, even in August, where you are.
Great to be here.
Reminder, if you're on the go, you can listen to the show wherever podcasts are streamed. Even though violent crimes at a 30-year low in Washington, D.C.,
illegal,
and the rollout of the National Guard is stiffly resisted by local authorities, Donald Trump's found an issue that's in fact boosting his ratings, his overall approval, slightly up since he started talking up that he's doubling down on crime in those major cities. That talk of being tough on.
I gotta say, I've seen conflicting numbers come out. Some numbers are showing him up, other numbers are showing him down. So I don't know. I'm not prepared to accept that claim that somehow his federal takeover of DC has improved his numbers. I'm not quite there yet.
Also, says critics, includes dog whistle messages. Oliver Farry has more.
It's a new escalation by Donald Trump in his standoff with the federal capital. The US president said he would restore the death penalty in Washington, D.C., where it has been outlawed for local crimes since 1981.
Illegal. Anybody murders something in the Capitol, capital punishment, capital punishment. If somebody kills somebody in the Capitol, Washington, D.C., we're going to be seeking the death penalty.
Long a Democratic stronghold, Washington, D.C. does not have statehood, but as a federal enclave falls under the jurisdiction of Congress, meaning a vote there would suffice to make the change. Trump has for the past month mounted a campaign against what he calls lawlessness in the Capitol, sending in the National Guard in early August. The president says Washington has been invaded by gangs, but figures show a drop in crime after a spike in 2021. Having already deployed the National Guard in Los Angeles, Trump has also said he will tackle crime in other Democratic-run cities, including San Francisco, Baltimore, and Chicago. The Democratic governor of Illinois says Trump is simply trying to intimidate his political rivals.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
Okay, hold on. We can't watch this thing. France 24 went in on this shit. Literally 45 minutes of discussion on this.
David Smith, you're in the U.S. Capitol, which, as we heard in that report, is not part of any state, so it answers directly to federal authorities. Have you been spotting any of those members of the National Guard walking the beat?
Yes, on my way to the office today, I saw some of them hanging around a metro station, and certainly there's a big gathering of them at Union Station, the main railway terminal here. Strange things have been happening. They often don't have that much to do, so we've seen photos of them picking up litter. Apparently some are feeding squirrels, some are posing for photos with tourists, which does raise questions about why this is even happening.
We're paying $1 million a day for soldiers to get geared up and armed to the teeth to pick up trash and feed the squirrels?
Come on!
This is ridiculous!
Waste of time and resources, and really more about performance art and the theatre of military aggression and the kind of displays that we may see in those other cities which, as you mentioned, often run by Democratic mayors and often have racially diverse populations, often with big African-American populations. Certainly critics of this do regard it as another authoritarian power grab by Trump, eroding the authority of Washington, D.C. itself, which is run by a black mayor. And it does play into all these stereotypes and tropes that we've seen for decades, really, from the Republican Party going back to Richard Nixon, really painting this image of big cities as violent, as places where riots happen, as places of poverty. And I was at the press conference where Trump talked about this action in DC and described it as full of squalor and bedlam, as he put it. And again,
worse. It was actually worse than squalor, worse than bedlam. Actually, nobody's ever seen it that bad before. Mo and Noah gifting 5 sweet galactic memberships. Thank you, Mo and Noah. Incredibly generous. Who got them? Let's see. Beers for Us. Cat Sauce Up. Jojo, Earthbag Homies, and Sisyphean Task. I think most of those people are in this chat on a fairly regular basis. Good gifts, and that actually gets us all the way. Really incredible stuff. Only an hour and a half into the goal. That's right, chat. We've done it. Thanks to all of you people who helped contribute today. We have completed the goal in the chat to ensure that we get all of the sweet galactic content here tonight on this Hump Day stream we are currently enjoying. That's right. Just take a moment to bask in the glory which you yourself have helped make happen. Its epicness. Fantastic job from everybody who was here for it and who helped. Okay. That's going to be it on the confetti party. But rest assured, we have all of the content now beckoning us into the future. Thanks to all of you who helped contribute to that goal. We are now completed. I'm going to end it so that nobody is confused, thinking that we still have a goal. Not to deter anybody from contributing. I just don't want anybody to feel like they're contributing to the goal when the goal's already finished. That would be rude.
How rude.
Speaking of donations, $2 a month or so from all of our YouTube subscribers would keep this show going into perpetuity. Great way to do that is to get a galactic membership, which not only comes with a feeling of galacticness, but 18 sweet emotes. And the more members we get, of course, the more emotes that are available to us. And donations like that from Mo and Noah, 5 sweet memberships, helps us in that journey which we are taking together. And I'm excited about a potential future 19 emotes. Dare I say it? This year at some point, one would hope. We were making exponential progress on emotes and then sort of slowed down recently. But I have faith. We'll get there.
Sort of political sides.
Over recent decades, Curtis Young, the Republican Party has billed itself as the party of states' rights. And here you have, we're talking about law enforcement. In France, we have a national police force. In the United States, you don't. You have, each jurisdiction has its own police. So this idea of sending in federal troops, what does that tell you?
It just talks about, it speaks to, in fact, the disconnect nationally between the relationship of a federal government, which has always been fragile. It's not something that even the founders were really, there were debates about should we federalize this, and states. And this has been going on since the beginning of the United States, and it's always been fun.
But here now you have a Republican president who's saying, well, for law enforcement, Washington's going to come in and do the job.
Yeah. The thing is that when we talk about Republican and Democrat, remember, as David mentioned earlier, the Republican Party, the Republican Party of abolition, of Lincoln, that sort of thing, changed around the issue of states' rights. In 1964, when Lyndon Johnson passed the Civil Rights Bill and the Voters' Rights Bill, Lyndon Johnson said, we've lost the South for a generation. Actually, he lost it up until this point. And the whole issue was around this whole Southern strategy was changing, using the coded language of busing and states' rights and this sort of thing. And this became part of the Republican lexicon that's continued up until today.
But now it seems to be going the other way, if it's the federal government coming in.
Well, but it goes both. This is just it goes both ways. It depends upon who's in the federal government. For example, the whole idea of what Tom DeLay did back in 2004 beginning with the gerrymandering, which changed Texas into a Republican state for the first time since Reconstruction. It was instrumentalized. That's what I'm trying to get at. But for a bigger question, I'm going to go back to things that David mentioned earlier. This thing that Trump is doing is really, it echoes a long history of racial exclusion and surveillance of African-American communities. It's sort of like a contemporary manifestation of the logic of Jim Crow. Remember, Woodrow Wilson did exactly the same thing. When Woodrow Wilson was elected president, second Democratic president, Grover Cleveland was before him, since the Civil War, one of the first things that Wilson did under the tutorship of his son-in-law and the Postmaster General was to resegregate Washington, which had been integrated. There were the black community participated in great measures in the federal government at that time, and Wilson ended all of that. He had curtains put up between white and black workers, saying that white workers did not want to see black workers in the same workplace. He segregated toilets and water fountains and that whole thing. And this had repercussions up until the 1960s.
And this idea of restoring the death penalty in Washington, D.C., is that a racial issue, or is it just a crime? There's
no question that it's a racial issue. We've always tried to depict black cities as crime-ridden, as undisciplined, black people as crime-ridden and undisciplined. Remember the Central Park Five, those kids that were wrongly accused of having raped a woman in Central Park. Donald Trump took out a full-page ad in the New York Times calling for the death penalty. And years later, when these kids were exonerated, Trump said it doesn't matter. They should be executed anyway.
That's absolutely right. Our dear leader, Donald Trump, has a history of wanting over-policing and an unequal application of the law against black people, which dates back decades to Central Park 5, who took out an entire full-page ad in the New York Times, or whatever it was, the New Yorker, or New York Post, whatever it was. So, I mean, he's a horrible man. Let's be real. Are people talking about that school shooting that happened earlier? Yeah, that looks terrible. This looks horrible. Honestly, I didn't even put it into I'm not even covering it today. I'm not even covering it. Mostly because I stopped covering shootings. Many of you, I don't know how many of you have been here since the beginning. But back in the day, back during the Biden presidency, we had a segment. We used to start off every stream with the Gun Violence in America segment. And since I'm subscribed to, you know, local stations across the United States, we would look at the latest gun violence in America. Every single day there's a shooting. And I think I honestly, since we stopped doing it, I see mass shootings, I see other things like that, and I just like look past it. I don't even, it's like, because I see literally multiple instances of gun violence in the United States every single day, and it's been happening for years. And we've been one of the #1 nations in the world for gun violence for years. It's just a fact. We don't do anything about that. But it does sound tragic, whatever happened at that school. Like I said, I haven't watched any of the videos on it. I just saw it and was like, that looks tragic, and moved on. I mean, I see multiple shootings in Florida every week. Somebody gets shot in Florida. All right, let's move it along. We're talking about some other things. Now, they're not just a purely white nationalist administration. Republicans also have other sorts of cultural issues which drive them. Like, I don't know, hatred for people that are different than them. Not just on a racial metric. But speaking of Ron DeSantis, yeah, let's go here to Florida, where apparently Ron DeSantis. And speaking of gun violence and the state of Florida, let's go here, where Ron DeSantis responded to questions over his decision to have the Pulse nightclub memorial painted over, which was a rainbow-colored crosswalk where that shooting happened, is now just been painted over with tar.
You've been concerned about the crosswalks here, about safety and so forth, but people are concerned about the 49 lives there at the crosswalk at Pulse. The sidewalks have been painted over. Are you rethinking maybe that policy, or are you still standing firm?
So the legislature passed a change in law recently, which said there's no street art allowed.
And no street art allowed.
The Department of Transportation put out guidance recently, a couple months ago, reminding.
Wow. Okay. So the reason that he took down that's why they painted over it, because there's no street art allowed anymore. It's illegal. Can't have different colored paint on the street.
Illegal.
Now, of course, the Pulse nightclub shooting, 50 people died that day, and another 50 people were wounded that day. And I just want to show you the images. So this is what these used to look like. You can see clearly here. You know, actually there's a couple, you can see people though, some people have responded to this by coming and coloring it in themselves with chalk.
Illegal.
But it currently looks like this. You can see it on the right side here. It's just black asphalt now. And it's all because, apparently street art is illegal now in Florida. Florida is now just the city from the little town from Footloose. No dancing or art allowed.
Illegal.
Or gay people. Pitchforks Dragon gifting out 5 sweet galactic memberships. Who got him? The Real Robert G, Progressive Appalachian Notchket, Eric Van Winkle, and Sassy Sassarai. Incredibly generous Pitchforks Dragon. You know how much I love the gifted galactic memberships. This is a truly generous act. You know, not only are you helping to fund the show, but you're also spreading the space love to the community. It's an act of great generosity. And I appreciate you for it. That helps us, because I think a lot of those memberships that you gifted last month have been falling off recently. And we were getting so close to, like, we were getting so close again to 19. And then, like, we fell off. Like, we lost, like, 25 memberships overnight. So that helps out. Somebody else gifted 5. Mo and Obe gifted 5. So that's helping us out a little bit, getting us back to where we need to be. All right, let's talk economics. Donald Trump had some things to say about energy prices earlier. Here's Forbes breaking news. This is from Tuesday.
So just so you understand, because a lot of you like to talk about costs and prices, but I watch so much fake information. Product costs are down. Energy is way down. Energy brings things down. You know, with energy, that's what happened with Biden. He stopped our program, and then he went back to it when he realized that it looked like you're going to be paying numbers that nobody's ever seen, like $7 a gallon. You're going to pay $7 a gallon. They were up to $7.5. So then he immediately went back to the Trump plan that they terminated, but it was too late for them. It was too late. They blew it. They had a great thing going. I gave them something great, and they blew it. Since the inauguration, we've created over 500,000 new private jobs, and if you notice, when the numbers come out, government jobs are going down and private jobs are coming up, and that's what really fuels the country. It's easy to hire people and pay them for doing something that maybe is not very productive, but government jobs are down, actually substantially down.
Substantially
and
down,
private jobs
which is
are
good.
way up, and these are the jobs that make money, create a better life. Meanwhile, we've reduced the number of federal bureaucrats by 84,000. So we got rid of 84,000, and I think the job numbers, you're going to see the new job numbers are going to be through the roof because of.
I love how the president is currently gloating about how many jobs he's gotten rid of. That's a new one. Usually presidents are like, look how many jobs I've created. No. Donald Trump is here to tell us about how many jobs he's gotten rid of.
Aren't I a good guy?
All of the different businesses that are moving into our country, and not just production businesses, autos and AI, but any business you can think of. In the world of furniture, as an example, North Carolina, I went there many times when I built a lot of hotels and things, and I'd go to North Carolina, I'd buy the greatest, they were the greatest, most talented people. And then China came along and took all of those jobs away. If they would have tariffed them, China wouldn't have taken any of the jobs. But we had presidents that, honestly, and I like some of them, but they didn't know what the hell they were doing from a business standpoint, from running the country. And North Carolina, the most talented woodworkers that you've ever seen. I'd be there and I'd watch them. I'd say, I'd like to have a rail in that chair. Maybe, can you fancy it up a little bit?
Can you get a rail on the chair?
And it'd hand me a thing. It was like, they were artists. They were unbelievable. And that business was stolen from us by others, not only China, but by others. All of a sudden, you're ordering your furniture from China. And it was not even close to being as good, but they couldn't compete with it. If we would have said costs 100% or 200% tariff, you wouldn't have lost one job. It's so sad. But we're going to rebuild North Carolina furniture and other places.
and other places. But we gave Joe Biden a perfect economy. $7 gas. Almost had $7 gas. It was terrible. And we're going to bring all the jobs, all the furniture jobs are coming back to North Carolina. Nasty China.
I have to have my China.
Nasty, nasty China stealing all their jobs. Gonna have to do a 200% tariff. All right, now let's go here. Donald Trump once again commenting on the big beautiful bill.
If I didn't win this election, this country was gone. I'm telling you, economically it was gone. None of the things that we're talking about would have happened. The whole world was robbing us blind. Friend and foe. They were stealing
Illegal.
our jobs, our money, our factories. They were stealing everything. We would have been a shell. We would have been a bankrupt, broken shell. And that's the way it is, but we're doing just the opposite. Stronger than we've ever been. Last month, in a landmark achievement, I also proudly signed the largest working class tax cuts in American history. So the bill that, I'm not going to use the term great, big, beautiful, that was good for getting it approved, but it's not good for explaining to people what it's all about. It's a
It's not, look, it was just a marketing term, okay? Big, beautiful, look, it's a normal bill, all right? I don't think we need to keep calling it big or beautiful. It's perfect, it's a normal size. Normal size, it's like a 6.
But it's not good for explaining to people what it's all about. It's a massive tax cut for the middle class. It's a massive tax cut for jobs. And it's, I mean, think of it, no tax on tips, no tax on Social Security. So seniors, I don't know how you can vote for.
By the way, so tax on tips and Social Security, that has a, what do you call it? A sunsetting period after 2 years, completely coincidental. Directly after the midterms happen, those tax cuts on your tips and your Social Security, those sunset. So by 2027, you'll be back to paying taxes on your tips and your Social Security. So enjoy that. You know, once you're done voting for your, you know, Republican representatives and senators.
Everybody else. And, you know, just think of that. And no tax on overtime. So you work overtime, you don't have to pay tax on overtime. That's good. The Democrats don't know what they're going to do. So they have, like, this soundbite. You know, they have all these sound bites. They send it out. I don't know. Some guy sends out a word, and everybody uses it, including the fake news. Some of you are here right now. I'm looking at you. And it's death. They use the word death. No, it's actually life. It's almost like a newborn life. It's not death. That's their soundbite.
It's not death. People have been saying that the big, beautiful bill is death. It is not death. It is life. It's great. It's going to be great for everybody. Look, people live longer without health insurance. That's what Bobby Kennedy has been telling me lately. He's like telling me that health insurance is actually making people die much younger. Okay, this is like a new lease on life. A life without health insurance is actually a much freer, much better life. You like that. Everybody's gonna like that. Well, the big, beautiful bill isn't the only thing that is causing people economic woes in the United States. Of course, the tariffs are have been getting rolled out all month. The Re-Liberation Day coming to us in the first week of August.
Mr. VP, would you like to say something?
Yes, sir. I'll be brief, but I want to congratulate you and the entire team on all the things that have been accomplished. You'll hear about a lot of it. You've already heard some of it, but I thought it would be helpful, Mr. President, just to take stock, not just of what we've accomplished, what we will accomplish, but of the mess that we inherited, because I think it makes this first Labor Day a bigger and more special occasion.
That is important.
You heard, I think, Christie talk about this, that all of the net job growth under the Biden administration had gone to the foreign-born. Now that net job growth is going to American citizens who deserve opportunity. And
Oh, yes, of course. We have to remind everybody that every job the Biden administration created went to immigrants.
Give me a joke.
I'd love to see those statistics, wherever JD is getting those racist statistics from.
Country, that's a great accomplishment. You'll hear, I'm sure, Scott talk about the success with tariffs. People forget that we inherited the largest peacetime deficit in the history of the United States of America. And now, because the president is not letting foreign countries take advantage of us, we're collecting hundreds of billions of dollars, trillions of dollars over 10 years in tariffs from countries, companies that were formerly taking advantage of the American people. Here's Cam talk about.
Okay, so there we go. There's JD Vance celebrating the tariffs because they're solving the deficit, even though they're not solving the deficit. Even with the tariffs, the deficit's going to increase over the next 10 years with this Trump budget, okay? Everybody write that down. The Trump tax cuts aren't even going to be fully paid for by the tariffs, especially if people don't like paying extra money for their shit. And as it turns out, oh, that's right, people don't like paying extra money for their shit. So at some point, people are going to find other places to buy their stuff, and tariff revenue is going to start going down. And it's insane that they're touting this tariff revenue as like this great success. They're just stealing from the American public, talking about how great it is. Look how great of a job we're doing stealing from the U.S. consumer.
Illegal.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
Now, Donald Trump had some things to boast about earlier in the White House. When it comes to trade, some bold claims about the trade deficit.
And we cut the previous record-setting trade deficit, I hear just came out. We cut it in half already. We haven't even said, we've only been here really for a few months because, you know, it takes you a little while to fix up the Oval Office and do those things. prepare for the battle, right? So we really only been here for a very short period of time. And we cut the trade deficit in half. Is that right? That's fantastic. I didn't think.
That's a great job. We cut the deficit in half. That's solved. No more trade deficit. It's all solved. People are going to stop buying stuff from other countries. Now, my understanding is that the trade deficit was not cut in half. But maybe that's just, maybe I misunderstood the latest numbers that I saw. Hold on, chat. I'll be right back. Okay, I am back. Pitchfork Dragon with a sweet, sweet super chat while I was away. The Biden numbers are fake.
Illegal.
Fake news. Our job growth numbers are so great we won't even release them. That's right. That's right. All those numbers are fake. All the fake numbers. Aside from the numbers that say all the jobs were taken by immigrants. Those are the real numbers. By the way, you know who compiles those numbers? The Bureau of Labor and Statistics. Okay, let's go here. Donald Trump floated this ridiculous idea earlier. Because, of course, J.D. Vance just got done telling us about how they solved the deficit with all the tariffs. Let's see what Donald Trump had to say about what maybe the government should do with all that sweet, sweet tariff money that they're taking in.
In addition to reducing the deficit, any update on your previous talking about potentially giving Americans a tariff rebate check?
Well, we have a lot of money coming in, rebate check for the Americans, and it's coming in at tremendous numbers. Don't forget, I would say, Scott, we probably are talking about right now 50%, maybe even less than that. With all the money you're hearing is coming in, you're talking about, you know, a lot.
This might be one of the most... It's might be one of the most insane fucking things I've heard all week.
A lot of it hasn't kicked in yet. And when it really kicks in is in 2 years when these plants are built and opened and the money starts pouring in.
Huh?
Right? But, I mean, there's...
In 2 years, all the money is going to start pouring into the tariffs after all the plants get built in the United States? What?
A what now?
Concept of making you could call it a dividend, as we would say, making a dividend to the people in this country who have had to suffer through stupid leadership, and they paid a lot of taxes and they got nothing for it.
This is so idiotic. I just want everybody to think about this. We've implemented a new tariff system on every country on the planet, and are getting Americans and American businesses and American importers to pay more money, to pay a tax to the federal government. And now Donald Trump is talking about taking that money and giving it right back to us? What?
What you talking about?
How does that make any sense? And look, I'm not against getting that money back. Don't get me wrong. If anybody is confused about where I'm coming from on this, I just, in terms of efficiency, because we've been told a lot of stuff about the necessity for efficiency in the government, this does not seem very efficient to me at all. This just seems like a convoluted way for us to get a check from Donald Trump, from our own, but from ourselves though. Right? Like, because it's really, we're paying for it. For us we're basically writing ourselves a check in the future. And who knows whether or not that dividend check is going to actually, offset extra money spent on the tariffs. But this is maybe one of the dumbest things I've ever heard. Like, it's just such a convoluted way for Americans to give themselves money later in the future by spending more money now. It's not like you're going to have more money. It's almost a guarantee that if this actually comes to fruition, you're going to wind up getting less money than you're spending on tariffs. I just don't see how it's not possible. But maybe, I mean, I don't know. I'm trying to think of how the math works out on that, but I don't know. Maybe, let me think. I guess maybe if businesses are spending more money than maybe if businesses and wealthy people are paying more money in tariff, but it's highly unlikely that they wind up doing that. But either way, it's just none of it makes any sense. It's just such an asinine way of doing it. Like, nothing about that plan makes any sense. Just stop the tariffs. If you want to give people a check, just end the tariffs. They'll have more money. But nope, those tariffs are happening, and Donald Trump has been levying them all month against our allies and trading partners.
But if you look at comparing everything before I took office, domestic auto production is up 18,000 cars a month. And we haven't even started yet because a lot of these plants aren't built. It's up 18,000 because Ford, General Motors, and a couple of others, Stellantis, they're taking their existing plants and they're, as quickly as they can, they're adding on to them. So when their plants open, because they're building big, modern, beautiful auto plants. But think of that, we're up 18,000 cars a month, and essentially all they've done is try and utilize their space correctly as their big plants open up. It's going to be, I hope they remember that it was this way. I hope this table gets a lot of the credit for what's happening. It gets all of the credit, because this would have never happened. We were going out of business in every way. We were losing. All the car plants were leaving this country. Now they're all coming back in. And they are coming from Canada, and they are coming from Mexico, but they're coming from Germany. They're coming from all over the world. Domestic steel production is up by 100,000 tons of steel a week. We have a 50% tariff on steel, aluminum, and various other things. Copper just got.
There you go. Donald Trump's claiming that production on autos is up, as well as steel manufacturing in the United States, whether it's anywhere near enough to offset the steel and auto and new cars that were being imported into the United States. I actually don't know the numbers on that, but I'm fairly certain it's not enough to actually offset that number. Donald Trump claiming we're doing amazingly well. It's just great job. Everybody knows just how great of a job we're doing. Now, Donald Trump had some interesting things to say about prescription drugs. Earlier today, he came out with quite a shocking claim.
We picked up millions of people in the Republican Party. They lost millions of people. And I think we're going to do very well in the midterms. And I just want to say one other thing, and that's medicine. The cost of medicine all over the world is much cheaper than the United States, because for years the world pushed us around, including our friends. And you go to Germany, you go to England, you go to different places, and you go to a store, and it's sometimes 10% of what we pay in the United States. Because they said, nope, we're not paying any more. You charge the United States. This went on
not
for
going to do it. Wouldn't be prudent at this juncture.
And I invoked favored nations. I said, I want to pay the same as they're paying. And Bobby Kennedy is doing a good job, and Dr. Oz is doing a good job. And I asked them, I mean, other than the basics that they're doing on autism and other things, which we got to solve that problem because it's crazy what's happening, it's out of hand. But this is the most important thing that can be done, is favored nations, Bobby. And we're not talking about a 25% cut or 50. We're talking about a 1,500% cut, because people go to Europe to buy drugs and they come back with drugs, prescription drugs, normal, not, I don't mean the bad drugs, I mean prescription drugs. Because you can buy them for 10%, 15%, 20% of what. So they're going to go up in price. And I told the countries, and I get along good with all of them. I mean, you could ask anybody.
So we're going to get them to charge Europe more money so that we can feel better here about paying more money.
Along good with all of them. But I said, you know, I told them, I said, you're going to go up a little bit because it's the world.
You got to go up.
It's the world. So
gotta go
more
up.
people in the world.
You got to start charging those lazy Europeans more money for their drugs.
We're going to go down a lot, and they're going to go up a little. And it's called equalization. We're going to have equalization. So we pay the same price as the lowest drug sold anywhere in the world. And I think, Bobby, that's going to happen pretty soon. The companies are ready for it.
Very soon.
Immediately, if not
years.
sooner.
I was with a very great gentleman from Eli Lilly. I think he's an incredible executive. I mean,
Beautiful, beautiful man.
Mention the company, and I'll mention him because we had this argument my first term, and then we had it in my second term. In my second term, I wouldn't stop until I won the point, and he threw up his hands. He says, "You're right. I can no longer defend it. I can no longer defend that a pill that's made by Johnson & Johnson in a factory, in the same factory, in the United States versus a place in Europe or other places, including Canada, by the way, you could buy it for 10% or 15% or 20%, the cost of what we're paying. Well, we'd pay 5, 6, 7 times more money." He said, "It's the hardest part of my job, defending that. I'm not going to do it anymore." I'm saying that we have to get down to business. And that's a great company. He's done a great job, and I appreciated it. And it really broke the ice because they were saying, well, we have to do research and development. Well, you have to do it for Germany and all these other countries, too. Well, they think the United States should bear it. I mean, I heard this stuff and I finally said, it's over. Now, you have to have somebody that can get these countries to do it. I told them, if you don't do it, we're going to charge you a 25% tariff on everything you send into our country. That's much more money than what we're talking about. Then we have to get the drug company.
If you don't lower the cost of drugs, we will raise the cost of drugs. Look, buddy, if you don't lower those costs, we're gonna have to make the cost of drugs in America even more expensive. Okay, I know how to shoot myself in the foot. I can aim perfectly fine. I will shoot America in the foot. If you don't lower the cost of drugs, we will make them more expensive. Okay. 1,500% though, and it seems like chat heard that in there. Yes, that's correct. We are going to lower drug costs by 1,500% in the United States. You're going to start getting paid for taking your pills, which is very exciting, I think, for most people. You know, whatever you were paying for your drugs last week, expect in the future to start getting paid 15 times whatever that costs. You spent $10 on your pills last month. Well, prepare to get a $150 check from the pharmacy. All right, let's talk about more of Donald Trump's economic policies that he has been touting as of recent days. He declared that the United States government would be taking a stake in the chip manufacturer Intel, supposedly a 10% stake, which is quite large. How big of a company is Intel? $108 billion. So I guess $10 billion. Right. So yeah, 10% of that company now going to be owned by the United States. Howard Lutnick asked about this policy being socialism. He had this to say in that meeting.
Howard, please.
So, making America great again is one of the key statements, and people don't always understand what you mean. So, we always talk about 1870 to 1913, but in the mid-1980s, America owned more of the rest of the world than they owned of us. We owned $140 billion of the rest of the world net of what they owned of us. And when you came into office this time, the rest of the world owned $24 trillion more of our assets.
Now, I don't know why this is so troubling to Howard Lutnick. That represents the fact that other countries, other investors in other countries are more interested in owning American companies because they're doing better than other companies in other countries, right? This just represents the fact that people are interested in investing in the United States. This is, I mean, that deficit that is in fact, like, that represents the thing that Donald Trump has been saying he wants more than anything. It's for people to be invested in the United States. This is the literal representation of people being invested in the United States. And yet somehow it's being touted that this is actually bad, according to Howard Lutnick, that foreign investors own so many U.S. stocks. Well, if you want Americans to own more U.S. stocks, maybe we should just start giving people U.S. stocks, you know? You know, the federal government can just start doling out stocks weekly to people like you and me, you know?
And we owned of theirs. And so when people argue with you about, you know, the trade deficit is nothing. The trade deficit sends 1.2 trillion of our dollars to them. And what do they do with it? They buy the great America. Because when we learned in college, what we learned was that if you keep printing these dollars, they're supposed to devalue. But the problem is we're too smart. We invented the light bulb, the transistor, the GPU, so they keep buying us. And the only president ever to understand that, you understood it in the 80s and the 90s, and I used to, you know, see you on TV and you'd say, God, what are these people doing? And finally, we've changed it. So let's go over what we changed. So Japan and Korea, they're never gonna open their markets to us. So we've negotiated 900.
Japan and Korea are never going to open their markets to us? What are you talking about? Japan and Korean people buy plenty of American shit. What the fuck is this guy going on about right now? Just a bunch of nonsense. Where does he start defending the deal? I'm trying to remember. Was it the end? I think it's towards the end.
$7.4 billion now clawed back. Last week was the most fun. In 1 week, Intel came in, right? The Biden administration had given $11 billion to Intel, given it to them, done. Corporate just gift. And you turn that into really, you know, it was like less than 5 minutes of conversation. And Intel agreed to give us 10% of their company, which of course was worth $11 billion. So it's not socialism. This is capitalism. If you give...
Oh, it's not socialism. It's capitalism. So long as you give them something for it, that's actually capitalism. Okay. Fascinating. If you say so, Mr. Lutnick. Okay, I've lost my place. Where are we? Okay, let's go here. Now, Donald Trump had his own comment about his decision to have the U.S. government take a large stake in a company.
Or what other companies are you thinking about taking stake in?
Well, you know, we didn't take a stake in the sense that it was reported. Everyone said, I bought a stake in Intel. No, I got it for free.
You got it for free?
I said I was with the...
Wait, you got it for free? Wait, Howard Lutnick just told us that he paid for it. But Donald Trump is now telling us that he got it for... He actually got it for free.
No, I got it for free.
I didn't pay for it.
I said I was with the... Is that correct statement? Howard was there.
Absolutely correct.
Scott knew all about it. They came in, a man was charged with something by a very good person, Senator Cotton, made some statements about the gentleman that was running Intel. When he came in, and I said some rough things about him, I said, I'm not happy with it, and they called, and he was very devastated at what I said. I said he should immediately resign. And he came to see me, and I was very impressed by him, actually. And he made a mistake, or factors happened where something like this could have taken place. In the meantime, his board was staying by him. And I said to him, and took about, I would say, less than 45 seconds. I said, you know what you should do if you're smart? Give the United States of America 10% of your company. And he looked at me and he said,
That's all it took. I just went and I said, hey, look, if you're a smart guy, you'll give us 10%. All right? Don't make me use the full force of the federal government. He sounds like a goddamn mafioso. He sounds like the Godfather. On this day of my daughter's wedding, I recommend highly that you do not cause any problems and give away 10% of your company. Okay, apparently they just gave it away. That's not socialism. Intel wanted us to have 10%. That's incredibly generous.
Aren't I a good guy?
Aww. Okay, let's Jesus. Let's go here. Talk about the Federal Reserve. Of course, the Federal Reserve has been under attack by Donald Trump for the last 6-7 months. Jerome Powell has been his #1 target. Earlier this week, he went after what's her name? Shit, Lori Hook? No, what's her? I cannot think of her name right now. Lisa Hook? One of the Fed governors. But his favorite person to go after over there is, of course, somebody that we call Too Slow. Too Slow Federal Reserve Chair Jerome Powell. We call Too Slow. Too Slow Powell.
Mr. President, who are you considering for the replacement to nominate for Lisa Cook, and what economic background or history are you?
well, we have some very good people for that position, and I think we have some very good people. We're down to, I think I maybe in my own mind have somebody that I like, but I deal with Scott and I deal with Howard, and we're dealing with a lot of people actually that are going to be involved in that decision ultimately. It's a very important decision. As we see, I got a bad recommendation when I went with Jerome Too Late. It's just, he's too late. His nickname is Too Late. Costing us a lot of money, hurting the housing. Our housing industry is good,
hurting
but
the
it can be
housing.
phenomenal. Most of this country, in economic terms, has been phenomenal. We've never seen anything like it. Because of him and his high interest rates, the housing is less than it could be. We're going to get that straightened out very quick.
You're going to get that straightened out very quick. Too slow. Hurting our housing policy. I don't know what that's supposed to mean. Interest rates are not the thing that are causing the housing problems. And if you lower interest rates, you're just going to make it easier for capitalists to scoop up even more property because they'll have more access to capital, while the poor are left with even less. I can't wait for the Hunger Games to start next year. All right. Let's go here to Philadelphia. We talked earlier this month, about the service cuts happening to the SEPTA transit system in the southeast of Pennsylvania. Due to budgetary restraints, they have been forced to cut services to a whole bunch of different places, and it is already causing people a whole lot of problems.
Well, meanwhile, the service cuts are impacting students at Temple University. Action News reporter Becca Henderson joins us live from campus with more on that. Becca.
Rick, more than 10,000 students here at Temple University use SEPTA every single day to get to and from class. They're already feeling the impact. You can see some of the students going down the stairs to get on the Broad Street line. I talked to one who says she has no choice but to pay 5 times a bus fare to take an Uber instead.
That's too much! I didn't think it was going to get this far. I thought they was playing.
Instead, it's Alasia Weems' wallet that's suffering.
I'll probably spend about $5 if I had to take the bus and the train, or maybe 10, to get to and from school. But spend 60 a day now.
That's to catch an Uber to get to and from school because her bus route was eliminated. SEPTA rolled out its 20%.
$60 a day for a student to get to school. That's fucking wild. That's over $1,000 a month in transportation costs. That is fucking insane.
This is ridiculous!
Service cuts over the weekend, and Temple University students who started classes this week felt an immediate impact.
You gotta get the city back and moving. It's like, if people can't get places, no work gets done.
SEPTA estimates that 12,000 students and staff at Temple use SEPTA to commute. That includes buses, trains, and the subway, with some bus routes eliminated and others with less frequent service. Another blow to commuters comes next week with higher fares and regional rail cuts.
After readjustment.
Well, that's good. That's great. This is something we're probably going to be seeing in a bunch of places. With cities under budgetary constraints, federal government rescinding funds all over the place. Transit systems, other programs are going to see cuts. I can almost guarantee it. I cannot imagine paying. That woman is paying as much in transportation right now as I am paying in rent. The Earth bills, they are coming due soon. All right, let's go here. Talk a little Canadian news. The foreign minister. Is this the foreign minister? I don't think he is. Who is this guy? A Canadian minister. I don't know. I think he's from one of the provinces. I cannot remember what this guy's deal is. But Minister LeBlanc met with U.S. Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick, who we just got done listening to. Let's go here to CTV News for this story.
Still no deal, but positive signs after a high-stakes face-to-face today. The Canada-U.S. Trade Minister back in the U.S. Capitol to meet with Donald Trump's point man on tariffs and trade. Let's get straight to CTV's senior political correspondent, Mike LeCouture, who is in Washington tonight. And Mike, what can you tell us about the meeting and what came out of it today?
Well, Omar, the meeting was scheduled for an hour, but according to Dominic LeBlanc's office, it lasted for over 90 minutes. Later in the day, LeBlanc posted a photo of himself standing next to the Secretary of Commerce, Howard Lutnick, describing the meeting as productive. His office has also called it constructive and lengthy. Joining LeBlanc in the meeting were Canadian Ambassador to the U.S., Kirsten Hillman, and the Prime Minister's Chief of Staff, Marc-André Blanchard. The details of the meeting are being closely guarded, but it does come just days after Prime Minister Mark Carney announced Canada will be dropping some of its counter tariffs on American goods. And one former U.S. ambassador to Canada believes that move has opened a door.
I'm optimistic that something material can be a result in the foreseeable future. Canada, I think, has the opportunity to strike a deal that may be much better than the rest of the world.
Meantime, the U.S. continues to have a series of tariffs on Canadian steel, aluminum, copper, and the deeply integrated auto industry. Prime Minister Carney said,
Okay. I looked it up. Dominic LeBlanc is apparently the Minister of Economic Development or something like that. Or U.S.-Canada Trade Development, something like that. Having a productive meeting with Commerce Secretary Lutnick. Must have been a fun time. All right, let's talk about energy policy in the United States.
This story is insane. The Trump administration is, because Trump is obsessed with windmills being ugly, wind turbines. I shouldn't say windmills. He's always saying it. It's wind turbines. Wind turbines. He's obsessed with them because his golf course in Ireland, you can see some of them off the coast in the water, which is basically a hate crime against the Trump family. And so in Rhode Island, they have been working on these wind farms, and it was going to benefit Rhode Island and Connecticut residents. It's their first commercial offshore wind farm, and it has, in terms of like what they're building out, the capacity to power over 350,000 homes, which is awesome. The kind of stuff we should be doing, the kind of stuff the rest of the world is doing at a much more rapid pace. But Trump thinks they're ugly. So he sends out Lee Zeldin, head of the EPA, to explain why they're pulling the plug on this project that is 80% complete off the coast of Rhode Island.
What's behind this? I know this is more of an Interior Department thing, but what's the problem with this wind farm in Rhode Island?
President Trump's been very consistent. He's not a fan of wind, the economics of it. He's also been outspoken on environmental impacts to
Can you pause it? Not a fan of wind. Not a fan of wind. It messes up my hair. This comb over is very elaborate, okay? Too much wind, too much movement.
Look, I don't want to sound like a third-way Democrat here, but this is a layup politically. Like somebody saying we're going to take one of nature's sources of energy off the table. This is going to raise prices for people. Like if the Democrats can't make hay out of this, it's because the party has terminally wounded itself with its support of a genocide or something.
Well, it's not something like that. Have you thought about that our green energy doesn't have like astronomical triple-digit percentage rates of returns? So perhaps we shouldn't fight so hard for it as the planet burns. That's a thought.
More of an Interior Department thing, but what's the problem with this wind farm in Rhode Island?
President Trump's been very consistent. He's not a fan of wind, the economics of it. He's also been outspoken on environmental impacts to fisheries. And we saw a Section 232 decision for an investigation out of Commerce, which was news over the course of the last day or two, looking at windmill imports from out of the
Windmills are killing all of the whales. I keep hearing about whales being beached, and I'm pretty sure it's the windmills. See, the whales, at night, you don't see it, but at the whales at night, the whales fly through the air. Then they get struck by these terrible windmills and die.
And analyzing whether it's a national security threat. So now you add the national security impact with that decision from Commerce. The president, he's not a fan of wind, and there are leaders in Congress, governors of states, who talk about wind as if it's a substitute for base load.
Does he think these things are producing the wind?
That's the other thing. That's the other thing. It's like when Trump...
That's right. Who knew? Windmills actually create the wind rather than using it as a source of energy. All these windmills all over the place are actually part of a sinister network, a cabal of wind creating weather manipulation. Now, a man whose job has nothing to do with windmills had something to say. That's right, we're paying this guy to keep the nation healthy. Of course, I'm talking about Health and Human Services Secretary RFK Jr. But he had a bunch of shit to say about windmills earlier. Let's see what this idiot had to say.
I wanted to talk because you mentioned the wind farms. We now have an interdepartmental coalition, a team, which is Doug Burgum and Howard Lutnick and Chris Wright and Pete Hegseth. We're all working on this issue. And Lee. Sorry, Lee. We're all working together on this issue. We're meeting together. There are right now 11 wind farms planned that were launched during the Biden administration. Between Maine and Virginia, it's 1,130 towers. These towers are twice the size of the Washington Monument. The blades on them are...
They're massive. It's so crazy.
The blades are 350 feet long, one blade. One of these blades blew up on Nantucket last summer, and the water was filled with shards of glass, of sharp glass, so it's dangerous to swim. They had to close the beaches, but they have indemnified themselves so the local communities can't sue them. None of these projects are bonded. If you build an oil derrick in the Gulf, you got to put a bond down. There's no bond for dismantling them, and that's one of the tools that Doug is now using to challenge some of these projects. None of the...
Wow. So, for some reason, RFK is intimately involved in a governmental effort to sue wind farms, I guess. They're trying to sue wind farms out of existence because, according to RFK, they pose some sort of a environmental risk. They're exploding. They are exploding and causing an utter catastrophe. Okay, let's see. Let me think. Do we take a break now? Yeah, I think we're gonna take a quick break. Quick break. But don't worry, we'll be right back after these brief messages. Okay, hope you've been enjoying the show so far. If you haven't already, hit the like button and don't forget to subscribe, Space Fams. Hit that bell icon too so you get the latest notifications. While you're at it, do also consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are completely funded by individuals such as yourself. A lot of great ways, of course, for you to show your support. YouTube, Super Chats, Super Stickers, and memberships. Cash App and PayPal if you prefer your money to go directly to funding the stream rather than YouTube's bottom line. But of course, the very best way to get the most space benefits for your Earth dollars is to go on to Patreon and become a Galactic Patron. That's right, for the low price of 10 cents a day, you can get access to a bunch of sweet space benefits unseen by the rest of the goddamn Milky Way galaxy. So what are you waiting for, Space Fams? Do what you know that you are destined to do. Become a Galactic Patron, such a low price, so many great benefits. It really does help keep this stream alive. Anyway, chat, enjoy the break. Grab yourselves a drink, maybe a snack, and I will be right back. Okay, Space Fams, you know what that sound means. It means it's time for us to get back to the stream. Break is over. Third half is about to begin. Let's talk environmental stuff, and shit is on fire in the western portion of the United States. Start here in Oregon, as a fire has been raging there, one which I was not aware of until very recently. But apparently it's been going on now for a number of days, 3 or 4 days, I believe. This is from 2 days ago. KVAL News: flat fire rages near Sisters, prompting evacuations and road closures.
Meanwhile, in Wildfire coverage, we've been tracking very closely the flat fire out there the past few days. It's grown significantly in size. This is a live look out there right now on one of those wildfire cameras there. This is all happening just outside of Sisters. Now, not seeing the same level of activity as we did over the weekend. We've had a little bit of rainfall moving through, but this was the site there the past couple of days. You can see all the smoke, the flames themselves. At this point, that fire still sitting at 0% contained, in spite of things looking a little less active at this point. Now, the governor did invoke the Emergency Conflagration Act back on Friday. That allows multiple additional resources to respond, including some from right here in our area. And there are, of course, level 3 go now evacuations that are in place around that fire, currently burning at nearly 22,000 acres in size. That goes alongside some level 2 and level 1 warnings as well. Deschutes County now also issuing some level 3 warnings as the winds begin to push the fire towards the county line. Oregon State Fire Marshal saying that they've been able to stop the fire from spreading to additional homes, though according to the Deschutes County Sheriff's Office, 4 homes have already been destroyed by the blaze. Been focused on thunderstorms rolling through. We've seen lightning strikes. We had a couple of early morning power outages. Thankfully, those seem to have cleared up, but we're not done just yet.
Yeah, I mean, yesterday, really, this all started off yesterday morning. Those thunderstorms slowly rolling their way on in. In fact, starting up a fire out over in the Willamette National Forest. Now getting an update on that fire as well, which as of yesterday into early this morning, they were estimating about 300 acres, now at 1,200 acres. Containment level still a little bit unknown. But again, this is all into the upper elevations of the Cascades. And what we do know is the Willamette.
Okay, let's go to this next one. This is from KATU News.
The flat fire burning in Central Oregon has destroyed at least 4 homes and burned nearly 22,000 acres. It is northeast of Sisters on the Jefferson and Deschutes County lines. Governor Kotek declared an emergency conflagration act to add more resources. FEMA has also authorized federal funds to help fight it. We turn now to Hert Zoutendijk with the Oregon State Fire Marshal's office. We know you're busy, so thanks for joining us this afternoon.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks for having me.
Let's start with the weather. It's been hot the last several days. Our meteorologist says rain is on the way east of the Cascades. How challenging has the weather been, though, before that?
Really challenging, right? We've had, red flag warnings. We've had high temperatures, near triple digits, very low humidity, winds with up to 20-mile-an-hour gusts. So those weather conditions really challenge, the firefight.
The fire's destroyed 4 homes, damaged several structures. It's burning close to the town of Sisters, with different parts of town under different levels of evacuation. How's that southern containment line holding up, and should people be worried about the fire reaching Sisters?
Yeah, so we've been watching that southern end really closely. It really jumped and moved on Saturday. Yesterday, it moved just slightly more to the north than the south. The wind shifted. Took advantage of the weather and the wind shift overnight. And today, we're taking high advantages of the weather changes with.
My God, some of these images coming out of Oregon are truly shocking. just awe-inspiring in its ferocity. This fire, which in a few days has gotten to over 20,000 acres and destroyed multiple homes. This is from yesterday.
Developing tonight, monsoon storms hitting Arizona, bringing heavy rain and a blinding dust cloud leading to...
I forgot about this one. I meant to take this out of here. This is just unnecessary. We'll update you more on the Oregon fires during this week. I'm assuming that they're going to be continuing throughout this week. They are not very contained right now. I think they were at like 6 or 7% containment. Let's go on to a different fire now, south of Oregon in the Bay Area. The Picket Fire, which has been consuming thousands of acres in Napa Valley, continue. This is from yesterday, Cron 4.
Local emergency has been declared in Napa County in response to the Picket Fire. Officials say they need to get more resources, and due to hazardous materials, a local health emergency has also been declared.
And tonight, CAL FIRE held a virtual community meeting assuring the public that crews are working around the clock to gain containment of the Picket Fire. Ground Force Sarah Stinson joins us in studio with the details. Sarah?
No structures have been lost and no one has been injured, but there are still evacuation warnings and orders in effect for those who live near the Picket Fire. The Napa County Sheriff says it's currently affecting 50 to 100 people, mostly in Pope Valley. Tonight, CAL FIRE crews got a chance to speak directly to community members about their efforts to get everyone home.
Just got in there aggressively, got line around that.
CAL FIRE updating Napa County communities about the progress made to gain control of the Picket Fire.
We've had a really good couple of days with some very strong and aggressive firefighting, and we are going to continue that as we move forward.
The flames sparked Thursday near Calistoga and spread fast, forcing people to evacuate. At a community meeting Monday night, officials made it clear that there's still a long road to full containment.
We still
still a long road to containment on this Picket Fire in the Napa Valley. The containment did increase, though, to 17% as of yesterday. Here's CBS News.
Welcome back to CBS News 24/7. More than 2,500 firefighters are battling the Picket Fire in California's Napa County. The flames have burned nearly 7,000 acres and it's threatening the area's famed grape crop. Containment has inched up to 17% today. CBS News correspondent Carter Evans reports from Pope Valley right now. Carter, what is the latest on this firefight?
Well, pretty good news. The weather has cooperated quite a bit. It's much, much cooler today. It's in the 70s right now, and firefighters are taking advantage of this opportunity to kind of beef up their containment line. So they want to grow that containment number, and they want to keep the fire from spreading. So that's what they're working on right now. Interesting, a lot of this fire is in really rough, steep terrain, and there is a concern about smoldering debris rolling down the hill and ending up starting a new fire outside of the fire line. So what they've been doing is putting chicken wire there to catch any potential flaming debris that might come down. So they've got pulling everything out, pulling out all the stops to keep this fire from spreading.
Yeah, that's good to hear. This fire also threatening Napa Valley's famed and beloved grape crop. That's what we all wonder. So what are you hearing about the vineyards in that area and the race to protect them?
So the good news is in Napa Valley, where I am now, there is not a lot of smoke, and that's good because the fire is actually on the mountainside and moving the other direction. There are a lot of vineyards in that side, though, and they are concerned about the smoke. The smoke can certainly affect the grapes,
Yes, indeed, Napa Valley's prized grape crop under threat from these fires right now. Even those that don't burn could be adversely affected by the smoke. Because you don't want your wine to taste like smoke, as it turns out. Alright, let's go here. This is a drone, some drone footage. A flight over the Picket Fire, the area that already is burned.
Robert Wetstein, CAL FIRE Battalion Chief, also Operations Branch Director, Branch 15 over here on the Etna Springs side of the eastern portion of the fire. We just got back from a recon flight from one of our Helco platforms. We really got to get a good overview of the fire from the sky, looking down at the production and the great work that our firefighters have done on this fire. Mainly looking at mostly interior smokes. Nothing that's really threatening our control lines. Fire's looking really good in this side of the fire, in Division Mike, Papa, and also Division Oscar. Yeah, so the recon flights that we perform are really valuable for our intelligence of the fire, so we can actually see the production of the work that's being completed by our firefighters on the front line, and really get.
I don't know why I thought they flew a drone over this thing. I was listening to it. Apparently I didn't catch the fact that they were in a helicopter. But there you go. You can see a lot of devastated forest area that is now charred. A whole lot of red fire retardant sprayed all over the place. All right, let's move on from California inland to Arizona, where the Dragon Bravo fire is still burning. Over a month, almost 2 months now, it's been burning. It started on July 4th. This is the same fire that burned down that historic 100-year-old Grand Canyon Lodge earlier this year. Containment on the fire has increased.
And right there, you're taking a live look at the Grand Canyon as we take you north. That view from the National Park's webcam, and a lot has been going on there the last month and a half or so. Rain, though, is now slowing down the Dragon Bravo fire at the Grand Canyon, but work continues to reopen Highway 67. They want to try and get that done. It's been closed, and the U.S. Forest Service says the fire is now 64% contained. It is a stubborn fire. It has burned over 145,000 acres. Just yesterday, that containment was at 61%, and you can see why it's slow going there. Meantime, fire crews are keeping watch for new sparks and continue to clear hazards along the roadways. The North Rim remains closed for the season with a flash flood watch in effect until 8 p.m. tonight. The fire was sparked by lightning, if you recall, on July 4th. It has been.
Well, there you go. There's your latest update on the Dragon Bravo fire, 64% contained, which means hopefully they'll be able to wrap this thing up in the near future. It's a difficult place to fight this fire. A hell of a lot of area is burned at this point. All right, let's now go to Colorado. Talk about some of the fires that are still burning there. The Lee Fire has now become the 4th largest fire in Colorado history. That fire has now been going for like 2 weeks. Whoopsies. Did not mean to do that.
Colorado firefighters are hoping the rain can help bring them some relief. They're currently battling several wildfires on the western slope. First, the Derby Fire is still burning uncontained in a remote part of Eagle County. It's about 13 miles north of the town of Dotsero. Firefighters say it has grown to more than 4,300 acres or 8 square miles. Both the Garfield County and Eagle County Sheriff's Offices downgraded some of its evacuation to pre-evacuation status. Officials are expected to update the community in a meeting tonight at 6:30 at the Gypsum Town Hall. The Lee Fire is holding steady. It's just 3 acres shy of becoming the 4th largest wildfire in Colorado's history. Firefighters are getting closer to fully containing it. It's 90% contained tonight. Now officials are warning about the potential of flash flooding from the forecasted rain. We'll be sure to keep you updated on these fires as we learn more.
5:30, the Lee Fire burning south of Meeker is now ranked the 4th largest wildfire in the state's history.
It is also the largest wildfire burning in Colorado right now, scorching more than 138,000 acres.
Today, Fox 31's Courtney Fromm spoke with those on the ground in Rio Blanco County about the ongoing firefight.
That fire started back on August 2nd after a lightning strike. It then combined with another fire, and that's when crews diligently started working to get this thing under control. But right now it is the largest burning wildfire in Colorado in this moment. Now the fire has burned 138,844 acres in just under a month. It's now at 90% containment, and it sits as the fourth largest wildfire in Colorado history. Now the incident management team says the change in ranking came from a better vantage point rather than more growth. They were able to get a helicopter up there to see actually the full size of this fire, and that's when it jumped from fifth and largest in history to the fourth largest in history. Now the rain in the area helping fight the flames, but lightning and flooding making it dangerous for boots on the ground working to get that last 10% contained.
Obviously, for the recovery of the community, it's not going to be measured in weeks, it's going to be measured in years, but the short-term work is probably measured more in weeks.
We know 7 homes were lost in this fire and about 23 sheds or smaller buildings. There were no human fatalities, thankfully, but unfortunately, they do believe a couple of cattle have passed away because of the flames.
I don't know why, but she gives me big MTG vibes. Okay. Now another fire is going on still down in the Everglades. Here's CBS Miami from 2 days ago.
Now to an update on the brush fire battle in Broward County. At last check, at least 48,000 acres have been scorched, and it's around 85% contained, so that's the good news here. Crews did dump water onto the hot spots this past week. Forest officials say that fire is not impacting anyone's property, and no injuries have been reported. Officials say that.
Okay, there you go. I mean, I think that one wound up getting contained. But it scorched thousands of acres before they got to it. It was in a marsh in the Everglades itself. Let's go here to ABC News, talk about just more broadly all of the fires impacting people in the United States right now.
Out of the weather, record-breaking heat fueling multiple wildfires, forcing evacuations across several states. While in the Northeast, a major shift in the weather just as the Labor Day weekend approaches. First, the fires tonight north of San Francisco. These are the images. Firefighters battling the picket fire. An emergency now declared. Evacuations underway in Central Oregon tonight. The flat fire exploding in size, scorching more than 30 square miles. Families forced to leave there as well. And tonight they're now using helicopters to get firefighters to the front lines because it's been so difficult to fight the flames, and you'll see it. Lee Goldberg on the heat, the fires, and the big change in the Northeast. And Trevor Ault in California tonight.
Tonight, record-breaking heat fueling multiple wildfires in the West, destroying homes and forcing thousands to flee. North of San Francisco and Napa County, a massive days-long battle to keep the picket fire away from neighborhoods. Choppers making daring nighttime assaults on the flames, and with the terrain there extremely rugged and remote. This footage from CAL FIRE showing a helicopter attack crew flying into an area impossible to reach on foot. That fire still burning out of control, now more than 10 square miles. Up in Oregon, the flat fire has destroyed multiple buildings southeast of Portland, including at least 4 homes, more than 30 square miles charred since Thursday. The Pacific Northwest sweltering. This weekend, officials in at least 2 Oregon counties reporting heat-related deaths. And in the desert Southwest, monsoon storms threatening to spark new lightning-fueled fires. In Nevada's Black Rock Desert, a powerful overnight dust storm sending festival goers scrambling for cover at Burning Man. Several tents damaged, but no one was hurt.
And David, the causes of both the picket fire and the flat fire are under investigation. Thousands of firefighters have been dispatched to try to get them contained. David.
All right, Trevor Ault tonight. Trevor, we appreciate it.
Thank you, Trevor, for that update on all these fires raging in the United States right now. A lot of stuff is on fire. Pitchforks Dragon, you started a wine tour company 10 years ago? That sounds interesting. Okay, let's go now here and talk about Antarctic ice. Something which we have been talking about recently, and I just felt it necessary to remind everyone of this situation, which is seemingly getting much, much worse, much, much faster.
Rapid loss of Antarctic sea ice could be a tipping point for the global climate, causing sea level rises, changes to ocean currents and loss of marine life that are impossible to reverse. That's the stark warning from a new scientific study published in the journal Nature. The authors say the changes are having a knock-on effect across the ecosystem that in some cases amplify one another. Well, to discuss, we're joined now by glaciologist and ice sheet modeller Frank Patton. He's also chair of the Belgian National Committee on Arctic and Antarctic Research. Thanks so much for being with us. Firstly, explain, if you can, Frank, how exactly the authors of this report came to these conclusions and how big this decline in Antarctic sea ice is likely to actually be.
Yeah, good evening. So the authors, they brought together several lines of evidence that was recently collected across the Antarctic. And this goes from Antarctic sea ice over the ocean circulation, over the Antarctic ice sheet, so the one that is lying on top of lying on top of the continent, as well as marine biology. And so if you look at the last century, Antarctic sea ice extent was rather constant, even with a very small increase in extent. And then the last years, there was a sudden drop in the extent of the sea ice, a drop that is larger than anything that can be explained by natural variability over the last 100 years. And one of the consequences
a drop that is larger than anything explainable by any natural variability, otherwise known as human-caused. Can't explain it by any natural reasons, well, then it must be humans.
A drop that is larger than anything that can be explained by natural variability over the last 100 years. And one of the consequences of such a drop in sea ice is that, of course, when sea ice forms, it expels salt, and that creates denser waters that flow to the bottom. So now there is less salt expelled, less denser waters, and that has direct impact on the overturning circulation around the Antarctic. And the overturning circulation is important for the global climate. And there is already evidence that there is a slowdown of that overturning circulation. And then a third line of evidence is that over the last decades, we saw an increase in ice loss of the Antarctic ice sheet. And this ice loss is especially due to melting, which is due again to the ocean, deep water that is pushed up on the continental shelf, and that interacts with the ice sheet and melts it from there. That leads to quite important losses of the ice sheet, and they keep on increasing. And basically, when you have also less sea ice, you get another interaction with that ice sheet, because then winds and storms get a direct access to the ice sheet, and they can even help in fragilizing that ice and creating more ice loss. So you see that all these different systems, they are interrelated, and even more, they reinforce each other so that you get stronger losses because of the interaction of those different systems.
And Frank, you say the situation has been relatively stable for centuries, but you say we're now moving rapidly into a new era. So how concerned should we be about all of this? And is what we're seeing reversible?
Yeah, so the authors, they talk about a regime shift, and a regime shift is quite important because it means that the ice sheet or the whole system around the Antarctic moves into a different state. And it's like a bit like a contrast. We had different states. We used to have, in the past, we had ice ages, which was a different state, and then warmer periods like we have now. That's also a different state. So moving into a different state, makes us thinking about what this means for the rest of the world. And of course, what happens in the Antarctic doesn't stay in the Antarctic, even though it looks like all the changes are happening there, but it has directly an impact also for our areas. Now, you were mentioning...
Yeah, this is all incredibly troubling. It will have serious impacts on the rest of the world, especially places like Europe and the United States. And if the Atlantic current slows down, that could have massive consequences. State changes in the Antarctic. I mean, talking about that is just horrible. Horrifying, just thinking about it. State changes, like dramatic and monumental shifts in the way in which the Antarctic exists, meaning less ice, much less ice than normal. Places like Northern Europe would be, depending on what happens and the timing of it all, I mean, some really dramatic shit would happen. All right, let's go talk about Pakistan. They have been having a rough time of it this monsoon season. Hundreds and hundreds of people have died.
Surrounded by water with no access to dry land. This team, like many others, is on a mission to save souls. More families are being rescued in this village. As you can see that these villages are completely cut off from the mainland. The only way that these people can be rescued is through these boats. Several villages in Kasur district are overwhelmed, and the water level in the Sutlej River continues to rise. The Sutlej flows from India, which warned Pakistan on Sunday, despite strained ties.
You can see the situation we are in. We are facing so many difficulties. We have buffaloes, but there's no fodder for them. All around us is nothing but water, and there's no way out.
The administration must do something for us. We need tents to live in. On the other side, people are sitting helpless without any support.
While there is widespread damage to farming lands, here there are no casualties reported.
At the moment, a flow of 190,000 cusecs is passing through the Sutlej River. Around 72 villages have been affected. Nearly 80 boats from rescue team are operating. And so far, we have evacuated around 4,000 people from here.
Despite the rising water level, some intend to stay wherever they are.
Where should we go after leaving our homes? Our livestock is here. If they are swept away in the floods, what will we do?
This monsoon season has been much heavier than usual for Pakistan. After wreaking havoc in the northern Pakistan, floods are now hitting the plains of Punjab. While these people hope the
people in Pakistan have been dealing with these floods. And it is, I mean, God. The effects of these floods have been devastating. You see these photos and it's just, it is mind-boggling. Entire towns just underwater. The fact is these floods are getting worse thanks to climate change. For every degree warmer it is in the atmosphere, 5 or 7% more water can be held in the clouds. which obviously contributes directly to things like this. Now, unfortunately for people in Pakistan, they had to evacuate an area en masse. 100,000 Pakistanis were forced to leave their villages after India released water from a dam which was about to overflow. Here's the AP from 22 hours ago.
Pakistan has evacuated more than 100,000 people from eastern Punjab province. That's after a cross-border flood alert from neighbouring India. Heavy monsoon rains have been battering both countries for months, and India told Pakistan it would have to release water from overflowing dams and swollen rivers. It was the first official and public diplomatic contact between the two countries since they almost came to the brink of war several months ago. Pakistan has been particularly badly hit this monsoon season. Higher than average rainfalls have triggered flash flooding and landslides that have killed nearly 800 people nationwide. The country's National Disaster Management Authority has urged people to avoid unnecessary travel and to stay away from rivers and streams. But this contact is an example of life-saving cooperation and cooperation on climate change, something that both countries are affected by.
Yeah, honestly, India actually telling Pakistan ahead of these releases was actually a good sign, even though it might seem like a spiteful act. India had to do what they had to do. Those dams would have collapsed potentially, making the situation dramatically worse. And you know, considering what was just going on between Pakistan and India, I think it's a constructive moment of working together. Unfortunately for people in Pakistan, those waters coming out of the Indian dams were not their only problem as rains continued in the region. This is from 11 hours ago out of the BBC. More evacuations in Pakistan as floods devastate parts of the Punjab region.
Rescuers are rushing to evacuate residents as floods devastate parts of Punjab in Pakistan. One city, Sialkot, has seen more rainfall in 24 hours than the highest record in the past 49 years. So far, more than 800 people in Pakistan have been killed by monsoon rains since June. Our Pakistan correspondent Azadeh Mashiri is in one of the worst affected districts, Narowal. And Azadeh, clearly the challenge there for the rescuers is immense. Tell us about the efforts to get to people.
Well, emergency teams have warned of exceptionally high flooding in Punjab. But the damage, the devastation, it's already here. Our team has seen it. Hundreds of more rescue boats have been deployed. One official told us they're racing to save casualties. Now, in Narowal, this district is heavily affected, and that's because it's near the river Ravi that has swollen. There are dangerous levels of water there, as India had warned there would be after they released water from some of their major dams. That's what happens when reservoirs are overwhelmed upstream in India. It can cause heavy flooding here in Pakistan. Add to that the heavy rains that have been pounding the country this week. Sialkot, as you mentioned, has seen extreme flooding. That's an urban area, and so homes, buildings, cars are submerged. And rescuers are not only evacuating people, but also their livestock. This is a country where more than 40% of people live below the poverty line. And so these floods are ruinous to so many families. And that's why many people we've spoken to in the past 2 days have told us they're refusing to evacuate. They would rather take their chances, protect as much of their property and their belongings as they can, even if that means risking their lives.
And for those who do choose to leave or leave because of the circumstances, Azadeh, what facilities are there for them?
Well, the government Rescuers have set up shelters on higher ground, and so a lot of people are actually being evacuated by boats. We went along with some of the rescuers yesterday, and they have been taking these people to these shelters. But officials have told us that the majority of people who do choose to be evacuated tend to go and stay with friends and family. They aren't comfortable staying at those shelters. And when I say that some people are refusing to evacuate, it's really large proportions of people. In fact, the village that we visited is a village of about 3,000 people. It's about 2 hours from Lahore, which is the second most populous city here in Pakistan. Now, while there are 3,000 residents there, about half of the residents were refusing to evacuate. So that shows you how many people are at risk when there's extreme flooding like this, especially when a lot of these people live near riverbeds.
Yeah, that is kind of insane to me, just, you know, en masse, just refusing to leave when your homes are about to get flooded. Not gonna lie, seems strange. All right, well, that is it for the environmental news today. Let's move on to space news now. Yesterday, SpaceX's Starship, as they've called it, finally had a successful launch after multiple explosions.
3, 2, 1.
SpaceX's giant Starship finally saw success Tuesday after a string of failures. The 10th test flight of the rocket system saw deployment of a batch of mock Starlink satellites. That was a key demonstration for a rocket that is essential to the firm's future plans for commercial launches. The flight also saw Starship test new heat shield tiles that protect it as it plunges back into the Earth's atmosphere. That is critical, as the ship is supposed to be able to fly again with little or no refurbishment. SpaceX boss Elon Musk had said Monday that developing an effective shield was probably the biggest remaining challenge. Now much is riding on the system's success, besides commercial applications. NASA has chosen it to put astronauts on the moon for the first time since the Apollo program. And it's central to Musk's dream of putting people on Mars for the first.
Yes, it's central to his delusion of people living on Mars. We know.
We are about 45 minutes into the 10th flight test of Starship, and as you can see, the light show has started. Re-entry has begun. We are starting to re-enter the Earth's atmosphere. We're moving about 5 times the speed of sound, and we're about to start barreling through the Earth's atmosphere and head for a splashdown in the Indian Ocean. Here we go.
Starship landing burn startup.
Seeing 3 engines. There's our flip. There's a buoy. There's a splashdown.
Wow, how exciting. Yay, billionaires taking over space. So great for humanity. Now we can be unequal in space too. Yay. Alright, now let's do the Earth news now. Starting in Latin America, where for some reason Ted Cruz was hanging out. Let's just go here to El Salvador so we can make sense of this. But yeah, Republican from Texas, Senator Ted Cruz. That's not him. There he is, Ted Cruz. Cancun Cruz hanging out in El Salvador.
Good evening, everyone. It's a pleasure to be in El Salvador. I've spent the day here, had a series of meetings. Just finished meeting with the Minister of Justice. Later tonight, I will be meeting with President Bukele. And I am here for a number of reasons. One, to strengthen the strong friendship and alliance between the United States and El Salvador. El Salvador is a critical partner for the United States. We have closely aligned interests. And I will say the job that President Bukele is doing here is truly extraordinary. The success in terms of reducing crimes, reducing murders, and taking on gangs that were terrorizing the people of.
There you go. Ted Cruz has decided to take time from his vacation. Although I guess El Salvador is probably a beautiful place as long as you're not worried about being repressed by its government. So he's using his vacation to go down to El Salvador and have, you know, buddy time with the dictator Nayib Bukele to get tips from him on how to combat crime in the United States. Ted Cruz on his vacation going to get tips from a dictator on how to get crime down in the US. Think about that. US senators going to dictatorships to ask for tips on how to solve crime. I mean, this is Twilight Zone shit. He's not there to check on the people who have been illegally renditioned to CCOT. No, he's there to hang out with a self-described dictator. That is what he's up to. All right, let's go over to fucking Brazil. See what's been going on over there with relation to the trial of Jair Bolsonaro.
With a security tightened around the home of the former president of Brazil, Jair Bolsonaro. The authorities there fear that Bolsonaro is a flight risk ahead of his treason trial. And there is, of course, also outrage still bubbling under about Donald Trump threatening Brazil with sanctions if the case against the man seen as his political admirer is not dropped.
President Lula announces to Cabinet the American decision to revoke the Justice Minister's US visa. It might not have an impact as wide as the 50% tariff levelled against Brazil at the end of July, but the message is just as clear, and so too was Lula's response.
If we liked emperors, Brazil would still be a monarchy. We don't want that anymore. We want this country to be democratic and sovereign, a republic, which is what we've learned to build.
Trying a former leader was never going to be easy, and President Lula went on to accuse Jair Bolsonaro's son, based in the US, of lobbying the Trump administration, and in so doing, betraying Brazil. On the same day, Supreme Court judge overseeing the coup attempt trial, Alexandre de Moraes, ordered around-the-clock monitoring of the former president, already under house arrest due to flight risk. And at least one other judge on the Supreme Court has come out in vocal support of his colleague's stance.
I consider the work carried out by Alexandre de Moraes to be extremely important, even historic, and I fully support his work and his performance.
The defendant is facing up to 40 years in prison if convicted of plotting to hold on to power after losing the 2022 elections.
It is a remarkable situation, those images that we saw ending the report by Daniel Quinlan, really illustrating what happened when Jair Bolsonaro refused to accept defeat in the presidential election, and of course his supporters storming the seat of power in Brasilia. Let's bring in for more analysis Richard Lapper. Richard is from the Chatham House think tank. He is also author of a book, and we'll show you the cover of that book, Beef, Bible and Bullets. Richard, continue the title of your book, please. Beef, Bible and Bullets and?
Well, Brazil in the age of Bolsonaro is the subtitle, although I think the age of Bolsonaro is coming to an end, as your report has indicated.
It indicates that you are the right person at the right time to have to talk about this story. And thank you, sir, for joining us here on France 24. We appreciate your time. What do you make of this situation, then, where we have Bolsonaro being supported by Donald Trump so overtly, it seems, in the sense that Trump would even threaten tariffs against Brazil if the case isn't dropped?
Yeah, I mean, the tariffs that Trump introduced, the Trump administration introduced in mid-July and finally put into place in August, have really racked up tension between Brazil and the United States. Bolsonaro is facing trial, which will begin next week, on the grounds, as your report's already suggested, in fact, on the grounds of him planning, along with his associates, a military coup to kill Lula and the Deputy President, Geraldo Alckmin, and his main Chief Justice, Alexandre de Moraes, back in December 2022. And these are no trumped-up charges. The federal police have an 800-page dossier detailing the plot. It ended in 2003 in a whimper when the supporters of Bolsonaro invaded Congress, much as supporters of Donald Trump himself had invaded the Congress buildings in the United States back in 2020 when he lost that election. So there's a case against Bolsonaro, and Trump basically has said that unless that case is dropped, these sanctions will be imposed on Brazil.
I did everything right and they indicted me.
That's right. This trial is about to begin. Trial of Jair Bolsonaro, a man who led a very public coup in the same style as Donald Trump 2 years after Donald Trump's coup. He is, of course, close friends with Donald Trump. Donald Trump, after finding out about this investigation and indictment, of course, decided to put a 50% tariff on Brazil, a country which we have a trade surplus with. That's right. Brazil buys more U.S. goods than they do sell to America, which means that this move, of course, hurts U.S. manufacturers, but it's all worth it because one of Donald Trump's friends needs the full force of the U.S. government to get himself out of trouble, apparently. Now, let's go over to Argentina, where Javier Milei was attempting to do sort of a man of the people type stunt. Loaded him and his favorite friends and pals to surround him on a... It's not really a float. It's like a trailer attached to a car that they decided to drive through the city streets. It did not go according to plan. Argentinian President Javier Milei has been pelted with rocks. Milei's caravan was moving through the streets of Lomas de Zamora, traditionally a stronghold of the opposition movement. The president was with his sister Karina Milei, who was embroiled in a corruption scandal over allegations of bribery. Eventually, supporters of the president and protesters of the crowd began fighting each other. Milei was rushed out of the public event by his security team. Help, help.
Help, help, I'm being repressed.
There you go, Javier Milei attempting to appear like a man of the people. Instead, the people certainly decided to manhandle him, tossing rocks at him and his sister and his friends. Not as popular as I think he was thinking to himself. A lot of people are upset, of course, about his austerity policies, which have been dismantling the Argentinian government, taking away long-standing social safety nets. Honestly, he's doing everything the Doge was doing in the United States. Firing civil servants. It seems like the people are still upset about that. They've been protesting it for quite some time now. All right, let's go across the Atlantic. Talk about Greenland. And we're not going to talk about the glacier today. We're going to talk about something that is incredibly disturbing. But supposedly, according to a new report, oh my God, the United States undertook influence operations in Greenland leading up to the visit from the vice president.
Denmark has summoned the top U.S. diplomat in Copenhagen over alleged attempts to interfere with Greenland's status. Danish intelligence links several Americans, including those tied to the Trump administration, to covert influence campaigns in Greenland. Officials accuse the group of urging Greenlanders to push for separation from Denmark. Denmark's foreign minister says such actions are unacceptable and confirms an investigation is underway. Stephanie Sarug is an international correspondent for the Danish public broadcaster known by its initials DR. She joins me now live from Copenhagen. So Stephanie, tell us exactly what your network uncovered.
DR has uncovered that at least 3 Americans, all of them having connections to either President Donald Trump or the Trump administration, have been operating secret influencing campaigns in Greenland. At least one of them has been making a list, compiling names of Greenlandic citizens who are sympathetic towards Donald Trump's ambitions to take over Greenland. And the names on the list were apparently to be recruited to start a separatist movement across both Greenland and Denmark. My network has been is basing this story on interviews who have been going on for months with 8 different sources who are anonymous. We, of course, know their full identity, but it is within authorities in both Greenland, Denmark, and the U.S.
And the Danish government, including its intelligence service, has responded to DR's reporting. What do they have to say? What do they have to say about it?
Danish Prime Minister Frederiksen has stressed that this is a very worrisome matter. Danish security intelligence says that, yes, there is going different.
Yeah, this is an incredibly troubling story. I mean, think about this. Denmark's supposed to be our goddamn ally, and meanwhile, we are literally doing a coup in Greenland? I mean, that's a coup. That is absolutely a coup. An influence campaign? An influence campaign to try and get one of our... It's like... It would be like China going to Guam and telling and you know, spreading spreading whatever you want to call it, like undertaking a campaign of separatism in Guam or Puerto Rico or wherever, right? And sure, yeah, I mean, Puerto Rico should actually be a state, or at least get the option of being a state or having their own. But this is beyond the point. I mean, the point is we are supposed to be allies, and instead we are running a fucking coup in Greenland.
This is ridiculous!
All right, this is from 6 hours ago from DW News.
Welcome to the day. We begin with accusations that the United States is attempting to infiltrate Greenland. Denmark's government has summoned America's top diplomat in Copenhagen over reports of U.S. nationals allegedly carrying out influence operations on the island. Danish media say at least 3 US citizens with links to President Trump were attempting to promote Greenland's secession from Denmark and joining the United States. President Trump has repeatedly expressed his desire to take control of the Arctic territory, which is largely autonomous but part of the Kingdom of Denmark. Denmark's Foreign Minister Lars Løkke Rasmussen said his country was aware that others were taking an interest. In a statement, he added, "It is therefore not surprising if we experience outside attempts to influence the future of the kingdom in the time ahead. Any attempt to interfere in the internal affairs of the kingdom will, of course, be unacceptable." Well, in spring, the Wall Street Journal reported that US intelligence agencies, including the CIA, had been ordered to increase spying work on Greenland-related intel.
Nice.
The focus of that work
Gotta get the
was
CIA
reported to
in
be
there.
identifying people
How are you supposed to do an old-fashioned American coup without the CIA?
in Greenland and Denmark who back the American president's desire to take over the island. Here's Donald Trump talking to reporters in the weeks before that secret order went out.
We need Greenland, very importantly, for international security. We have to have Greenland. It's not a question of, do you think we can do without it? We can't. If you look at Greenland right now, if you look at the waterways, you have Chinese and Russian ships all over the place.
China!
And we're not going to be able to do that. We're not relying on Denmark or anybody else to take care of that situation. And we're not talking about peace for the United States. We're talking about world peace. We're talking about international security.
Let's try and get to the bottom of this with Ulrik Pram-Gad. He's a senior researcher in Arctic security at the Danish Institute for International Studies. Welcome to DW. What do you think the US is up to in Greenland?
I think Donald Trump made it pretty obvious, clear that that he wants to have Greenland one way or the other, and this is talking about one or the other ways here.
Right. And what were they doing, these Americans?
You know, there's been a series of attempts at influencing. The first ones were pretty erratic in the sense that Donald Trump Jr. came trying to pretend that Greenland just loved the MAGA movement and Trump. Then a couple of YouTubers came along doling out money to people in the streets. That didn't really ring with Greenlanders. And then I think what we're getting at here is there were a couple of billionaires, investors going around Greenland telling stories about how they would really make a Greenlandic mining adventure real. And that might be what this is really about. Then, of course, looking forward, there is anxiety that Facebook algorithms, etc., will be rigged to promote criticism of the relation to Denmark and favor U.S. stories and narratives.
This sounds like pretty flagrant behaviour. It doesn't sound like spycraft. The billionaires walking around making lists and giving out money. This is either clumsy or the United States doesn't care what people think.
I think, you know, much of this interest in taking over Greenland is not really something that's been deeply buried and processed in the U.S. administration. It's very much been Donald Trump's personal idea. And then you have different billionaire friends, think tanks around him trying to make sense to this idea and trying to find out how this could be realized. And then, of course, at some point, Donald Trump has taken control over the administration. Stuff has filtered down. So I think the Danish...
Yeah, I mean, this is an incredibly troubling story. I think everybody here should be troubled by this fucking story. The fact that the Trump administration was essentially floating a coup, effectively, I mean, in Greenland, attempting an information propaganda campaign to instill separatist fears and desires or whatever, in coordination with billionaires giving out money, and people like Charlie Kirk and Don Jr. going there, J.D. Vance, all these other things Donald Trump's been talking about. I mean, it's just incredible. It's incredible. It's incredible. I mean, it's not a literal invasion, but this is, you know, effectively, if this is all true, an attempted coup. And who knows if it's just, I mean, this could be just attempts to lay the groundwork for the future. You know, I'm not convinced that Donald Trump is done with Greenland. I'm sure Denmark is incredibly incensed by this situation. Okay, we'll probably be talking about that in the near future again. Jesus Christ. All right, let's go to the United Kingdom. Talk a little bit more about the state of immigration in that country. We've been talking about it a fair bit recently. There's been a lot of very racist and angry British people protesting a great deal over the existence of immigrants in their country, even though, of course, Britain went around making things terrible for most people on the planet for hundreds of years and exported their terribleness to all sorts of places, basically every continent on the planet. Now some British people are crying about the existence of immigrants in their country.
Flags have popped up along streets in England in recent weeks, during a politically charged summer dominated by the subject of migration. Both the red and white St George's Cross, like these seen on a London street, and the Union Jack have appeared. Supporters say they demonstrate national pride rather than growing anti-immigration sentiment. That's as a tracker by polling company YouGov showed that since the end of June, immigration has overtaken the economy as voters' chief concern. London resident Shreya Joshi says the flags have made her uneasy.
I mean, sure, I would like to understand the reason behind it, of course, but if it's a message to the immigrant community, anything of that sort, then it's not that pleasant. Yeah.
National flags often hang from public buildings in Britain, but it's rare for them to appear in the streets outside of sporting, royal or military events. They've coincided with a wave of protests in recent weeks, outside hotels sheltering asylum seekers. The display of flags has been endorsed by Nigel Farage, the former Brexit campaigner whose Reform UK tops opinion polls. US billionaire Elon Musk, who has promoted far-right politicians across Europe, also posted a picture of the English flag on his X platform on Tuesday. This London resident on the streets of Tower Hamlets, one of London's most diverse areas, gave his name only as Jason.
I'll keep the comments very subtle because it can offend some people, but I think it's great. It's getting the community back.
I'm gonna keep he's gonna keep them subtle. Yeah, is that subtle, sir? Yeah, I think it's great. I think it's fucking great. That's subtle. Okay, if you say so. What's not subtle? What would be not subtle? I'm just gonna come out and say a bunch of just like a bunch of hate words, a bunch of slurs. All right, let's go across the channel to France, where a upcoming confidence vote on the French Prime Minister François Bayrou is well, it's certainly looking bad for the newest of prime ministers for the Macron government. Now, of course, there's been at least, I think, 3 prime ministers now under Macron. And the last time that the assembly was having problems passing legislation, Emmanuel Macron called a snap election, which he and his party then lost. He then, instead of listening to the party that won that snap election, decided to install his own buddy, François Bayrou, who is now facing a no confidence vote in the assembly. 1 year, almost 1 year to the day later, I think.
Unable to garner majority support for an austerity budget, François Bayrou has called the Parliament's bluff, calling a confidence vote in his own government for the 8th of September. And as the left and far right gear up to topple him, his appeal was to the public.
In the 13 days ahead, the French people will choose. They will influence their elected representatives to decide whether they position themselves on the side of chaos or on the side of conscience and responsibility.
But opposition lawmakers have made their intentions clear. So, short of a miracle, the government will fall and the president will be faced with a quandary. The last time a government was toppled in France last December, President Macron appointed a new prime minister from his own political camp to form a new government.
That's right, was it December? It's been even less than a year. It's been 8 months. They haven't even made it a full year yet. And the government's already falling. Well, if you wanted the government to not fall apart, maybe you should have, worked with the coalition that literally won the election, rather than completely ignoring them.
Awful, awful, awful. Weak, weak, weak.
Well, it's set to be a busy day for President Emmanuel Macron, fresh off his summer holidays. He'll be also holding his first cabinet meeting back today. It comes less than 2 weeks before the moment of truth for Prime Minister François Bayrou, who faces a vote of no confidence in Parliament. Bayrou is hoping to gain support for his much-contested 2026 budget, which includes several unpopular measures to reduce France's spiralling debt, including the proposal to cut public holidays. Well, France 24's Catherine Norris-Trent is standing by for us outside the Élysée Palace. Catherine, good to see you. So it's a tough return for Macron, as I mentioned there, after his holidays, and the political crisis looks very much to be on the horizon for the government now.
Good morning, Yinka. Well, here in France, yes, it's back to work for the government, but right back into a political crisis. This is the first cabinet meeting after France's summer break, and it comes just 2 days after the French Prime Minister, François Bayrou, announced sending shockwaves throughout the political system here in France that he would be calling a confidence vote in his government on the 8th of September. Basically, a pot up or shut up for members of the National Assembly, the Parliament here in France, saying either you back my plans for sweeping budget reforms, basically an austerity budget of 44 billion euros, or me and my government will resign. And it looks at this moment that gamble is not likely to pay off. He doesn't have the numbers as things stand. Several opposition parties have already come out and said that they won't vote for confidence in the government, meaning he and his government would have to resign. So he's got 13 days left, and he's said that he is ready to fight like a dog. I'm quoting there a newspaper interview published yesterday for his political survival. But at the moment, it seems that he isn't managing to convince both parties on the left and the right that they should back his reforms. Nor public opinion. A recent opinion poll showed that more than 70% of the public here hope he doesn't get that confidence and that he has to resign. So it's an uphill battle. But, this is French politics, and we've become...
70% of people just don't want François Bayrou to continue to be the prime minister. Yeah. Once again, like I was saying before, maybe Emmanuel Macron should have listened to the coalition that won the snap election that he himself called for last year, rather than installing a puppet prime minister. Just an idea. All right, let's leave the European continent and go to Africa. We're not done talking about France. This is a wild fricking story. Let's go here. France 24 English from 21 hours ago. France returns the skull of colonial-era beheaded king to Madagascar.
A what now?
That's right. France has been holding on to
France
the
has
head of Madagascar king for quite some time.
France has formally returned 3 colonial-era skulls to Madagascar, one of which is believed to belong to a Malagasy king who was beheaded by French troops during a massacre in 1897. His skull was then taken back to Paris as a trophy and placed in the archives of the Natural History Museum. It's the first restitution of human remains since France passed a law to facilitate their return 2 years ago. Whilst the remains will be sent back to the Indian Ocean island on Sunday, a ceremony to send the relics home took place Tuesday, where the Malagasy culture minister praised the handover as an immensely significant gesture. Let's take a listen.
These are not simple collector's items. Their absence for more than a century, for 128 years, has been an open wound in the heart of the Great Red Island. Today, France closes that wound.
Now, for more details on this story, our correspondent Gaël Borgia reports.
128 years without a burial, 128 years without dignity. That's how long the descendants of King Twera, leader of Sakalava Kingdom, waited to bring their ancestor home. Executed by the French colonial forces in 1897, his skull was taken and kept in the Musée de l'Homme in Paris.
It's fucking insane. European colonialism is just so perverse. Like, just think about that. Think about that for a second. Like, for over 100 years, France has been keeping the skull, multiple skulls, of people from another country that they brutalized and colonialized and robbed from, and refused to give them back. 128 years they were holding on to that. What was the point? To put it in a museum. To put it in a museum so people could look at it and go, oh, that's weird. You took somebody's skull, did you? Okay. Took them 128 years to give that back. Real fucking travesty, if you ask me. All right, let's do one more story in Africa, this time in Chad, where the founder's son of Boko Haram has reportedly been arrested for leading a terrorist cell in Chad.
The son of radical preacher Muhammad Yusuf, the late founder of Boko Haram, was reportedly arrested by authorities in Chad, according to intelligence sources. He's accused of leading a cell linked to the Islamic State West Africa Province, or ISWAP, a terrorist group considered a splinter faction of Boko Haram. But do these arrests mean that the fight against extremism is progressing in Western Chad? Our correspondent Harold Girard answers the question.
Several sources, including military and security experts, confirm that Muslim Mohammed Yusuf, son of Boko Haram's founder, but an ISWAP member, have been arrested in Jeanine along with 5 other people. For months now, Chadian security forces are showing more of the fight against Boko Haram and ISWAP. It comes particularly after the end of the Askanit operation, an anti-terrorist retaliation launched last November, initially led by the Chadian president himself. But almost 1 year on, the results aren't what they were expected to be.
Boko Haram's leadership has never been threatened in the Lake Chad region on the Chadian side. Why am I saying that? Because those people infiltrated the population. They're not easy to neutralize. There still are raids from Boko Haram every week to kidnap people, steal livestock, or kill people. When the army starts to track them, they flee.
Local experts and international partners called on the authorities to reinforce their non-military response to terrorism to ensure that better development could transform.
All right, there we go. Little news on the African continent. Son of the leader of Boko Haram arrested for creating some sort of extremist cult of some kind.
Illegal.
Wow, what is happening? How are we getting through these videos so fast today? I am moving at breakneck speed. I'm not sure what's going on with me. Jesus Christ. We've gotten through a shit ton of clips already. This is wild. All right, let's go up to Italy, where demonstrations in Rome ahead of Italy's World Cup qualifier match are making a lot of noise on the streets. As you can see, the woman with the megaphone holding a soccer ball and many of the other protesters holding red cards. The reason for this is that Italy is facing Israel in the this quarterfinal, whatever, qualifier match. And people are clearly not happy about having them in the country. Okay. Let's keep this moving. Let's go here to global news from yesterday. According to them, AI chatbots are being used to spread disinformation.
This video purports to show Ukrainian soldiers lighting an effigy of Donald Trump on fire to protest his lack of support for Ukraine.
I did everything
Turns
right
out
and
the
they
video is a
indicted
fake,
me.
linked to a well-known Russian influence operation. But if you ask popular AI chatbots, like those used by Google, Facebook, and ChatGPT, you'd never know it.
AI models are not able to distinguish credible sources from non-credible sources.
This team of American researchers recently revealed how a Russian network of websites known as Pravda used artificial intelligence to publish 3.6 million articles last year, each telling the Kremlin's version of events. The sheer volume of content tricked some of the world's most popular search engines into regurgitating Russia's disinformation. If you ask Facebook's Meta AI if those fighters from Ukraine burned an effigy of Trump, it answers yes. Its source, Russia's Pravda network.
Because of that repetition of that particular narrative from these sites, they're able to rank high in the search results.
These Russian websites successfully tricked AI search engines into repeating numerous fake stories, such as claims that Ukraine's president stole U.S. aid money to enrich himself.
The Russians are trying to polarize the society.
This Canadian leads a secret team of Ukrainian cyber specialists battling Russian disinformation online. They say the Kremlin is sowing division and weakening Western support for Ukraine, pushing stories like this one, claiming Ukrainians are selling foreign aid online, including helmets from Canada.
These lies that are very carefully crafted, and this is PSYOPs, right? Psychological operations. They're very, very, very good at it.
This Finnish expert says the social media platforms used to crack down on Russian disinformation, but not anymore.
They will not fight against disinformation online because it basically benefits the people who are in power right now.
Since the report was released, many of those false claims have been widely debunked, and the chatbots have mostly wised up. But the investigation highlights a potential vulnerability with these AI search engines.
There you go. AI search engines and chatbots struggling to identify and distinguish between real and fake information, as it relates to, especially in this, at least in this case, Russian disinformation being spread online by bots. By bots for bots. All right, let's go here now to France 24 English from 10 hours ago. According to them, Russia's economy is slowing down.
This is apropos. As Russian forces slowly but steadily gain ground in costly battles for largely devastated areas of eastern and southern Ukraine, back in Moscow, the economy too is slowing as the Kremlin spends vast sums on its war effort. While the economy did grow robustly at over 4% in 2023 and last year, far faster than G7 countries, despite multiple rounds of Western sanctions, that growth has stalled sharply this year. With the details, here's Cami Knight.
As the Russian president weighs up his options in Ukraine, the state of his country's economy could sway his decision. Russia's finance minister announced a downgrade in GDP outlook for this year, months after the economy minister warned that Russia was on the brink of a recession.
This year, we've been seeing quite tough conditions for the implementation of monetary credit policy. We see that the rate of economic growth, however, will be no less than 1.5%, at least according to the assessment of the Ministry of Economic Development in the current year.
It's not a recession yet, but it's far below the earlier 2.5% forecast. The IMF, meanwhile, only puts Russia's GDP growth outlook at 0.9% after 2 years of robust growth. Its war economy grew more than 4% in 2023 and 2024, despite multiple rounds of Western sanctions, due to massive spending in defence and military industries and oil and gas exports to Asia. Labour shortages also pushed up wages, and government payouts to soldiers and their families boosted consumption. That influx of cash has even led to the emergence of a new middle class in Russia's poorest industrial regions. Inflation did soar due to supply shortages, but the central bank was able to bring it back under control by raising its key interest rate to 21% in October, the highest level since the early days of Putin's presidency.
God damn.
However, despite the central bank's...
Think about that. 21% interest rates they've risen in. Oh my God. Oh, 21% interest rates. And that's just the federal, or whatever you call it, the central bank's lending rate. Which means, I mean, think about that, okay? If the central bank is lending at 21%, what do you think your credit card's going to cost you? Jesus Christ. So yeah, with everything going on right now, Russia's economy is slowing down, struggling to keep growth like it was in the most recent 2 previous years, where you'd seen great expansion in Russia's economy. The fact is, you know, you can't can't continue to grow at an exponential rate, certainly. I mean, just generally speaking, you know, the economies cannot grow at an exponential rate. You know, and Russia should be familiar with that. And, you know, unfortunately for Russia, they've got a lot less partners to work with on the economy to increase production. Those are becoming more and more bare. You know, a lot less people looking to work with Russia right now, especially since Donald Trump is threatening anybody who's, you know, buying Russian oil with more tariffs. All right, let's move on to talking about Israel and Gaza. I'm honestly shocked that we're where we're at right now. I don't know how we got this far through the stream today. I feel like I don't know how. And I know I didn't. I'm looking through it. Like, I didn't skip videos. I went through all of these today somehow, but in like 5 hours. Already in Israel, Gaza. How did that happen? Have I just not been talking the whole time, chat? What's going on? Am I losing my mind?
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills!
All right, let's go here. Forbes breaking news from 2 days ago. Donald Trump pressed on the latest UN declaration of famine in Gaza. This was during his meeting with Lee J. What's his name? Whatever, the president of frickin' Lee Jae-myung, president of South Korea.
Yeah, please go ahead.
Mr. President, what conversations have you had with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu about what is going on in Gaza? There was a UN-backed report that said there was a famine in Gaza. Based on what you know and what you've been briefed on, do you agree with that?
So, I mean, I deal with Bibi Netanyahu quite a bit, and we had great success, obviously, in Iran. We knocked out their nuclear threat. That would have been a horror show having them have a nuclear weapon. They would have used it, too. We did very well there. Right now, they're talking about Gaza City. There's always talking about something. At some point, it's going to get settled. And I'm saying you better get it settled soon. You have to get it settled soon. And that means, you know, nobody can forget October 7th. People forget October 7th. That was one of the most brutal. I've seen some terrible things, some brutal things. That was about as bad as it gets. And nobody can forget that. With that being said, it's got to get over with. It's got to get over with because between the hunger and all of the other problems, worse than hunger, death, pure death.
Worse than hunger is actually death. Some say hunger's bad, but actually death is worse. Now, this is the President of the United States responding to questions about a UN-declared famine, an IPCC report of famine in Gaza, a place that we are literally funding this. And his response to a question about those starving children, men, women, and children starving in Gaza by the hundreds of thousands. And his response is, we did a great job bombing Iran, okay? And nobody can forget October 7th, okay? And also, look, starving's bad, but death is actually worse. So I don't know what you're complaining about. Like, the lack of humanity in that answer is truly incredible. I know we're used to him having no humanity, but I just want you to think about that. President of the United States, who has the sole lever on Israel, it would seem, right? The United States is has the only available levers on Israel on the planet, it would seem. And instead of talking about pressuring Benjamin Netanyahu or talking about how devastating this hunger is, Donald Trump is saying, can't forget October 7th. Can't forget about that. And actually, death is worse than hunger. It is just lacking all humanity. Now, this was Bernie Sanders at a rally in Chicago earlier on Tuesday.
By the oligarchs.
Monday.
But not only, brothers and sisters, do we need to change our domestic policies. We need fundamental changes in our foreign policies. We must not give another nickel to Netanyahu and the Israeli government to starve the children of Gaza. I can tell you, I have gone all over this country. I've been all over this country, and I've talked to Democrats and progressives. I've talked to conservatives, Republicans, independents. The overwhelming majority of the American people do not believe that we should spend billions of U.S. taxpayer dollars to starve children in Gaza. And this is an issue, and I want you to know this is an issue not only addressing the horrific situation which exists today, but how do you think the United States of America is going to have an ounce of credibility in condemning human rights abuses any place in the world? China does something, they're going to laugh in your face and say, you tell us about what we're doing, you supported the murder of the children in Gaza. Russia, the same thing. Russia's bombing Ukrainian cities. How do we go around condemning that when they're going to throw what's going on in Gaza in our face?
Yep, Bernie is right. Fact is our support of this genocide in Gaza makes it incredibly difficult for us to have any sort of high ground on discussion of human rights out there in the world. And of course we have claimed that Russia is doing war crimes in Ukraine, which is what makes it all the more laughable that we haven't done the same thing in Gaza. It's disgusting. It's a disgusting atrocity that or just hypocrisy, which everybody can clearly see. It's pathetic. It is freaking pathetic. But according to Donald Trump, we're going to solve things very quickly. Don't take it from me, take it from him.
Yesterday you said that within 2 to 3 weeks we would have a pretty good conclusive end to the war in Gaza. What did you mean by that? And
Immediately,
on
what?
In the war in Gaza. You
Yeah,
said
what about it?
You said in 2 to 3 weeks we would have a conclusive end, a pretty good conclusive.
There's no conclusive. It's been going on for a long time. You're talking
There's
about,
no
I guess
conclusive.
if you really
I
add
said
it
a
up,
conclusive.
Steve, you're talking about thousands.
I said conclusive, but I didn't actually mean conclusive. There's no actual conclusion.
A conclusive end, a pretty good conclusive.
There's no conclusive. It's been going on for a long time. You're talking about, I guess if you really add it up, Steve, you're talking about thousands of years, okay? It's been going on for, there's nothing conclusive, but hopefully we're going to have things solved very quickly with regard to Gaza and also
With regard to Gaza, actually, it's been going thousands of years. If you wanna get into it, I don't know if you've read the Bible. I mean, this is insane. This is completely ahistorical. This conflict has not been going on for thousands of years. This is what you get when you surround a man with no understanding of the history of this region, with a bunch of just malignant Zionists. Just, these people running around with these quasi-biblical views of history. Like, it's like, oh, actually, the Jews have been fighting this war since they were cast out by God. The claim that it's been going on for thousands of years is ridiculous. It's been going on for 100, but not thousands. Sasha G gifting 5 sweet galactic memberships. Let's see who got them. Logan Hill, Michael Reich, Crotchy, Annie Fitzgerald, and Ben Longstreth. Beautiful. Thank you, Sasha. Very, very generous. Much appreciated. Spreading the wealth to your space fams. It's a great way to show your love of the Galactic News Network. Okay, where was I? Okay, yes, let's go here. Actually, do I need a break? I feel like I do need a break right now. I don't know why, I just do. We've been doing breaks every like hour 45 instead of 2 hours today. I don't know what it is. Don't worry, chat. We're going to be right back after these brief messages. Okay, I hope everybody's been enjoying the stream so far. If you haven't already, hit the like button and don't forget to subscribe. Hit the bell icon too so you don't miss a single one of these shows. While you're at it, do also consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are completely funded by individuals like you. Thankfully, we have a whole bunch of great ways for you to show your support. YouTube, Super Chat, Super Stickers, and memberships. Cash App and PayPal if you prefer giving money directly to the show rather than having YouTube take a 38% cut before they ever consider giving it to me. But of course, the very best way to get the most space benefits for your Earth dollars is to go on to Patreon, become a Galactic patron. For the low price of 10 cents a day, you get access to a myriad of space benefits unseen by the rest of the goddamn Milky Way galaxy. So what are you waiting for, space fams? Take advantage of that low price. Get yourself an avatar on the stream. That's right, you could be hanging out here poolside with me every stream. Or maybe you prefer the bar, the lake, or the street. Doesn't matter. All of them are options for your galactic avatars, something which you can only acquire through galactic patronage on Patreon. Once again, 10 cents a day is what that costs. But that's not it. You also get shout-outs at the end of every stream. Got secret content, a secret Discord channel in the Discord server. One of the best ways to make yourself a little bit more galactic is to become a galactic patron. Anyway, chat, enjoy the break. Grab yourselves a drink, maybe a snack, and I will be right back. right, Space Fams. All of you know what that sound means, of course. That's the very telltale sound that is intended to alert you to the fact that the break is now over. And the next half is about to begin. That's right, the fourth half of the Galactic stream about to get started. So you're going to want to get back into those seats, Space Fams, otherwise you might miss the beginning of it. Okay, I've got more tea. I've stopped buying teas at the corner store, and I'm now making my own tea, which is much more economically efficient, if you will. Try and cut down my expenses even more, as these galactic deficits have been killing me every month, just barely paying the bills, let alone managing to get sustenance into my body. All right. Let's go here. France 24 English from 21 hours ago. Get us started on the fourth half, continuing to talk about Israel and the utter silence from Benjamin Netanyahu and Israel's government as a ceasefire deal, which has not been talked enough about, but has been on the table now for a full week. Of course, we covered this very briefly, but Hamas agreed to another ceasefire deal laid out by the United States and Qatar. So this is a multilateral ceasefire agreement that Israel is just completely fucking ignoring right now.
Starvation, bombings, and being told to run into the unknown. The plight of Palestinians continues, with no one coming to help, as the official death toll from Israel's war on Gaza comes close to 63,000 people. Over the past 24 hours, hospital in Gaza reported 75 more deaths. Israel says it is moving ahead with plans for an all-out offensive on Gaza City, where almost half of the population has been trying to survive. In Jabalia, in the north of Gaza City, people also being forced to flee as Israeli tanks roll in.
Tanks stormed the area. There were tanks between the houses shooting at us and drones shooting. Then leaflets fell on our heads. They didn't give us time to escape. And I only took what I could carry, as I don't have a car or money to be able to go anywhere else.
For 3 days, they have been detonating booby-trapped vehicles in our area. Shrapnel is falling on us. Today, drones threatened us, saying the popular forces and the IDF will storm the area, that we must evacuate and go to the south and not stay here. Whoever stays will put their life in danger.
A peace deal that Hamas has agreed to is still waiting for an answer from Israel. It would see the staggered release of the hostages still held by Hamas over an initial 60-day period, and in exchange for more Palestinian prisoners. In Israel, the call to bring those hostages home continue. To get the latest from there, let's cross live to our correspondent, Noga Tarnopolsky in Jerusalem. Noga, let's start firstly maybe with this ceasefire deal that's on the table. We heard from Qatar's foreign ministry yesterday saying a lot of what is in the latest proposal is something Israel in the past had said it would agree to, but we're hearing silence on behalf of the Israeli government. What's going on there?
That's right. The spokesperson for the Qatari Foreign Ministry said what we're all seeing, which is that Israel has apparently decided simply to ignore this proposal. It's now been 10 days since Hamas announced, with a little bit of fanfare, I have to say, that it had accepted a deal proposed by Egypt, the United States, and Qatar. And as you just mentioned, this is the same deal Israel accepted, signed on to in January. Since then, for much of this period, we've been waiting to see what the Israeli government will say. Will it be yes? Will it be no? Or will it ask for certain changes and amendments? Nothing. It appears that the Israeli government has simply decided to pretend that this ceasefire deal is not on the table. We have an interesting...
It's fucking insane.
I don't want reality. I don't want reality.
That's Israel right now.
I don't want reality.
I'm sorry, what? Ceasefire deal? I'm sorry, I can't hear you. Too busy bombing Yemen right now. This is worse than Kosovo? This has been worse than Kosovo for a minute. I hate to try and quantify too obvious fucking human atrocities, but this has been worse than Kosovo for a while. We talked recently about it, about Kosovo, and the... I think it was around the time of the anniversary of the Dayton Accords or something like that. Like I said, I hate to even make the comparison because Kosovo is also a fucking human atrocity. I mean, not just but there was, I mean, a litany of human atrocities that occurred during the Bosnian War. The Serbian-Bosnian War, whatever you want to call it. Not just in Kosovo either. Srebrenica. I'm getting sidetracked right now. Now I'm thinking about that. Okay. Not Yugoslavia time right now. Let's stay focused. Israel not only is ignoring the reality that a ceasefire deal is on the table, they're continuing to ignore that. Meanwhile, they are continuing to also blockade aid from entering Gaza. Here is TRT World from 20 hours ago.
Israel has been blocking the entry of essential hygiene items such as soap, shampoo, and disinfectants. These products that may seem ordinary, but are vital in Gaza. With infectious diseases spreading rapidly, living conditions for the territory's more than 2 million residents are becoming increasingly dire without it. Hospitals are struggling as basic cleaning supplies ran out.
Our healthcare facilities are facing a severe shortage of cleaning supplies. Despite repeated attempts to secure them, the local market is almost completely depleted, especially chlorine, which is essential for disinfecting blood-stained laundry, operating rooms, and surgical wards.
Cleaning supplies, when available, are extremely expensive.
You know, such a... I mean, what a I mean, my God. Think about that horrifying paradox. They're running out of cleaning supplies because of all the blood.
This is ridiculous!
Running out of cleaning supplies because there's too much blood.
Cleaning supplies, when available, are extremely expensive, making them unaffordable for most families.
Before the war, Gaza had factories producing cleaning products on par with imported ones. Since then, no raw materials have entered. Production has stopped, and today even basic items like hand soap are scarce, with a good quality bar of soap costing more than $30.
The Israeli blockade on cleaning supplies has triggered an unprecedented outbreak of skin disease in Gaza, particularly among children, increasing the suffering of families all over the war-battered enclave.
Cleaning supplies are simply non-existent. My children have to bath in seawater because there is no running water at the tent camp. As a result, my son developed eczema and a skin rash. We have no soup, no shampoo, nothing to keep the children clean. All I can do is rush them to the hospital, powerless to protect them.
UNRWA has warned that Gaza residents face a critical shortage of basic hygiene supplies, with cleaning supplies now nearly impossible to obtain.
It is such a fucking atrocity. I don't know how anybody can continue to watch this, to have any sort of facsimile of what's actually happening here and allow this to continue going on. And the fact is, the people in power know full well what the fuck is going on. Perhaps more than most, right? They know that people are living in literal squalor. Donald Trump talking about DC is in squalor. Get out of here. You can actually buy cleaning supplies in Washington, D.C. People in Gaza are living in squalor. Bedlam. In what is essentially a hell on earth. In a modern society where all these fucking problems are absolutely solvable, all these problems are, of course, human-caused. Something which could be solved with very little effort. People like Donald Trump could just tell Benjamin Netanyahu, I'm not helping you anymore. And that would end it. Tomorrow.
Immediately, if not sooner.
But people continue to starve and live in their own filth because Donald Trump continues to allow Israel to blockade people in Gaza, in what is effectively the ghetto, Warsaw Ghetto, the concentration camp.
Vedika Bahel is here in studio. Vedika, you are taking us back to Gaza, our top story this evening. Israel has been slamming the Global Hunger Monitor's declaration that Gaza City is officially in famine, calling it Hamas propaganda. But Israel is also refuting the methodology used to declare famine, accusing the report of manipulating the figures. What exactly does this mean?
That's right, Sharon. Well, as we know, famine was officially declared in Gaza City and the surrounding areas last Friday by the Integrated Food Security Phase Classification, or the IPC, the globally respected and UN-backed hunger monitor. And yes, as well as accusing the IPC of being manipulated by Hamas, Israel is also accusing the IPC of a flawed, biased methodology being used in the IPC's report in declaring famine in Gaza. Now, if we take a look at this post on X by the Israeli Foreign Ministry, it says here that in other countries, the IPC declares famine at 30% malnutrition. But in Gaza only, the IPC lowered the bar to 15%, and it based it on unreliable data. They didn't find famine, so they forged one. Now, I saw many official Israeli accounts share similar sentiments as this. This is one by the spokesperson of the ministry, again, talking about a tailor-made fabricated report, mentioning that cutting from 30% to 15% for this report only, and saying that there is no famine in Gaza. So again, like I said, essentially the accusation here that the IPC has manipulated its measurements on how it declares famine and how it measures famine, and halved it from 30% to 15%, which isn't done for other famines. And what I can clear up straight away, Sharon, there's a lot of the pieces of the puzzle missing here. The 15% threshold and the 30% threshold are entirely different things. They are entirely separate measurements, in fact.
So essentially, Vedika, there are two separate ways that the IPC actually determines famine.
That's right. The IPC has two distinct calculation methods, each with its own threshold. And if we take a look at the IPC's report on the famine in Gaza, it says how is famine classified. And it is true that they have put 30% in big letters there. But if we take a look at the asterisk that is present by that number, it does say or 15% based on a different calculation. So it has been transparent about that from the beginning. But in terms of what those two classifications are and those two methodologies are, method one has a famine threshold set at 30%. So that is the one that Israel is referring to. And this is when malnutrition is measured based on a child's height and weight in order to determine how thin they are for their size. Now, I will say that this method one is
fascinating. Actually, I'll let her finish.
More time consuming, it requires more resources and more data mapping and more equipment and meticulousness. Whereas method two has a famine threshold set at 15%. And this is where malnutrition is measured in children by measuring the upper arm circumference, or named as MUAC. Now, this is considered easier to conduct in fields, especially war zone and things like that. It also determines how much of the muscle is wasting away in children. It's quick to implement, and of course, the thinner the arm, the thinner the child. Now, the IPC's technical manual did mention both of these in its...
Yeah, and I mean, the fact that we're having to do this because Israel is just once again lying through their propaganda arms to try and continue to launder their fucking illegal, genocidal campaign on Palestinians. It's fucking insane. Okay, but the fact is, I just want to go back here to these two methods. Okay, the reason Israel is doing what it is doing here, okay, is it's very obvious to me, should be obvious to everyone, honestly. But they're intentionally obfuscating how these methods are collected and why they are different. For people that the unknowing and biased observer that's just looking for another little piece of information to just, what's the word? To reinforce their worldview, right? Because when you think about this, method one, it takes time and effort and actually requires you to have access to a scale on a flat surface, because you can't just set it up a scale in the dirt. You need a scale on a flat surface and a number of other things to be able to determine this first method of famine and have, this one is something that is much quicker and is done in much more, like they intentionally use method 2 in situations like Gaza, where access to whatever else, like having a scale on hand and all this other stuff is not possible, and they know this, right? They know this, and it's the reality that they have created themselves that makes it impossible for them to use the first method, right? Which would absolutely qualify. I would just point that out. Even though they're not using the first method because they cannot, because they don't have the ability to collect that data, children and all adults in Gaza would all qualify under the first definition, almost a guarantee. It's just more Darvo. And that's what I've come to...
Families of
for
hostages.
a while now, I've been searching for a word that encompasses both projecting and gaslighting. Of course, projecting means affixing or assigning to others your own negative traits, right? It's a psychological mechanism where people... blame others for things that they are doing, essentially, right? And gaslighting, I think everybody knows what that is. But I tried to find a synonym, and I looked it up on Google, and I kept getting basically Darvo is the closest thing that comes to it, which is, of course, a acronym. Deny, accuse, reverse, victim, and offender. Something which predators do oftentimes. And I guess it honestly, it makes the most sense. And that's absolutely what's happening. Gaslightocracy. Gaslightocracy. There's been a lot of different shortenings of this. We've tried to come up with different versions of this.
Families of hostages being held by Hamas are protesting across Israel a day after double Israeli strikes hit a hospital in Gaza. The protesters are demonstrating at road junctions across Israel, calling on Donald Trump to help finalise a Gaza ceasefire deal that will include the return of the hostages. All this comes amidst international condemnation of the Israeli attack on Nasser Hospital in southern Gaza that killed at least 20 people. 5 journalists were amongst those killed by what's known as a double-tap bombing, 2 strikes in quick succession on the same target. The Israeli military says it's conducting an investigation. Israel's banned international journalists from entering the Gaza Strip independently since the start of the war. Our Middle East correspondent Yolan Nell has more.
We won't give up, chant hostage families and their supporters. they began another day of disruption, burning tyres and blocking main roads during the morning rush hour. They urgently want Israel's government to agree to a ceasefire deal to get back 50 hostages still held by Hamas in Gaza, 20 of whom are believed to be alive.
We the people demand you prioritize the hostages, go back to the negotiation table. There's a good deal on the table. It's something we could work with. It's something we could get a deal done to bring all the hostages back.
But so far, public pressure hasn't swayed Israel's Prime Minister, with his security cabinet set to discuss the Gaza war.
Local reports say that Israeli ministers won't consider the new proposal from regional mediators for a 60-day truce and the return of some of the hostages. Hamas has agreed to that, but Israel now says that it will only accept a full ceasefire deal to bring back all of the hostages and end the war on its terms.
And Israel's military has continued to pound Gaza. This was the aftermath of another deadly strike, after the army was told to conquer all of Gaza City to defeat Hamas.
There are no militants here. Children and women got killed in their sleep, and we recovered them in pieces.
Meanwhile, the UN says that an Israeli inquiry into yesterday's strikes at a hospital in southern Gaza must yield results. 5 journalists were among at least 20 people killed. The Israeli PM called it a tragic mishap. President Trump said he would...
A tragic mishap? That is a disgusting way to characterize that. Oh, it's a whoops. Oh, a tragic mistake. Oh, so sorry.
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
Oh, we made a huge, tiny mistake. Oh, we're sorry.
Not happy and predicted the Gaza fighting would soon end.
Accidental war crime. That's our bad.
Within the next 2 to 3 weeks, you're going to have pretty good conclusive ending.
But he's made similar claims before, and for now, the protests in Israel continue with a growing sense of desperation. Yolande Nell, BBC News, Jerusalem.
American-Israeli activist Gil Dickman is one of those taking part in today's demonstrations. His cousin Carmel Gat was taken as a hostage into Gaza and was subsequently murdered. He told us more about his own family's experience.
My cousin Carmel Gat was kidnapped from her parents' house in Kibbutz Be'eri on October 7th. She survived for 328 days alongside Hersh Goldberg Polin, Alex Lubanov, Eden Yerushalmi, and many others. And she was killed, executed on at the end of August 2024, just because the IDF forces were approaching the guards that guarded her. The captors decided that they want to execute her and all the other hostages, and she was killed.
What do you...
Yep, Israel's decision to continue its incursion into Gaza only endangers the hostages. It does not make them safer. Would make them safer is, actually accepting a ceasefire, ensuring that they get necessary food. Because let's not forget, not only are these hostages potentially under threat of being shot or bombed, perhaps by an Israeli bomb, a misplaced bomb, or perhaps they don't even give a shit about where the bombs hit at this point. But let's not forget that the supply of food in Gaza is finite, right? And if there's not any food in Gaza, that means that there's not any food in Gaza, including in the tunnels with the hostages. So every time that Israel blockades Gaza, they're also blockading the hostages from getting food. All the things they blockade from Palestinians from having are the same things that Israeli hostages are being blockaded from having. There isn't some, mall underneath the Gaza Strip, where Hamas is filled with, like, I don't know, a fully stocked Kmart or something. Even if there was, it would be out of stock at this point, you would think. Does Kmart even exist anymore? Walmart, whatever it is. You get what I'm saying. There is not some unlimited supply of food sitting underneath the Gaza Strip right now. Now, there's growing international condemnation over the attack on the hospital in Gaza that happened earlier this week, which killed 5 journalists.
Distinct lack of detail.
Let's go here to ABC Australia on this story. Is from 8 hours ago.
There's been a distinct lack of detail or explanation coming from Israeli authorities about the attacks at the Nasser hospital in Khan Yunis on Monday. An incident which is sparking criticism and condemnation right around the world, not just because it targeted a hospital, but because Palestinian journalists were killed in the attacks. Palestinian media have borne a heavy burden throughout the course of this conflict, telling the story of the war in Gaza, considering foreign media are not allowed to independently access the Strip. The findings of an initial inquiry by the Israeli military claimed troops had opened fire on a camera set up on a staircase on the upper floors of the hospital. They said they believed it was set up by Hamas, although have provided no evidence to back that up. A Reuters camera operator was killed in the strike. The IDF findings don't...
Yeah. Evidence for Hamas. Right. Also, how would a Hamas camera somehow be a legitimate target? A camera?
That up. A Reuters camera operator was killed in the strike. The IDF findings don't even mention the fact a second strike hit the same spot moments later, something which was caught live on camera. Those omissions and the killing of journalists elsewhere in the Strip are fueling accusations Israel is trying to avoid accountability and is also trying to stop the world from seeing what is happening in Gaza, claims which Israel denies. The country's ambassador to the United Nations has said further details about the Nasser attacks will become clear very soon.
Well, first we regret the loss of life of any journalist or non-combatant. You know, we fight Hamas. That's our goal, to eliminate Hamas. We are still looking into the details of that incident, and I'm sure that in the next few days we will have more information about that.
Fuck this guy.
But Prime Minister Netanyahu was very clear that he said it was a tragedy. We regret it.
Oh, we regret it. We regret it. We regret the killing the journalists. We are very sad about this. Oh yes.
You know, during wartime, you have such kind of incidents.
Oh, this happens.
Our goal is to fight terrorists.
You get it. This happens. It's our bad. We're sorry. We're sorry. We didn't mean to do that war crime. It's an accident. It's just war. It's just war.
Not anyone who is not involved in terrorism.
Yeah,
Italy's Prime Minister has joined the international condemnation, not just of the war in Gaza still dragging on, but pointing to this incident in particular.
We condemn the unjustifiable killing of journalists in Gaza, an unacceptable attack on press freedom and on all those who courageously risk their lives to report on the tragedy of war.
Israel is intensifying its strikes in Gaza City ahead of a broader operation to take control and occupy the area, which it claims is one of Hamas's last strongholds. The military telling hundreds of thousands of Palestinians it's inevitable the mission will go ahead, and they have to.
It's fucking disgusting. They're just committing wanton atrocities left and right. The United States doing absolutely fuck all about it. Donald Trump saying, hurry it up. Literally, we just got done from listening to Donald Trump say on Monday, just hurry up. Hurry up and finish it already. What's taking so long? Everybody, don't forget about October 7th. And death is worse than starvation. That's who we have in charge of the United States right now while this is all going down. I don't think this is going to end in a good way, folks. Not gonna lie. Donald Trump in charge. It's gonna all end in a very big, unless, you know, European nations decide to step in a real intangible way. I just don't see what else is gonna happen to change this. Maybe little Marco Rubio has some has something to say about this.
Wait, don't worry about it, little Marco. Gentlemen.
Mr. Secretary, will you raise the killing of journalists and civilians in Gaza?
Are the killings deliberate? There's certainly evidence that
What the fuck was the point of that? They just come out to shake hands in front of everybody? Not answer for war crimes that are being committed by the dude right next to you? Okay.
Awful, awful, awful. Weak, weak, weak.
Apparently, Donald Trump is holding a post-war Gaza policy meeting with Charles Kushner. Whatever that's supposed to mean. We're still in the middle of a genocide. We're talking about a post-war Gaza policy.
That is certainly an intriguing development, reported by multiple media sources, confirmed by the White House. Tony Blair, the former British Prime Minister, at this meeting at the White House. Also there, Jared Kushner, the son-in-law of Donald Trump, who, of course, in his first term was involved in the Abraham Accords, but has been a much quieter presence second time around, concentrating on his business interests, some of which are in the Middle East, and that has led to accusations of a conflict of interest. The White House indicating that Blair and Kushner will basically be talking about every aspect, every dimension of this crisis. That includes trying to bring the surviving hostages home. It includes escalating food aid to Gaza in the context of what the UN has described as a famine, a major crisis, and also, I think, a big focus on a post-war plan. If and when this conflict ends, what does reconstruction look like? Obviously, Gaza has really been laid waste, massive destruction of buildings, of infrastructure. How is the rebuilding going to be done? And also, apparently this discussion involves governance of Gaza without Hamas. So it's a heavy agenda, and it's interesting to have.
Yeah, this is a fascinating time to be having this meeting right now. I mean, to be talking about post-war Gaza while a famine has just been declared, and your fucking #1 ally, the guy, the people who are actively doing that famine and doing a genocide, rather than, I don't know, going to them and saying, hey, you need to start letting aid in and talk about this ceasefire that you're ignoring, that you've been ignoring for 2 weeks. Like, rather than doing any of that, they're just talking about, oh, what happens when there's no more Hamas? That's what they're doing. That's what the focus is on. It's insane. Think about that. 1 million+ people are under threat of starving to death in Gaza. Israel is continuing to wage this genocide, this campaign, continuing to, ethnically cleanse Gazans into a smaller and smaller area. They're being accused by the UN of creating a situation that amounts to a famine. And they're talking about post-war policy. It completely ignores the actual situation that's happening on the ground. Everything about that is wrong. Everything about it. I'm struggling to fathom it. How you just can be so blasé, so laissez-faire about what's actively happening, that you're talking about this kind of stuff. You're just thinking, how do we get rid of Hamas once all this is over? It's like, dude, this is not the time. Force Israel to the table to talk about the ceasefire. Force them to allow aid into the Strip. Force them to stop committing fucking war crimes. I don't know. But don't do that. Don't do what you're doing right now. Just don't anything else. Also, just want to say thank you to Carl Schmidt for the sweet super chat. Ryan Grimm of Dropout, right? Found out that they Drop Site News found that they pulled all of the foreign doctors and aid workers out of the hospital that day on a mandatory training, quote unquote, to make sure that this didn't hit the press too hard. Is that true? I subscribe to Drop Site News. I'm shocked that I haven't seen that. Either way, thank you for the super chat and for the information on that one. That's fascinating. All right, let's... Oh, it's this time now. We finally made it here, folks. Let's go. Let's get ourselves all valuetained.
Are you not entertained?
It's valuetainment time, people. 6 plus hours into this puppy. Prepare yourselves for an elite level of valuetainment.
Yeah!
Whatever Israel wants, they make a phone call to America. America better do or else.
Hold on, we're not going to watch this whole thing.
The future looks bright.
My handshake is better than anything I ever signed, right here.
Come on!
You are one of one.
My son's right about
I don't think I've ever said this before.
Prime Minister Netanyahu, it's great to have you on the podcast.
Good to be with you, Patrick.
So I have a very...
This is ridiculous!
PBD, what are you doing, buddy? What are you doing here? Why do you have Benjamin Netanyahu on your little Valuetainment podcast? What's happening? What's going on right now? This is not valuetaining at all. This is disturbing.
Simple open-ended question for you. Why are you doing this podcast tour?
Well, number one, because I heard that you invited me. Number two, because I think it's a way to puncture the lies and the vilifications that are leveled at Israel. And I think that's part of the, we have a 7-front war with Iran and its proxies, but this is the 8th front, the battle for truth. So that's why I'm doing it.
It's interesting when you say that, because when we look at a couple numbers, if we think about the Pew Research that came out a couple months ago on the unfavorability rate of Israel, they have you 24 out of 5. If I look at the number, Rob, I don't know if you have it to pull it up. If you look at the numbers, you would see the 24-country medium is 62 to 29 being favorable. Why do you think so many countries are unfavorable of Israel today?
I think it's a combination of historical trends, but also of...
What a hard-hitting journalistic question from PBD. Why do you think your poll numbers are so bad? Why do you think people are, like, not into you, dude?
The impact of social media, especially engineered social media with paid bots, and this new media environment that we're in. It has built-in...
Oh, you hear this, people?
Built-in parameters that really take their toll. So we're aware of that. But I think the most important thing is that for democracies to fight war.
So the reason why people don't like Benjamin Netanyahu is actually a worldwide conspiracy, a bot network created by anti-Semites to make it seem like people don't like Israel. But in fact, people love Israel.
They should be as short as possible. And my way of combating the PR war is by winning the ground war and winning it quickly. The quicker you win it, the better you'll come out of this this assault.
So why do you think this is taking so long? Because
Oh, he's here. He's doing these podcasts. He went down to the Nelk Boys. And I'll be honest, I'll give PBD some help, not some help, but I'll give him some credit. I watched this whole thing. He did a better job than the Nelk Boys. He at least seemed more prepared, if anything, than the Nelk Boys were. But apparently Benjamin Netanyahu, he's out here doing this podcast circuit because he's just got to get the propaganda out here, because the faster he gets the propaganda out here, the quicker he can finish the genocide.
Immediately, if not sooner.
If you think a part of it, when you think about especially in America, there's 3 different types of people on social media right now, or in America, that follow you. One, they fully believe you're committing a genocide right now. They're part of the community that's thinking
illegal.
They compare you to some dictators, some terrible leaders in the past, many names you've heard of before. Some of them are blindly supportive of what you're doing, but there's the other
totalitarianism.
Many names you've heard of before. Some of them are blindly supportive of what you're doing, but there's the other community that's almost a little bit burned out, that's wanting this story to end. Obviously, it's tragic. You know, we're seeing what's going on. We're seeing all the stories, but why do you think this is taking longer than it's taking?
Well, I don't think it's taken longer than it's taking. Look at what we had to fight. We were attacked viciously by the most savage attack on the Jewish people since the Holocaust. That's by Hamas on October 7th. I said on the second day of the war, when Hezbollah joined the fray, I said we're going to change the face of the Middle East, because it was clear to me, and it may be clear to you too, that we're fighting the Iran axis. Without Iran, I would say that all the axes, all the proxies collapse. Hezbollah.
I'm sorry, the question is some people think you're committing a genocide. And Benjamin Netanyahu's response to, some people say you're committing a genocide. What's up with that? Have you heard of the Iranian axis of power?
Collapses, Hamas collapses, Assad collapses, and so on. So it was clear to me that we had to topple the Iran axis and not just deal with Hamas. And what happened following that was that we went in, Hamas is in its last breath. We haven't finished it yet, but we crippled Hamas. Then we went and finished off Hezbollah, took out Nasrallah. That led to the collapse of the Assad regime.
Now, I'm not so sure that Hamas is crippled. There's a lot of reports suggesting that they're not crippled. But you know who Israel and Benjamin Netanyahu have crippled? Thousands and thousands and thousands of Palestinians who now have to walk with crutches or use other assistive devices because they've lost a leg or a foot or an arm or a hand.
Whose armaments we destroyed. The Syrian army's armaments. We dealt with the Houthis, still dealing with them. And then we had Iran itself that had struck us, and we had to strike back. And as you see, we changed the face of the Middle East, not only because we hobbled the proxies, but because Iran, which was a totally invincible enemy, throwing its weight around not only in the Middle East, spreading terror everywhere, and trying to arm itself with nuclear weapons and ballistic missiles to deliver them, we struck them very hard. So when you fight these 4 fronts, and there are another 3, by the way, that I haven't mentioned, when you're doing that, a small country.
Who else does Israel have a fucking problem with? Every single one of its neighbors, apparently. 3 other fronts. 7-front war right now Israel's waging.
It takes time, but I think we're approaching the final leg, and that's really finishing off Hamas. We can't have those monsters at spitting distance from Tel Aviv and our communities, and we're going to finish it.
Yeah, so when you say that, for a person that lived in Iran, I look at the critics and they're giving, hey, let me tell you, it's not fair what he's doing with this. And you see ICC, which the average person, when they see ICC, 124 countries, that if you step foot in their country, they're supposed to arrest you, okay? And they're calling you a wartime criminal, the offenses you've done, the amount of, again, like I said earlier, they're calling it a genocide. How do you answer to the critics that they don't follow politics, they don't follow the stories closely? But if they see you... If they see 120-something countries that if you land there, they're supposed to arrest you, the average person is going to say, maybe this isn't a good thing.
Yeah, well, they said that about Churchill, too. You know, he was a warmonger when he was talking about the German Axis and the danger to the West. You know, he said he warned of the slumber of democracies. And
wow. Benjamin Netanyahu, just the 21st century's Churchill. Wow.
Aren't I a good guy?
I guess if I learned one thing from our history, the history of the Jewish people, is that you can't sleep. When somebody says they're out to annihilate you, you better take it seriously and act to prevent it. And that's the central lesson that we learned in the rebirth of the Jewish state and the Jewish people in Israel. We don't wait to be annihilated. We take forceful action against our would-be annihilators. And I think that, you know, people see it after you do it. After you do it, after you realize your vision, then people say, well, yeah, we begin to understand it. But they don't before. And that's certainly true of the case here. In the United Nations, you have...
He's just got a grand vision. People don't see it because it hasn't come to fruition. It's all in his head, don't you see? He's got a grand vision for Israel, a final solution, if you will.
180 countries, 190 countries, and a great majority...
Some sort of manifesto is kicking around in Benjamin Netanyahu's head. He's just got to get it down on paper. And then people will understand. Then they'll understand this grand plan that he has.
Tell you that the earth is flat. It doesn't make it flat. And the vilifications against Israel is a country committing genocide.
That's quite a comparison from Israel, from Benjamin Netanyahu right there. People who think this is, I mean, I got to hear that one more time. Benjamin Netanyahu saying that people who believe that Israel is committing a genocide, that you're a flat earther, okay?
Climate and everything are the same word.
You are a flat earther. You're as dumb as a flat earther if you think that Israel's committing a genocide.
I don't want reality. In the United Nations, you have 180 countries, 190 countries, and a great majority will tell you that the earth is flat. It doesn't make it flat. And the vilifications against Israel is a country committing genocide and other war crimes. That doesn't make it true either. Let me tell you, did you ask me about the ICC prosecution just now? Mm-hmm. Well, let me tell you about that. So we were going to have this ICC prosecutor, who's since been basically put to pasture. This ICC prosecutor was going to come to Israel in the beginning of the war. And he said, well, Israel has, it has a proper judicial system, and, I don't see any real problem there. And he was about to come. And a day before he's about to come, he suddenly cancels the trip. And 2 days later, he issues this war crimes charge against me and the former defense minister. And we didn't understand, why did he do it? It took us months to discover that a few days before that, he was confronted by one of his staff members, a senior staff members, who brought the charges of rape and sexual misconduct that this prosecutor carried out against one of his staff members, a woman, a Malaysian woman, by the way, who was fiercely anti-Israel. But she had suffered this harassment and these rapes for over a year. And Khan believed that this was his ruin. His brother, who's a British parliamentarian, was in jail for sexual misconduct too.
So it was a massive PSYOP campaign intended to get focus away from misconduct. That's Benjamin Netanyahu's claim. Am I getting that right? That somehow the ICC prosecutor, in order to avoid scrutiny on misconduct, made up a fictitious charge against him and this. Wow. What a claim.
So he said, that's it. That's the end of me. And then he figured out that there's one way to get out of this, and that is to deflect the entire conversation, to preempt it by blaming the Jews and blaming the prime minister of the Jewish state. And that's essentially what he did. Since then, you should know that there have been 4 or 5 other women who charged him with sexual misconduct. So what you have here is the ICC, which is a corrupt organization, totally politicized, unelected, that wants to, basically preempt the sovereignty of nations. And that's why the United States is not a member. They won't tell the United States that its soldiers are committing war crimes because some woke people in The Hague are telling you that. This
the woke Hague. The woke Hague. Oh my God. Preempting the sovereignty. Don't talk to me about sovereignty.
See, this corrupt ICC prosecutor thought that he would escape justice by basically by condemning us. And that's what...
This shit is wild. The fact is PBD barely pushes back on most of this. It's honestly sad. It's honestly really sad. Not that I had respect for PBD, but it's just disgusting how many people are just willing to bring this man on to say whatever the fuck he wants. In all these cases, PBD, Nelk Boys, to millions of viewers.
Hey ho, hey. Hey, what's up, guys? Hey, what's up, man? How you been, dude?
Hey, how you been? You look good, man. Wait a second. You look really good. What's your skin care?
What's your skincare, man?
Oh, really? You rub the liquid that leaks out of a dumpster and onto the street, onto your face. Wow.
Wow.
You find the best stuff, man.
...is in America's interest, and he's very forceful about it.
Would the war and the Hamas attack have happened if President Trump was president instead of Biden?
Amazing
Probably
question,
not, but it's hard to say with these. I think Iran would have been more careful.
I'm curious, did you know the president was going to be saying this?
Right?
You're about to be Valuetainment.
Okay, man. Yeah, that's what it is. You know, YouTube really knows what I like.
YouTube is really on it with what I like.
And YouTube knows that I love... What's the guy's name?
Paul Brett Davidson?
Paul Brett Davidson. I know this life's meant for me.
Oh!
Okay. But yeah, YouTube knows what I like, so when there's a new Paul Brett Davidson, you know, that thing's coming right up. Recommended. Basically, YouTube runs up to me out of breath. YouTube runs up to me panicked and out of breath. Almost gets hit by a truck running across the street to let me know there's a new...
Paul Brett Davidson? Paul Brett Davidson? Paul Brett Davidson?
Prime Minister Netanyahu, it's great to have you on the podcast.
No problem.
Good to be with you, Patrick.
So I have a very simple, open-ended question for you. Why are you doing this podcast tour?
Great question. So yeah, you know, YouTube rushes over to me. Hey, man. Okay, YouTube, calm down. Just, what is it? Take a breath. What is it?
There's a new Paul out, man.
Okay, YouTube, I think the guy's name is Patrick. And then YouTube's like, I can't speak to that. But whatever it is, there's a new one out. And this is it. He's interviewing Netanyahu here. And this guy's been all over the media. And, you know, usually half the comments is like, Adam's an idiot. Put Adam in a boat, you know, with no paddle and no engine and kick the boat off into the ocean from the coast of Florida. Like this kind of thing. This is probably the most universally negative. Like if I saw this comment section, I think I would wrap it up. I'll be like, this is not for me. I'm not providing value. I mean, forget tainment. I'm not even providing any. Which one? Wait, which one?
I'm not even providing any tainment.
Forget value. Yeah, that makes more sense. Okay, let's check the comments of the great
Paul Brett Davidson.
I mean, they're all kind of like this or angrier. PBD now classifies as propaganda. As toilets. We see right through this. Whoa, can I read that on you? Oh, man. Oh man, this guy means business. We see right through this S. We see right through this. What? What a shame.
States is not a member.
What a shame. Hey, lay off that guy. He's doing his best. Well,
because some woke people in The Hague.
Yeah, you know, man, I was reading through the PBD Paul Brett Davidson comments for like a long. You know what? Wasting I would call it wasting precious moments of my life. I wouldn't say that.
Seriously, let's go through these comments, though. Not a single question on Gaza, the civilian killings, leveling of Gaza, starvation, occupation. That tells you a lot. 8.3 thousand likes. Wow. Epstein didn't come up at all. 4.8 thousand likes. PBD now classified as propaganda. You see right through this shit, dude. What a shame. 7,000 likes. Most obvious damage control run of all time, PBD propaganda. What in the propaganda is this?
What? What you talking about?
This comment section proves there's still hope for humanity. PBD asks zero actual questions about the genocide. Think about that for just a second. Pure evil personified, given a platform by PBD.
Illegal.
Damn, after getting that financial freedom, I thought you would grow some balls. Ouch. Rough. No balls, PBD. A lot of very angry comments in here. Getting a lot of likes. Why won't you allow Western journalists in Gaza? 4.2 thousand likes. I came straight to the comments and they didn't disappoint. Lol. 1.6 thousand likes. Bro left his soul in Iran and came to America. 1.2 thousand likes. Wow. What a joke, PBD. Not a single question about everything. PBD has always been a sellout. Done with PBD. PBD is now complicit. Calm down, everyone. Patrick's just teaching his sons it's okay to be buddies with the guy who killed 20,000 children as long as you can benefit off of it. Wow. Wow, a lot of very angry comments over here.
Other people have, and I disagree. I very efficiently and wisely spent my time meandering through Paul Bet Davidson's comments here. There's a lot of, you know, let's just say troubled people in the comments, or people who have fallen down some internet rabbit holes. It may seem, but at least they're like, yeah, this is like a propaganda thing, man. Wow, what is this? And I did 2x all 41 minutes of this, and it's like, yeah, what is the point of this? If you're trying to sell yourself as some kind of like outsider journalist trying to figure the truth out kind of guy, what exactly is the point of this? You know, this guy's obviously gonna say all the and he did say all the exact crap he says in all the other of these interviews. Like when those little prank kids interviewed him, is just saying the same crap. I mean, even if you're Paul Bet Davidson, you kind of know that your channel, you must know that if you do this, your channel's just going to be used for like talking points. It's a way below average, looks way below average viewership here too.
No.
I mean, do any of these guys think when you interview this guy, there's going to be something different? Like he's going to snap, he's going to be like, I don't want to do this anymore.
Yeah.
I'm done with this. All the
I'm done with the genocide. You've convinced me, Patrick. Patty, my boy, you've convinced me. Just terrible.
Awful, awful, awful.
Benjamin Netanyahu is going on podcasts. It's just so...
What a sentence.
It's so on the nose. It's literally what Marin predicted in his special. What'd you say? No. It's what Marin predicted in his special about, like, if Hitler were alive today, he'd be on Theo Von. This is what he's doing, and it's a deliberate outreach, and the Nelk boys were easy marks. And who's even easier? Patrick Bet David.
So some important context for what we're about to see is the title of this video, which got my attention. This was put up this morning. Israel's fighting your war, which is what Netanyahu always say. But it says Netanyahu admits genocide. Slams AIPAC critics and Trump. So what we're going to do here is go through the times that PBD brings.
I just got to say, I think it's unfair to PBD to say he did a worse job than the Nelk boys. I mean, I think he did a better job than the Nelk boys. Of course, that's the world's lowest bar because, of course, the Nelk boys came into their interview with Benjamin Netanyahu saying that they were, in fact, completely unqualified to do that interview, and then proved it with every single word and silence, word and or silence, following that. And whereas PBD, I mean, first, he didn't acknowledge the fact that he was, I mean, he is absolutely unqualified to do this interview. But, I mean, he didn't do as, I mean, the Nelk boys, I mean, the seriousness of the Nelk boys interview, somehow even less serious than the PBD interview. I know we're comparing, you know, some of the worst possible examples of attempted journalism, and it's a weird thing to be doing, but that's where we're at in 2025, folks, I'm afraid.
It says Netanyahu admits genocide. Slams AIPAC critics and Trump. So what we're going to do here is go through the times that PBD brings up the word genocide and see what exactly that title is referring to.
Yes, here's the mystery.
So here's the first time here. Let me make sure because I'm probably sped up.
Nope, normal. You're
normal,
good.
Okay.
All right, here's Valuetainment, War Criminal Edition.
Salt.
So why do you think this is taking so long? Because if you think a part of it, when you think about there's, especially in America, there's 3 different types of people on social media right now or in America that follow you. One, they fully believe you're committing a genocide right now. They're part of the community that's thinking they compare you to some dictators, some terrible leaders in the past, many names you've heard of before.
Hitler.
Some of them are blindly supportive of what you're doing, but there's the other community that's almost a little bit burned out, that's wanting this story to end. Obviously, it's tragic. You know, we're seeing what's going on. We're seeing all the stories, but why do you think this is taking longer than it's taking?
How is that a question?
Well,
Wait, can you pause it?
What the hell did he say?
Was it a question? I don't even know what.
What happened is PBD hates this issue because it's destroying his audience and making Vinny look like the good guy, and the smartest one there, which is a huge problem.
It is a huge problem. Vinny is supposed to be the angry guy who gets so red that people start worrying about his health. You can't have him seem like the sensible one all of a sudden. That's a real brand shift. Oh, that's an inconvenient workplace dynamic.
Making Vinny look like the good guy, and the smartest one there, which is a huge problem.
That's
for them.
a big issue.
And PBD wants to go away. And he also doesn't want to say you're committing genocide, but he also knows that if he doesn't bring up genocide, everyone's going to mention it in the comments, which they have. Spoiler alert, go check out the comments.
We will in just a second.
Yeah. And so that's what's happening here.
Yeah,
like,
and I mean, the fact is, every time that PBD mentions genocide during that 45 minutes, he talks about, it's like in this very like amorphous sort of way. It's like all that stuff, people, I mean, you know, there's a lot of stuff that's happening that people say you're doing a lot of stuff, and some people say it amounts to genocide.
Stop this so I can stop talking about it.
But I don't even know that what you just said was way more coherent than what the premise was.
He's like, I'm gonna. Some words are gonna fall out, and then you can propagate.
Right. It's tragic. The genocide. We've been seeing this. Go ahead, Hitler of our time.
I think why hasn't Hamas been taken out yet is probably maybe the most pointed version of this question.
Oh, cool.
He also just business speak, like he does the how to talk with influence people, where he has to do the here's 3 things.
A taxonomy. Yeah.
Oh my God.
This is taking longer than it's taking.
Well, I don't think it's taken longer than it's taking. Look at what we had to fight. We were
Okay, can you pause it?
He called him a dumbass.
He's why is the extermination of this whole population taking longer than it's taking? Right? He's like, I was like, I'm trying to kill them all. I'm trying, dude.
Like, if I was PP, I'm like, look, bro, I'm trying to serve you up an easy question, and you're making fun of how I asked it.
Right.
Whoopsie.
Let's go.
Wanting this story to end. Obviously, it's tragic. You know, we're seeing what's going on.
Passive
We're
language.
seeing all the stories, but why do you think this is taking longer than it's taking?
Well, I don't think it's taken longer than it's taking. Look at what we had to fight. We were attacked viciously by the most savage.
I mean, he answers that nonsense question so seamlessly, so fluidly. It's honestly a little off-putting. It's not taking longer than it's taking.
A what now?
Okay, so we're gonna stop there
Okay.
and just go to the next time genocide is brought up.
I like all those law books behind him. The man who's never followed a law.
Right, exactly.
But BB does his normal thing there, so he's not admitting to genocide there. So I'm not sure what this title means. So let's just go a few minutes ahead.
Another point, though, to put another thing in his background that I found interesting is there's that loving photo of his wife there. He's like a notorious philanderer and cheater himself, Benjamin Netanyahu, which should not shock you. I think this is his third wife this time around. So lots of props there. Legal books to show I'm not a war criminal, and family man.
I'm not crumpling up
Aren't I a good
international law
guy?
and putting it into a giant wastebasket.
Or maybe it's just a display of things he hates.
Yeah, that's a good point. But there no Palestinians back there, but he doesn't think those exist.
Can't have those monsters at spitting distance from Tel Aviv and our communities, and we're going to finish it.
He means all.
Yeah, so when you say that for a person that lived in Iran, I look at the critics and they're giving, hey, let me tell you, it's not fair what he's doing with this. And you see ICC, which the average person, when they see ICC, 124 countries, that if you step foot in their country, they're supposed to arrest you, okay? And they're calling you a wartime criminal, the offenses you've done, the amount of, again, like I said earlier, they're calling it a genocide. How do you answer to the critics that they don't follow politics, they don't follow the...
That's a great tell there, is like, look, they're calling it a genocide because they don't follow politics. No, I think it's like the people who are following this pretty
People
closely.
who don't know anything about
saw
it.
this coming the entire time.
It's all these very ignorant people who don't know anything about what's happening. Those are the people who think it's a genocide.
I'm the intellectual political knower here, obviously, PBD.
But maybe this is where Netanyahu, quote, admits genocide, according to this title of this video. Let's see if Netanyahu
I know.
respond.
I mean, this would be breaking news.
stories closely. But if they see 120 something countries that if you land there, they're supposed to arrest you, the average person is going to say, maybe this isn't a good guy.
Yeah, well, they said that about Churchill too. He was a warmonger when he was talking about the German Axis and the danger to the West. He said he warned of the slumber of democracies. And I guess if I learned one thing from our history, the history of the Jewish people, is that...
Okay, so shoot. It doesn't look like he admits the genocide there either. I'm a little bit confused here. We're going to have to go a little bit farther in here and see what... here's another mention of genocide. Interesting. Let's just check this out here. This is towards the end, so about a half hour has passed. Maybe he breaks down like at Frost Nixon.
This is when, right. He's been buttering him up. He's been buttering him up, and this is when he asked the pertinent questions about the genocide that's in the title.
5 and about 30 dead, and we intend to get all of them. And that's what we're fighting for now. But it just tells you what the nature of this regime and its proxies is. It's anti-West, anti-America, anti-Western civilization. It's not good to be a Christian. It's very bad to be a Jew in Iran. And it's very bad to be either one of those in any part of Iran's proxies.
Right. I wish we had a couple hours to talk about Iran because I have a lot of interest in that topic with you, but I do want to get to the last...
I would just note for folks, check out, if you're a right-winger, Tucker Carlson's interview with the Christian nun from Palestine, if you're interested in how Christians are treated in their region.
We had a couple hours to talk about Iran because I have a lot of interest in that topic with you, but I do want to get to the last question I have with you. This is the one challenge I personally have. My audience is not going to be that interested in this story except for people from my community. The Holocaust has been recognized by 193 different countries, right? Everybody around the world. And in some countries, if you denied, you could do jail time. Many countries, you can do jail time a year, 5 years.
Illegal.
But for anybody that doesn't recognize Armenian, Assyrian genocide, if there's any country that I would have expected to be on the list that recognized the Armenian and the Assyrian and the Greek genocide, it would be Israel. Why haven't you yet recognized the Armenian, Assyrian, and Greek genocide that the Turkish did to the...
Yeah, and this is where PBD actually tries to hold Benjamin Netanyahu's feet to the fire. A genocide that happened 60 years ago? No. When was it? I'm trying to remember now. It was a minute. It was a while ago. But so rather than really trying to, get down to the, important stuff, he decides to discuss why won't you condemn a historical genocide, Benjamin Netanyahu? That's the old valuetainment way.
Are you not entertained?
Okay. Boy, oh boy, we made it through this list today way faster than I thought we were going to. I mean, that definitely added to the time going through the PBD debacle. But still, we're under 7 hours and we've only got like a half a dozen videos left. We're going to get this done in 4 halves today. That is shocking because a lot of our streams as of late have been 5 half streams, making it 9 hours plus on like the last 4 of 6. I've also been doing a ton of streams now that we finally got the, stream running smoothly again. I think I've done like 5 or 6 days in a row or something like that, haven't I? And I'm planning to do the rest of the month, every single day this month, people. So write that down. Make sure you don't miss a single one of these streams. Extra galactic content this month. Or at least towards the end of the month, since we got so little. We gotta make up for all the other streams we didn't do. I'm very concerned about the galactic deficit for October. I'm looking at the numbers, and we've made so much less money. We've made like over 35% less money than we did last month on YouTube, and that is terrifying me right now. So I'm just gonna be streaming as much as I possibly can before the month is over, because the second that July 1st happens, any money donated on YouTube goes to the next month. Right, like I won't see any money from in September. When September 1st comes around, first dollar donated September 1st, I won't see until October 21st or later, final week of October. So it really won't have any bearing on anything in October. But that's just how galactic space casting goes. I'm going to stop complaining about my financial situation. Everything's fine. We still got time to solve these things. I don't know why I'm complaining. All right, let's go here to Turkey. Now, Turkey's going through a lot of different things recently. I mean, my gosh, very busy. There's been a lot of protests going on in Turkey, as there's a lot of people who feel that Erdogan has been cracking down on political activity in the country. On top of that, the opposition leader has been jailed. Meanwhile, they are stepping up their defense production. This is from TRT World. Turkey, 23 hours ago, Turkey launches Steel Dome air defense system. Steel Dome. Is that better than Iron Dome? Or are they like roughly equivalent?
Integrating high technology and domestic components, Turkey has announced in June that its own Steel Dome is active, a strategic move in Turkey's rising defense industry ambitions. The project is a joint effort led by the Turkish defense giant Aselsan, aiming to integrate multiple layers of domestic air defense system sensors and weapons to protect the Turkish airspace.
The testing and integration processes in the field have been successfully completed. Turkey is now stronger and more prepared against air threats with its self-developed integrated defense network. The Steel Dome air defense system is active.
The Steel Dome provides a 4-layer defense, from early detection and tracking to interception and destruction. This system is designed to counter a variety of modern air threats such as ballistic missiles, drones, fighter jets, and long-range artillery. Once a threat is detected, the system instantly determines the most effective response and quickly transfers it to the relevant units. The Steel Dome is only one of the latest projects from Turkey's rising defense industry capabilities. In the last 2 decades, Turkey made its mark in the global defense market with products like the Bayraktar TB2 and Bayraktar TB3 and National Combat Aircraft Khan. It exports to a record 180 countries. Those exports racked up $7 billion in 2024. And Turkish President Recep Tayyip Erdogan says the country is determined to increase its defense capacities.
We are moving forward with determined steps on the path to a fully independent Turkey with our defense and security.
There we go, Turkey, a NATO member, ramping up defense spending, creating its own Iron Dome type defense system. They are dubbing the Steel Dome. I don't know what's different between the Steel and Iron Dome, but spending who knows exactly how much money on all of this. One would think possibly billions of dollars. Let's move on from Turkey now to India. And India is bracing as Donald Trump's tariffs on the country are now taking effect. What's very strange about this particular situation, well, I'll get to that.
Indian exporters are bracing for impact. Steep US tariffs kicked in Wednesday after trade talks collapsed. That leaves India facing levies of up to 50% on its exports to the US, including an extra duty imposed to punish the country for buying Russian oil. Firms like this leather factory in Kanpur, Uttar Pradesh state, know they are on the front line of the trade war. Exporter Shamim Azad says the effect has already been devastating. He says all his orders from the US are now void, with customers telling him to stop work on previous purchases. Azad says some factories that were totally dependent on the US market have come to a complete halt. India had been optimistic that tariffs would be capped at 15%, but officials now say there's no hope of any immediate relief. They say companies hit by the tariffs will get financial assistance and be encouraged to diversify to markets in China and elsewhere. Both sides blamed political misjudgments for the failed talks, but the Russian oil has become a major sticking point too.
But is it the Russian oil? I don't think it is. There's got to be something else going on here. Because, of course, there are plenty of other countries that are buying Russian oil. China, for example.
China!
Multiple countries in the EU. There's like a whole bunch of countries that are buying cheap Russian oil right now. And India's the only one that we've claimed is getting this additional tariff. So it doesn't make any sense. If that's the case, then we're going to be hitting a bunch of other countries with tariffs in the coming days, but there's been no talk of that. So my belief is this has something to do with something else, and I just don't know what that is. I've been trying
It's time
to
for our
figure it
business
out,
segment
honestly.
now with Charles Pellegrin, who joins me in the studio. Hi, Charles.
Hi, Yinka.
So it's official. The US's 50% tariff on India has come into effect.
India now faces the largest duties imposed by the Trump administration in Asia, putting it at an economic disadvantage and damaging what until recently had been quite close ties between the two countries. That tariff is composed of a 25% so-called reciprocal tariff imposed because of what Washington believes are New Delhi's own protectionist barriers, and another 25% secondary punitive tariff which penalizes India for its purchases of Russian oil, which the White House argues funds Vladimir Putin's war in Ukraine. There are some key exceptions, though. Electronics exports won't be covered, thus sparing Apple's iPhone production for the U.S. market, which was moved to India from China, as well as will pharmaceuticals, which represented around $12 billion of imports to the U.S. last year.
So how will this affect the Indian economy, Charles?
Well, the U.S. is India's top export market for goods by a country mile. Last year, just under 18% of all Indian exports went to the United States. The next biggest destination was the United Arab Emirates at just over 8%. But while the states are clearly a very important economic factor in India's growth, it's not necessarily an existential one. India's economic output is above all else dictated by domestic demand. Private consumption is worth 60% of the country's GDP. Exports to the U.S., on the other hand, represent just about 2% of GDP. Citigroup estimates that the tariffs hit to India's economy will be somewhere between 0.6 and 0.8% of annual economic output. As a buffer to these external troubles, the Modi government is working to promote self-reliance and encouraging locals to buy Indian-made products, and has also pledged to enact sweeping liberalization reforms to support the local industry and economy. This was the gist of a speech Prime Minister Narendra Modi gave on Independence Day this year. It has also been forging closer ties to other potential partners, notably China and Russia.
And it's those...
I have to have my China.
Well, these tariffs are now being implemented as of yesterday morning, and it's yet to be seen whether or not other countries get hit with similar tariffs over their purchase of Russian oil. For now, India is the only one that's being punished for that, for whatever fucking reason. It's completely, it's just completely unfair. Like, it's just, disproportionate. It just doesn't seem right when you think about it. Like, what's the point? Why are we doing this specifically to India? Are they particularly worse than China or any other countries that are buying from Russia right now? I would argue no. I would argue that they're not, actually. China is definitely worse, actually, but they're certainly up there. But that's my point. Is just like, we should at least have consistent fucking foreign policy, like something. But no, no, we get to live in an upside down crazy person world.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills.
The whims of the dear leader. That is how we must live our lives. The only way to plan for the future is to subscribe to the real Donald Trump on Truth Social. Is it subscribe or follow? How does that work on Truth Social? Honestly, don't know. All right, let's keep this moving. We are running out of stories very quickly, people. Somewhat shocking to me. I thought this was going to be closer to a 9-hour stream. Instead, we're wrapping it up at 7. Giving me a bunch of extra time in my life suddenly. It's very strange. Very strange. I don't even know what to do with this extra time. Okay, let's go here now to China. Talk about a financial and economic situation there. You may be familiar with the company Evergrande. They are a real estate company that have been behind much of China's property boom, and in recent years the topic of much discussion as it regards their oh, I'm sorry, I just realized that's the next video. I'm sorry. Take it back. We'll go to Evergrande in a second. Jesus Christ. Let's go here. This is Reuters from yesterday. Donald Trump had some stuff to say about the education system in this country. The fact that he says this is utterly, I mean, this, whatever. Let's go here. This is mindfuck.
We're getting along very well with China. And I'm getting along very well with President Xi. I think it's very insulting to say students can't come here, because they'll go out and they'll start building schools and they'll be able to survive it. But I like that their students come here. I like that other countries' students come here. And you know what would happen if they didn't? Our college system would go to hell very quickly. You'd have, and it wouldn't be the top colleges. It would be colleges that struggle on the bottom. And you take out 300,000 or 600,000 students out of the system. I like having And I told this to President Xi, that we're on.
I mean, this is utterly insane. Like, it's such a mind fuck. Donald Trump saying that acknowledging the U.S. colleges would struggle, that they would collapse without Chinese students and foreign students coming to them. I mean, it is so perverse. The irony of it all is just, oh my God. Everything about it is like, oh my, every day I feel like I'm having some sort of like a stroke or something. I'm like, am I okay? Is this the Onion? With every day I like question things in front of me. I'm like, is this real? Is this really Donald Trump saying that we actually need foreign students in our schools? The guy who just got done spending months railing against foreign students coming to our universities is saying, actually, we need them. Fix my soundboard. What's wrong with my soundboard now?
Come on!
All right, now let's talk more about China. Talk about Evergrande. Like I was saying before, a real estate company which was once at the pinnacle
Well, it's time now for a bit
of Chinese companies, and then wound up having a very tough time. Wound up being talked a lot about in relation to these ghost cities that exist in China now. Overexpanding, overbuilding, and then collapse.
Well, it's time now for a business update with our business editor, Charles Pellegrin. We're going to focus now on what used to be, Charles, one of China's largest companies, but is now barely a shell of its former self.
I'm talking about real estate conglomerate Evergrande.
Oh, that's a good point, Joe. That's a good point. Well played. Yeah, I could use that extra time to fix my soundboard or do something else productive. Very smart. Very smart. Now you're thinking with your noggin.
It was founded in 1996 in southern China and rode the wave of China's economic boom for the next 25 years or so. At its peak in 2017, its CEO, Hui Kaiyan, was Asia's richest man, and the company, valued at over $50 billion. The brand was omnipresent on construction sites all over China and in other sectors as well. It was also the backer of what used to be one of the country's biggest football clubs in Guangzhou and was a maker of electric cars. But this Monday, the company's officially been delisted from the Hong Kong Stock Exchange.
So what happened, Charles? Why the fall?
Well, one of the major problems was that the company's growth was fueled by $300 billion of debt, a huge amount, and that the real estate sector was a considerable chunk of China's national GDP, and that didn't sit right with Chinese authorities. The Communist Party under Xi Jinping emphasized the doctrine that houses are for living, not speculation, and in 2020, it enforced new rules that more tightly controlled borrowing in the real estate sector. And this precipitated the downfall. Evergrande looked to sell some of its properties at huge discounts just to make its interest payments, but that didn't work out, and in 2021 it was forced to default on some of its overseas debt. Then long negotiations with creditors dragged on for years until January 2024, when a Hong Kong court ordered the liquidation of the company and suspended trading of its shares. And before the delisting today, Evergrande had seen almost its entire market valuation wiped out, now over 30.
Well, there you go. Evergrande, a once powerful company in Chinese real estate, now being delisted from the Hong Kong Stock Exchange. Will no longer be in the business of building, constructing homes or otherwise. All right, great job, everyone. That was the penultimate story. We now have one left. Very, very quick story to end it all. Let's go here to the Associated Press, South Korea, where the United States and South Korea held a drill, another military drill.
Today's training highlights the U.S.-Roca relationship and the strengthening of our alliance. This wet gap crossing is one of the most complex engineering missions we do, and we've done it today in a realistic combat environment. I appreciate my partners with the Roca, the 7th Engineer Brigade, for coming out here, partnering with us.
Sweet, more military activities happening. It's a good vibe. Well, we got through another stream. It's quite long and also difficult, but thankfully we had each other to get through it. That's gonna be it for me tonight. Till I see you next, you stay classy, Galactic Stream Nation. Can't forget this. These are your galactic patrons. Gabby, Goth Dogs, Aaron W, Schmegley, PB, Midi, Afroponics, Norwal by Nature, Interplanet Janet, Godcat, Robot Cat, Disco Wolf, Callie Braiding, Sammy, Geodragon, The Anti-Corporatist, Obsessive Audio, Moa Noab, Nadia, Choki, Scouts, Selena, Mrs. Jen, Omega Star, Sasha G, Pitchforks Dragon, Vincent Morales, Donald James X, Evan from Portland, Lovely Pariah, Mish, Becky, Decipher, Icebreaker, Columbia Rican, New York, Will in Detroit, Sisyphean Task, BC, and Free Palestine. That's right, all of these people here have helped produce the show which your eyes and ears just got done enjoying. You can too for just a few US dollars a month on Patreon. That's right, for 10 cents a day, you get shout-outs like this every stream, an avatar on one of the break screens, and much, much more.
Mr. President, as I think everyone knows, the President of the United States, President Obama, and the Republican leadership have reached an agreement on a very significant tax bill. In my view, the agreement that they reached is a bad deal for the American people. I think we can do better. And I am here today to take a strong stand against this bill and I intend to tell my colleagues and the nation exactly why I am in opposition to this bill. You can call what I'm doing today whatever you want. You can call it a filibuster. You can call it a very long speech. I'm not here to set any great records or to make a spectacle. I am simply here today to take as long as I can to explain to the American people the fact that we have got to do a lot better than this agreement provides. Now, let me just enumerate some of the reasons that I am opposed to this agreement. First, as everybody knows, this nation has a record-breaking $13.8 trillion national debt at the same time as the middle class is collapsing and poverty is increasing. And Mr. President, I think it's important that we say a word, because I'm not sure that a lot of Americans necessarily know this, about how we got to where we are today in terms of the national debt. I know there are some people who think that this all began the day that President Obama took office. Well, it's not quite the case. When President Clinton left office, this country was running, in fact, a very significant surplus, and the projections were that we were going to continue to run a surplus. During the 8 years of President Bush, for a number of reasons, including the war in Iraq, the war in Afghanistan, including huge tax breaks for the wealthiest people in this country, including a Medicare Part D prescription drug program, and including the Wall Street bailout, among other things, all of which were not paid for. Those are the primary reasons that we saw an almost doubling of the national debt during the Bush administration. And since President Obama has been in office, we have passed a stimulus package, also adding to the deficit in national debt. But here we are today with a $13.8 trillion national debt, $1.4 trillion deficit, and almost all Americans are in agreement that this is a very serious issue. So the first point that I would make is that it seems to me to be unconscionable for my conservative friends and for everybody else in this country to be driving up this already too high national debt by giving tax breaks to millionaires and billionaires who don't need it, and in a number of cases, Mr. President, don't even want it. Here's one of the interesting ironies. There are lists of many, many very wealthy people who come forward and say, sure, I want a tax break. Everybody wants a tax break. But you know what? There are other priorities in this country. I don't need it. And two of the wealthiest people in the world, Bill Gates of Microsoft, Warren Buffett, Berkshire, he's a billionaire, and they said it's absurd. We don't need a tax break. All over the country, you're hearing a lot of folks who have a lot of money saying, don't drive up the deficit and force our kids to pay higher taxes to pay off the national debt in order to give tax breaks to the richest people in this country. Now, Mr. President, we have been told really not to worry too much because the extension of these tax breaks to the wealthy will only last 2 years. Not to worry. Well, maybe that's the case. But given the political reality that I have seen in Washington, my guess is that 2 years from now, these tax breaks for the wealthiest people in this country will be extended again. What happens around here is that the argument will be made that if you end these tax breaks, you're raising taxes. It's what we're hearing right now. I see no reason why in the middle of a presidential election, those arguments will not be made again. And I see no reason not to believe that those tax breaks will be extended again. And clearly we have a number of Republicans who want to make that extension permanent. Now, whether it will ever be made permanent or not, I don't know. But the point is, when you hear folks say that it's only a 2-year extension, I would suggest take that with a grain of salt. And let me just say that if, in fact, we do what the Republicans have wanted to do right now, as we enter this debate, they wanted a 10-year extension. That would add $700 billion to our national debt, $700 billion. Now, I've got 4 kids, and I've got 6 grandchildren. And I think it is grossly unfair. None of them have a whole lot of money. I think it is grossly unfair to ask my kids and grandchildren, and children all over this country, to be paying higher taxes in order to provide tax breaks for billionaires because we've driven up the national debt. That is just plain wrong. And Mr. President, I think the vast majority of the American people, whether they're progressives like myself or whether they're conservatives, I think they perceive that that concept, that giving tax breaks to billionaires when we have such a high national debt, makes no sense at all. Furthermore, Mr. President, it is important to point out that extending income tax breaks to the top 2% is not the only unfair tax proposal in this agreement. This agreement between the President and the Republican leadership also calls for a continuation of the Bush-era 15% tax rate on capital gains and dividends, meaning that those people who make their living off their investments will continue to pay a substantially lower tax rate than firemen, teachers, nurses, carpenters, and virtually all the other working people of this country. And I just don't think that that's fair. That's wrong. And we are continuing, if this agreement were to be passed, that unfair win. Mr. President, on top of all that, this agreement includes a horrendous proposal regarding the estate tax. And that is a Teddy Roosevelt initiative. Teddy Roosevelt was talking about this in the early years of the 20th century. It was enacted in 1916. And it was enacted for a couple of reasons. Teddy Roosevelt and the people of that era thought it was wrong that a handful of people could have a huge concentration of wealth and then just give that wealth, transmit that wealth to their children. He didn't think that that was right. Furthermore, it was a source, a progressive and fair source of revenue. Under the agreement struck between the Republican leadership and the President, the estate tax rate, which was 55% under President Clinton, and let's all remember, we had problems with the economy under President Clinton, but very few will deny that during those years we were creating a heck of a lot more jobs than we did under President Bush. That's the fact. Over 20 million jobs under President Clinton. We lost 600,000 private sector jobs under President Bush. During the Clinton era, the tax rate on the estate tax was 55%. What this arrangement would do is lower that tax rate to 35% with an exemption on the first $5 million of an individual's estate, $10 million for couples. Now, here's the important point, Mr. President, that I think many people don't know, because I have to confess, my Republican friends and their pollsters and their language people have done a very good job. This is the so-called death tax. And I think all over America, people say, oh, this is terrible. I got $50,000 in the bank and I want to leave that to my kids. And the government is going to take 55% of that, 35% of that. What an outrage. So let us be very, very clear. This tax applies only to the top 0.3% of American families. 99.7% of American families will not pay one nickel in an estate tax. This is not a tax on the rich. This is a tax on the very, very, very rich. And if my Republican friends had been successful in doing what they want to do, which is eliminating this estate tax completely, it would have cost, Mr. President, our Treasury, raised the national debt by $1 trillion over a 10-year period. Families like the Walton family of Walmart fame would have received as one family about a $30 billion tax break. So I find it hard to believe that when we are talking about massive cuts in programs for working families, when we have this huge national debt, that anybody would be agreeing to lower the estate tax rate to 35%. That is what this agreement does, and I think that that is a very, very bad idea. And once again, while the agreement on the estate tax is for 2 years, once again, there is very little doubt in my mind that the Republicans will continue to push for lower and lower estate tax rates because what they want, and I think Senator Kyle has been pretty clear about this, they want to permanently repeal that tax. That is $1 trillion in tax breaks to the top 0.3%. So I think we're down a bad path there, and that's another reason why this agreement does not make a whole lot of sense. Mr. President, I would say thirdly, here's a very important point that I think has not yet got the attention that it deserves. And that is, this agreement contains a payroll tax